Satu, from someone. Salam Hilman.
The EWC cap, the Sports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers? Not that I am. Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th. Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind. That's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage at Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
C'est la vie. Such is life. In the land of dawn, such is life when all that remains are dreams.
We don't expect the loss last year, and the result is not like what we want. I know that we were capable of more.
But MWI is where from heartbreak to hope, from doubt to belief.
We only want to take revenge on Team Vitality because they were the only team standing in our way.
То, что я нахожусь здесь, уже доказывает то, что мечты сбываются.
I think the 4th title will be ours.
Who will rise above? 2 champions, 1 game.
Hey, oh, wait.
Hey, hold on now. Hold on. Hey guys, hold on. While we're playing this, I just gotta say, based on day one, I feel bad for the team that gets Aurora, man. How is it that in Stream A and Stream B, only one win each? I mean, like, Hirara's cool, it's fun, but it don't get wins. What's going on?
You know who didn't get a single win yesterday?
What?
Tournament favorites, Navi PH. They are on the brink of elimination as they face off against Falcon Daisies, who, by the way, I love as well. So today is a very difficult day for me. My heart is breaking, LaFell.
I can't believe the previous champions are going through eliminations. I mean, like, we'll see whether they can make it through. But for now, let's actually check back on the recap of what happened yesterday. Hold on.
God,
Bro, what? What?
They turned pain into purpose and left no soul unconvinced of their reign. They're completely undefeated. Team of Vitality. Nothing was granted and everything was earned.
I just want to prove that no one can do it better than us. I think that it was meant to be ours all along.
Winning MWI 2025 meant a lot to us because this is our first ever EWC champion title.
Meanwhile, the base is going to be worked on. She's working on the base and Arya's there. They have to clear out the minion, but she'll take it in her own hands and they
We
take
didn't
it.
plan for a perfect run last year, but it just happened, so we kept going.
The triple forces the flicker out, but she'll get it over the wall anyway.
I feel like I have conquered the world in Mobile Legends Woman.
After that, we went to Paris. I actually feel a little bit pressured because we are playing at the home ground of Team Vitality. Now that we're here, all of our fans in Paris are able to watch us directly on site. Defending it again is the biggest challenge because there are more eyes on us. It has always been our nature to win every tournament there is, but what changed is going into this year's EWC, we have more motivation to get the back-to-back title.
I feel confident this time. I know that everyone wants the MWI title, but I will not let it happen. I will always be hungry for the title.
If you call us the final queen, we will take it.
To all teams, give us an intense game. Don't make us sleepy.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to today's Sports World Cup here in Paris, France. Today is day 2 of the MWI. We're talking $500,000 on the line, and most importantly, protecting your key. Today, 4 teams get eliminated, but if they don't, they continue to move forward to claim that very trophy.
We have the biggest personalities here at MWI. These women are ready to play, especially what happened yesterday. We've got Genji, we got Vitality going head-to-head, and even better, 2 up-and-coming risers. Seda is looking insane, even though it's their very first time at an international tournament, but we cannot forget about Galaxy Phoenix causing the biggest upset so far here in day number 1. But with upsets comes the true reality of the tournament.
And that reality is that 4 elimination matches are going to be happening today, ladies and gentlemen, after everything these ladies have gone through, from their preparations, from everything that led up to this moment. Unfortunately, here on Stream A, we will be seeing 1 elimination match. And luckily for us, we aren't going to be the ones to say goodbye to 3, because that's going to be happening on Stream B.
That's right. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble.
I'm getting Q.
And I'm Eterna.
And this is day 2 of the MWI.
Day 1 was insane. Welcome, guys. This is the Bear Bros. We're from Stream B. Minus Fell. Alongside me is Leo. Yesterday, we had 3 2-0s and 1-1, man.
The only stream to have a series that went all the way. That's how we do on Stream B.
Here's the thing, man. Stream B, nothing's locked. The meta's open. Maybe except for 1 or 2 heroes. But, dude, today, we got 3 elimination matches, yo.
These are world-class athletes. These ladies have worked so hard to make it here to Paris. But, again, the truth is, the knockout stage, we only get 8 teams.
So now you guys better stay tuned to Stream B to see who actually makes it through to the next stage.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hey, welcome in everyone to your studio. I'm Taylor, Reflections Noble, joined by Eterna and Gideon. Good to see the both of you. It's day 2 of the MWI, but today is a sobering day. We do eliminate 4 teams. Their keys will be crushed. Therefore, their heart in the competition will be over with, and their chances of winning MWI are done and dusted, forced to wait until a next year. But most importantly, before we get into all the drama, Eterna, how you feeling?
I'm feeling actually quite good. I know things are okay. That's kind of a bad way to start things off, but I'm really excited. Right, there were so many crazy stories that we saw yesterday as well, and I'm wondering if that will actually push through to today. And seeing that they have 1 life left.
That's right.
It's gonna be heartbreaking, but also warranted.
That's it. It's heartbreaking indeed, but warranted. Now, Gideon, the good thing is for our stream anyways, we've got several teams moving forward. However, for at least the B stream a little bit later on, we will have teams being eliminated. Talk me through some of these matchups.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about this because after watching yesterday's game, Seda Esports is looking really, really good. And of course, I have an unfortunate personal bias, and I don't usually have those in a professional scene like this, but Team Ray Young, I personally know one of their players, which is why I'm rooting for them, but Seda is not going to be easy. But then we look down, Team Falcons ID versus Aurora Gaming, Genji Esports versus Vitality, which I think everybody is like, who's going to be the mother of tanks at the end of that game?
That's right. We're kind of curious who is the mother of tanks. Does Ashley even still want to be the mother of tanks? During that interview, she said, well, maybe I want a new role. But then again, if she wins, I'm thinking she's going to have something to say about the mother of tanks at the end. This is going to be Stream B, and this is where things really get serious, Eterna.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're looking at, players and, of course, teams like the Geltec Cyber team. After such an amazing win yesterday, will they be able to go head-to-head against Twisted Minds again? Chin Chow is there, and I'm really excited. I'm kind of disappointed that we aren't going to be seeing Twisted Minds yet on Stream A, but of course, these matchups are in very, very good hands with our fellow co-casters on the other side.
Absolutely. They're going to be crushing it all day over there on Stream B. Like I said, we've got 2 streams, A and B. We're breaking down the action all day long for the MWI. Plenty of matches to get through. Make sure you have it on split screen, 2 phones, however you want to do it. We would love for you to be involved. But let's take a look at our brackets, starting, I believe, with bracket A. Now, for this one in Group A, it has been a doozy. It's been a lot of fun for sure. And we started with a big surprise yesterday. Seda Esports taking down Team Falcons Indonesia. They will go against Team Ray Young to start the day here on Stream A. But it wasn't just them playing. We have plenty more.
Yeah, again, there's still a lot of teams that we're not 100% sure whether they've actually found their stride just yet. I mean, Team Falcons ID is a very easy one, but then we start looking at teams like GK Esports, Virtus Pro. They're already on their last life, so if they didn't take their scrim seriously yesterday, they better do it good today.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Group A, or it should be Group B brackets. This one was crazy going into it. We had 3 powerhouse teams to fight it out tooth and nail to the very end. And, well, we started with Gen G going against Foot Esports. That one went the way of Gen G, who now has to play against Team Vitality, a repeat of last year's grand final.
So I do want to say that this was more of an expected outcome, but I look at that third matchup that we saw yesterday, Galaxy Phoenix coming through over the old champions of MWI, Navi, PH. And of course, we had our friend Brigida over here yesterday, and you could see her emotions just really rise to the top. She was trying to stay as professional as she could, but I guess she just couldn't really contain how shocked she was.
Yeah, she was shocked, man. We were handing her the mic. You know, maybe we might do it to you. Why not? Well, we might hand you all 3 mics today.
But that would require TRY to lose.
Whoa. No, the more mics, the better. And I'm confident that they will still have a chance. Look, there's still the lower bracket to worry about, right? It's not elimination just yet.
That's it. Well, not just yet, but we'll be getting there for sure. Chat, you have a way to get involved. We've got our pick'ems, and look, Esports World Cup is great for this. Scan that QR code, get involved. There's so many different ways to do so. The esportsworldcup.com website, man, just has literally everything you can possibly imagine, from the schedules to the streams to the storylines. There's so much going on, and so much going on into today. Let's set the stage.
MWI 2026 started off with some upsets, some surprises. Navi Philippines and Team Falcons ID both got swept in day one.
Will go down. Double kill again. 4 guy making a triple kill.
And Galaxy Phoenix showed their experience for playing in the MPL, and Fa's Guinevere was insane.
Rianne's gonna be next. She's battling out Fa, but Fa will get another.
And Ashley competing for the Mother of Tanks title. She's back at it this year with a defeat against Foot Esports 2-0.
Ashley! Put it in the Fury. Good job down.
Now for day 2, Team Vitality, the final queens. Can they be challenged a little bit more from Gen G Esports?
Top side. What a crazy sequence. So counts out with a circling eagle.
Navi and Team Falcons ID both hang on by a thread in the lower bracket. Can they continue their journey here at MWI 2026 here at EWC?
Lifting that beautiful trophy in the middle is what every competitor dreams of. So much on the line for this MWI, and this is only day 2 of 5 for this stream. What a day it's going to be. Biggest surprises from yesterday from you two. I don't know, what were we thinking? Because the hero selection was a little bit wild for some. Seda Esports, for example, potentially setting a new meta, and we do have a new meta. That was the biggest talking point.
Yeah, I know. After the little hot fix that everybody's been raving about, hey, maybe tanks are completely out of the meta, that's not necessarily true, but I think this time around, a lot of teams are trying to find their own identity, and I think that's the beautiful part of MWI, right? Because we look at the men's division, everybody's like, they're kind of boring, not a lot of personality, not a lot of different picks. But MWI is where things get really interesting. I think they're on the forefront of determining what the MSC meta is going to be.
And that's what makes it so exciting, because yesterday we saw Kadita on the other stream as well. I think the Farsa, the glue popped up. So I'm excited to see whether this will actually become the meta like you mentioned, or it's just a part of the MWI, flavor or flair.
I'm okay with that flavor, though. Everybody needs a little flavor in their life. And Rose, by the way, was walking in and just happened to stumble across some of the players about to step foot on that stage.
Bonjour and good morning. So as we guys can see, the girls are just arriving at the venue for the second day of MWI. And you know what? As they're coming out, I think it's right that we catch one. Hello, girls. Hi, how are you guys? Come here. How are you?
I'm fine.
Are you excited for today's match?
Yes. Our team is very confident and ready for this game.
I love it. You guys did amazing yesterday. Good luck. And good luck. Hi, GK. Hello, girls. Come. I need one. Okay, I'll take you. I love your hair. It's red. How are you? Not good. Not good. After what happened yesterday, huh? So how are you prepared today?
I guess well.
You prepared well? Are you kind of nervous?
No.
Not nervous.
Not nervous.
I love it. I hope you slay today's game like how your hair is slaying. Good luck for today. Thank you so much. Guys, I think we see here that some girls are more excited than some. And of course, yesterday we saw a very awesome match. So I cannot wait for today. With that, let us throw it back to you guys at the studio.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Thank you, Rose, for catching up with the players as they walk in. It always brings joy to my face to see the smile on the competitors, right? They're ready to go. It means a lot for them to be on that very stage competing for what could be the best trophy, right? The MWI trophy, after all. A lot of pride behind that. But let's talk about pride. Vitality. My goodness, as you can see, Eterna is getting serious. Gideon as well. Look, talk to me about it. It's Vitality. It's Gen G. They face off a little bit later today.
Yeah, so here's the thing about these two teams, right? After looking at last year's final, you would assume that maybe things are going to be the same, but I actually think the opposite. With how much the meta has actually moved, I really think that we're going to see a lot of great plays coming out from Vitality's side. I'm actually looking at Gen G. How are they going to adapt to it? Because there's a lot of similar plays, but they have their own flavor, their own style, most importantly, their own identity.
That's what I want to believe. Like in an ideal world, I know VT is from Indonesia, and of course I want to see them triumph once again. But what would be the story if Gen G are able to find their revenge today, right? That would be the #1 thing everyone's looking at. And I think, though, I would actually argue something different. I think Gen G plays quite similar. You know, despite the change of Nicolette, obviously Rui has been stepping up as well in the jungle, but I do still think that one of the core members of Gen G, which is Ashley, still plays very similarly. Now, I think that is something that Team Vitality can actually rise above in this next matchup.
Well, this is, in fact, our Crunchyroll story of the day, the grand final rematch, Gen G versus Vitality. Now, going back, getting into yesterday, Vitality played against MIBR Loss, and that second game was a doozy, went 26 minutes. It was the longest game that we had. But it did bring questions. Even though Vitality won 2-0 against their opponents, should that match have gone 26 minutes?
Well, I think that unfortunately it had to go 26 minutes because the way that MIBR Loss's composition is designed, it's heavy scaling. It's all about the later the game goes, the stronger that I become. And unfortunately, Vitality was a little disrespectful towards the mid to late game, which extended the game inevitably. So I would say if anything, Vitality, they got to stay sharp here. Some of these teams, they're not going to let that happen.
Well, Gen G yesterday also went toe-to-toe with their opponents, and I gotta say, Eterna, for Gen G's perspective, when I was watching them, I was impressed by the way they controlled the battlefield, and their games weren't nearly as long as that second game for Vitality and MIBR Loss.
That's why they are a decisive team. They are a decisive team if they're able to get their hands on their comfort heroes, right? Obviously, Panda on the carry. We see Sayori also doing really quick work on the Valentina. But again, the one person that I'm still highlighting over and over back in Gaming Gladiators now as Gen G is Ashley. 2 times in a row she picked up the Minotaur. 2 times in a row she was able to initiate, counter-engage really well. And that's why everything just really coalesced in these team fights. But what happens if Ashley does not get her heroes?
Then you get Sayori, man. You know, how many times did Sayori come in with a Valentina that changed the game? A tech charge upon tech charge upon tech charge from both sides in their matchup yesterday. Sayori having an 80% more accuracy rate and actually hitting multiple targets in comparison to their opponents.
But the difference between Vitality and Gen G is Vitality knows what it is to win. They've been there, they've done that. In fact, 33 different times, and let's not forget 3 out of the 4 MWIs they've managed to secure a win. Sometimes as a competitor, you need to know what that feels like. And for Vitality, because they do, I feel it actually helps them keep calm under pressure.
Some might argue the opposite. Especially seeing their game yesterday, right? Because they're so used to winning. I could have seen, or I could have sworn I saw a little bit of disrespect from their gameplay, especially in the early games. It was like Fumi Echo was trying to farm as many clips as she possibly could. And in the grand scheme of things, yes, it's cool, but it really doesn't win you the game.
But they did win the game, and that's the big thing. While farming clips, what can they do if they're firing on all cylinders? Hey, Rose, we've got our first series of the day about to take place. From what I'm hearing, you got both teams ready to go.
Hey guys, for our first match here at Stream A, we have Jessica66 from Seta, and of course, G-Boy from Team Array Young. Hello girls, how are you?
Hello. Hello, I'm feeling good.
Okay, amazing. Now yesterday we saw an amazing opener match for both of you girls. So what can we expect today? Let's start with Jessica.
I'm feeling good. Our team is ready and very confident.
They're confident. Any interesting draft or hero that will come out today?
See the match.
Let's see the match. What about you, Chiboy?
We're also confident. And I think it's really going to be an interesting match because, to be honest, I didn't expect the results from them. And I feel like it's going to be an interesting match. So,
Jayo.
Jayo.
Okay, now I have a question. Since you guys are one win away from the knockout stages, is there anything you can say to each other? Feel free to say it in Mandarin if you want. Okay, Chiboy first.
Good luck, have fun. 加油! May the best woman win. May the best team win.
Yes, Team Rayang is very strong, so we need a fight. So 加油!
加油! 加油 is like fighting or let's go in Mandarin. So you know what, Chiboy, Jessica, I know a lot of the fans back at home are watching. Perhaps awards for the Malaysian fans and of course the Chinese fans. You can go first.
I'm really excited now. So we want my team keep steadily and show my good performance. So my English is not good. I'm sorry. Let's see the match.
It's okay. Good job, Jessica. You, Chiboy?
Don't forget to watch us live at TikTok, YouTube, or anything. 6 p.m. Malaysia time, and don't forget to support Team Rayang and pray for the best. Pray.
All right. Good luck, girls. I'll see you guys later. With that, throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Bye bye.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that great interview. Both teams ready to jayo. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's about to go down. It's Team Seda going against Team Rayang. Man, this one's going to be a lot of fun. Seda Esports impressed us so much, and it is, in fact, the rise of Seda. Can they secure the first knockout stage slot? That's what's up for grabs. The loser, of course, goes down to the, lower brackets, and unfortunately, their key will be at risk of getting crushed. The winner moves forward. Gideon, yesterday, one of the big talking points about Seda coming in, first big international, right, for China. Now, this region hasn't got a lot of attention in the past. Indonesia has. Now, the question is China potentially catching up to the Indonesian region? And I gotta say, I know it's a big talking point, but I want to throw it your way. Why not start it off quite spicy? Because, look, let's talk about it. Seda did, in fact, beat Falcons Indonesia 2-0 quite convincingly, and they did so in an unconventional fashion. This team was made for MWI, and clearly so in that matchup.
I'm glad that you brought this up because we had to do a little bit of digging into Seda Esports, looking at not only just Jessica, but Zoe, Naomi. I'm looking at Kai Kai.
Okay.
Kai Kai is interesting because, again, there's no such thing as a team who just enters a tournament and all of a sudden has mechanical prowess, right? Especially when you're playing things on like Claude, Harith as well. UN had some bad matchups. So it's really impressive. Not only were they able to win those matchups, but they have a deep understanding of draft and macro, which is unheard of for a first-year team.
Absolutely, and a first-year team making big waves, and that's what excites me. Seda Esports is looking great. And you know what's also interesting, Eterna, they did it with their sub, right, which is Miss Miss. Miss Miss wasn't there. Fanwa filled in and happened to be the savior. The question is now, who do they actually go with in that regard? Well, I don't know, but it's time to get our first matchup started. It's Seda Esports versus Team Rayang.
So many questions left unanswered. Welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's International here at the Esports World Cup. Yesterday, what a show opener it was that stunned us all. In their international debut, Seda grounded Team Falcons Indonesia, a team quite literally put together to challenge the throne. Over on the other hand, Cambodia, we see Galaxy Phoenix with their international debut as well, taking down Navi PH, former MWI 2024 champion, proving why Galaxy Phoenix are the first all-female team to compete in MPL Cambodia, and they're not here to mess around. And finally, the team that everyone was chasing was swift, silent, and precise. With that taking 2-0 off of MIBR loss, they proved that that was just another day in the office for the V-Hive. And now, yesterday, nothing was granted. Let's see what's on today. But remember, we're here in Paris, the city of love. But don't forget, when there's love, there's also heartbreak. So Damascus, show us what heartbreak could potentially look like.
Thank you, Cheryl. Yes, these are the keys that represent every single team's tournament life. This represents your dreams to lift that trophy, and only one of these keys will remain intact at the end of the weekend, as I am right in front of the key crusher. Today we have 4 teams leaving the tournament. 4 teams will say goodbye, and whenever a team loses, the winning team will take their key and bring it right there to this key crusher to then destroy it in style. And let me be real, sometimes it gets quite loud. We have 3 elimination matches on the stream B side and 1 on our stream A, so do make sure you tune in to both of the streams. Exciting matches, couple to qualify to 2 more and others to stay alive in the tournament, but we are ready for our first match. And I've got my good friend, man like Hollywood's Rob TV on the stage. Rob, what's coming up?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hollywood, Rob TV, and I have to inform you that it's showtime here at MWI at the Esports World Cup. As you have heard, we have 8 matches across Stream A and Stream B, and every single one is extremely high stakes. Either a team is going to punch their ticket into the knockout phase, or they will be eliminated from the tournament. And as you can see behind me right now, we do have our first teams ready. It's going to be Seda Esports with their amazing victory, shaking up the world up against Falcons yesterday, going up against Team Ray Young with their big-time victory over Aurora. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. Let's get started with day 1.
Can I just say, our stage hosts are absolutely incredible. I'm pumped up, I'm ready to go, and so are the ladies on that very stage, doing their last checks before we get into our pick and bans. This matchup means a lot. The team winner moves forward into the knockout stage. For the other, well, Damascus showed it. The key gets crushed if they lose their next matchup. So this means quite a lot. Do you want to be 5th through 8th guaranteed a shot at the championship? Well, your opponents before you, all you got to do is crush them. Going back to it, Eterna, I started the conversation beforehand. Let's start it once again. Fanwa filled in for Miss yesterday. She was incredible. Does she come back today, I wonder?
I hope she does. I hope she does. She showed us a very interesting flavor, and I think Renmar over from Stream B also really expressed how he loved the fact that Fanwa picked up the Tigreal. He thinks that in this current meta right now, the Tigreal is such a good pick, especially with the Assassins coming back. There's a lot of groundbreaking opportunities that the Tigreal can potentially target in the game. And there's a way that Tigreal has to try and limit potential heroes. Like cores would have to be able to pick up purifies and so on and so forth. So I'm wondering if we're going to see something of the same flavor as we get into the drafts now, because we do see it online, and we already see the bans coming through as well.
Well, I do want to pay attention closely to Guy from the side, of course, of Seda. Carrie and Claude was the 2 heroes she ran yesterday and did it incredibly well. Does she come back again? Because the big story here is the battle for the gold lane. Who's going to end up taking it? Because Quinn on the opposite side is also incredibly talented too. So Guy versus Quinn, this matchup means a lot.
I think both of them are pretty, as of right now, based on what we've seen in international play that's been live streamed. Quinn and Guy at this point dead even. This match is going to tell us who has a little bit of advantages, what are some of their strengths and weaknesses, whether it's in the lane or in the team fight. But looking at the way that the bans have been going so far, it feels like Team Ray are like targeting really hard on some of the meta picks in Aurora in comparison to Seda, who is just like no big chunky people.
Exactly, and we actually see that chunky person come to play here for Seita. Baxia gets picked up now. This was an argument that we kind of discussed yesterday, Gideon, and we finally get to have you here as well. What do you think about the Gideon?
Wah, dia donate tadi ya.
Baxia
Thank
in
you
this current
someone.
meta? Do you think it's still a viable choice?
I think
Ini match
that
berapa pertama
unfortunately, yes,
pada hari
it's
ni?
still a viable choice because that passive is really, really good. Especially when you're trying to like deny people who you utilize either lifesteal or even spellbomb. Baxia says no. It makes that early game more devastating when you have your whole team behind you. It's just that the nerfs made sure that, hey, Baxia, you can't do it by yourself anymore.
But what do you think? I mean, it looked like the Baxia was either like slowing down in terms of that early game. It feels like the pattern just really isn't the same as it was before.
I mean, it's not a crazy taxi situation, right? It's now, hey, I actually have to, have some downtime in the jungle before I come back out. And not to mention, even more so, coming down to the changes to the buffs specifically. So unless Baxia steals away a big buff, ideally the orange buff from their opponents, then they've got some options. But now we're also seeing the setup with Yves and Carry. Seda, they did this yesterday. It's an honest-to-God draft. And now Claude from the other side of Team Ray Young. I like this response because it's a direct counter to Yves. Yves wants to ult and stand still. Claude can close the distance and gun her down.
And that's why the Lilia pick is also so valuable, right? It kind of does the same
Arya
thing. It
ikut
naturally
team
can
A,
be able to burst
team
into
apa?
like a further
Genji.
reach into the back line. So perhaps that
Dia
would also be additional
pukul
damage
9 nanti
layered, of course, with the Claude to try and prevent this Yves from opening up the real world manipulation safely. The carry and the Claude is arguably a winning matchup for the carry, right?
It depends on the emblems and also depends on who gets the level 1 trade, right? I think that's the important thing. Claude, despite everything that they put Claude through in the current metagame, he's the all-rounder. He doesn't have any like hard losing matchup. He doesn't have hard winning matchups as well. Well, I mean, some of them are a little bit more favorite, but at the end of the day, even if he takes a bad trade, he can still heal back.
And by the way, Fanwa is in fact playing. She returns to the stage. Miss not found. Maybe they're keeping her in the back pocket to come out a little bit later, but I can't wait to see who she ends up going with.
Yeah, we have this quote in MLBB that we've been using over and over and over, and I think at this point it's a little overused. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They found so much success yesterday, and if they want to continue that same composition, that same, synergy and chemistry within them, I think there's no reason for them to switch things out, especially now that they're one match away from going into the knockouts. But the Lancelot is a ban that we see that gets taken away from Team Ray, and I think this is a huge respect ban from Tan.
A lot of targeted bans here, really making sure that they don't want them to get like too ahead of anything. They wanted to set up a counter matchup initially for EXP, realize that as long as you take the Phoveus, you're generally okay. And now in the second half, because they didn't pick up their EXP laner, they axed out the big ones who don't interact with the lane. The Benedetta, the Alice. I think Alice is starting to become a little bit of a problem, but that's just me.
I feel the same way. And especially we saw Jessica 66, I think one of the key stakeholders of their games yesterday. It was actually kind of brutal to watch her on the Alice. It was really good. So it's a really good targeted ban coming from Team Ray, but what are the other options? Do you think that maybe the Paquito could come through? Is it too damage-oriented against the Phoveus?
No, they're probably
Malaysia ni kan, kalau Lilia ni kena ban, Miku tak dapat main Lilia, apa hero dia main lagi ni kan? Adakah
so his
God?
laning phase isn't as good, but same can be said about Phoveus, right? They also reduced his base damages early on into the season. But there we go, the Uranus already gets locked in, paired up with the Gato Kacha, and I like this pairing because now they have a way of, all right, we can slowly peel. We got RWM. Oh no, things are going bad. Gatot is here to save the day.
Okay.
Kejap lagi tim Arya ni pukul 9 lawan tim Indo kan.
Hero is needed here from Team
Vitality.
Ray. They're looking for a jungler right now, and the options are quite limited. Do they go for something like the Suyo? I feel like it's a little risky up against the Yves.
I think it might be a Hayabusa angle. It's
God,
tough no matter what, because the assassin is required to specifically attack carry or force abilities out of Yves. Everybody else, it really depends on the performance of the laners rather than the individual jungler.
Oh, nice.
Wow, never mind, I take it back.
But it's going to be an X-Borg. This is actually a very interesting pick because if I recall from the qualifiers from Team Seita, it was actually them picking up the X-Borg into an enemy tank jungler. So the X-Borg comes through here, and we know that the X-Borg Back in the day,
Bah,
we
England
used to be
atau
the
Argentina?
quote-unquote counters towards these really tanky
England atau
players
Argentina?
in the jungle.
This reflects how confident they are in specifically
England.
to carry this game, because that X-Borg is going to deal with just the front line. If he gets into the back line, he's just lucky.
Well, it's our first matchup of the day, the first map of the day. Seda Esports versus Team Ray Young. They both love to push the meta. On the one side, you got Seda Esports representing China, trying to go the distance and show they belong here. But for Team Ray Young, they also want the same. Let's get map one started. Athena Mirko, take it away.
Welcome to the ladder, Dawn, folks, for match number 1, the opening.
Match number
How are you
1.
doing, Athena?
Ni bila dari skin apa duk? Ada orang
My name
nunggu.
was actually
Merah,
Athena until
pink.
today.
Kena pink
But
lagi
I'm
lah.
willing to be Athena for today
Lawa
because
juga.
it is going to be an intense series of
Tak like
matches,
ke?
and I believe she experienced it firsthand
Betul
yesterday.
punya mengharapkan
This
damage
time
kari,
it's pretty much
ya.
going to be the same. It's an
Aku rasa daripada
upper
semalam dia
bracket
punya kari,
semi-final
guys.
start of this day between
Yang buat
Seda
game.
and Team Ray.
Serius.
Looking at the drafts, honestly, it's solid. It's just so interesting to see that both these teams, they were able to get a win yesterday. Obviously, for Team Ray, it was in Stream B, and now we get to see them in Stream A go head-to-head. Seda obviously taking down a Titan in Falcons ID just yesterday, trying to bring the momentum to replicate the same result today.
Yep, everything that happened for Seda yesterday felt so fast-paced, and it's a surprise to think that they were able to
Parting wave
accomplish that
daripada
against
Uranus.
a team from Indonesia who, for the longest time, have been very dominant in terms of the female MLBB
Kejap, kenapa?
competitive
Obvious
scene.
Quick check on the emblems
Tak
here.
faham.
The Bargain Hunter for Name. Just want to snowball all
Obvious
the
untuk
way. It's
siapa?
all about the poke early on, especially on the Eve up against Tan's X-Board. It's a risky choice, honestly. They're going to go all in on Fanhua, it seems.
Yep, they're trying to go for the early invades. Now it's Fanhua who's slightly low on HP, gets knocked back, but there's Revitalize to help him survive.
Last Insanity
The last
nampak
Insanity,
gayanya.
though, is not gonna let
Fanhua.
him through. That's first blood for Team Ray.
It looked a
4.
bit odd at the start there, and then a double Revitalize came through, and then maybe you could see a little bit of what they wanted to do.
Double Revitalize setelah digunakan.
Who wants to find more? It's Tan who they're possibly trying to target for the trade. But I believe that he is
Turtle ni dapat
gonna
contest tak? Kena
be
pergi awal
okay
dulu.
before this first turtle starts. Seda have pretty much positioned themselves around it though, despite that early loss.
Big resource burnt out already. Jessica unable to get the XP crab. So that tempo given over to Team Ray Young.
Yep, it's a great start because Jessica was one of the standout players too yesterday. The X
Kena
factors
pecahkan
for
ke? Wistrik kari dia ni.
Seda before or as they were able to secure that win.
Oh,
But
dia
now
buat
it's gonna be Zoe back to
kacau.
Unity.
Kacau.
They're trying to look for targets, taking out the shields from
Memang itu
Fanhua.
job desk dia.
And now they
Okey.
actually
Fanhua
get to
4
secure
ditumbangkan lagi.
that ultimate, but the
Licker lah digunakan oleh
realization
Nora.
dropped down too.
They
do not seem like they're in a position to actually contest this confidently anymore.
Katanya dah main 2 kali minta pause.
I think right now it's all about the
Wah, pretty
reset,
game.
coming back to it
Hopefully
again.
Malaysia menang.
Because you really need to rely on those cycles, right? Especially on the X-Borg. Once your Faraga armor's down, once you use that last Insanity, you cannot be in the fight for long. And that's why I thought it would be very difficult for this X-Borg to play around this game, especially early on against Name on the Eve, who's been so oppressive in lane. With the Bargain Hunter, that poke will certainly do quite a bit of damage to that Faraga armor and to the main win con. But so far, so good. They got 2 kills at the start. It was all through the last Insanity, that blow up on the tanks. And the double Revitalize has only given the X-Borg more time to build. Stacks over for that full last Insanity damage.
Yeah, they just
Aku rasa okey-okey je kot. Tengok disiplin Malaysia main macam mana. Dia punya pergerakan counter engage, apa dia punya decision making yang dia nak buat kan. Benda tu main peranan juga. Early mid. Sebab Xbox kalau pecah Viraga, dia possibility mati tu besar. Lilia tu pun kena main peranan besar, duk kena pandai poking tu.
So quick to attempt to go for the early invades, even though they did, or it did cost them one casualty at that specific moment. But as we are still awaiting, we are trying to sort things out before we
lawan final boss MWI.
The official gameplay. It does seem like there is a bit of an upper hand for Team Seda before that first turtle. They were already able to position themselves. They were also able to take down the Faraga armor. So if you're just tuning in, this seems like it's pretty
suara
much
khas
set
okey
up
guys kan?
for
Tak kuat
success
sangat
for
kan?
Seda as of the moment, but nothing is guaranteed just yet. There is a chance that we still get to see them somehow prolong this dance before Team Ray, and being Team Ray, could actually still try and attempt to go for the contest.
That's true.
So it was a bit odd to see that early invade coming in from Seita. They're trying to utilize the fact that, really trying to punish the fact that there was no ult on the Phoveus yet, but it wasn't enough, really.
Yeah.
Even with double revitalize, they just also lacked a ton of damage, and I think it was also the lack of synergy because Jungle Man wasn't there. Boxer was too far away, only got 4, then started the shield unity, and then got in there late, was able to get a camp out away from Tan, but other than that, it was just actually just a waste of Turtles' Poissons over for turtle number 1 now. We do have a pause, ladies and gentlemen. Please do be patient with us. We're gonna, solve this.
Pasal stream kau kerja apa lagi? Kerja saya stream
Let's
je.
talk a little bit about yesterday's games, though. Both of them were very impressive, right? We did, the panel did mention, miss. It's
Tim lawan tu negara mana? China. Saita daripada China. Semalam dia beat negara Indo, guys.
There's been so many
Falcon
crazy
Indo
moments that Fanhua's been able to get against Falcon's ID.
Yeah, and I think it was also one of the first few games we
Maknanya
actually
Saita
saw
ni
the
kuat,
Gatot Kaca eventually come back, because it was also mentioned a couple times that it's not like the Gatot Kaca was
2-0
really
China
out,
ni
but we
pandai.
barely get to see him played anymore in the roam. But I guess there were several
Si bala
changes
rendah
that
Arya.
took place in the recent hot
Pas
picks. One of the
lawan
first few
Vitality.
users
Tengok
again being Fanhua, but even to this game that we're seeing right now, we're seeing it picked up, and a lot of the more tanky options too, since I feel like there has been so much attention towards how they really wanted to limit the assassin jungler options. Now they're being forced to see the likes of even the X-Borg in the jungle, which again, so far,
Dua-dua
we
so far
do feel
okay.
is a bit difficult to pull off, considering that even when
Business
it
kalau
looks,
tak, dia buat
or
business
even
apa
if you
tu?
look at range, there will be a lot of ways for them to just poke and take away the Firaga armor. But so far, it's Tan with 2 kills. So it's been working out relatively well for the jungler of Team Raid.
And I think this is where we get to really see the buff, or sorry, the nerf rather, on the Baksha, right? Because usually at 1 minute 30, you already have the Baksha at level 4. You already have Zo to actually rotate with you. The fact that an X-Borg can clear faster than a Baksha shows you exactly why the Baksha may be lose a little bit of that, pick priority later on in the stages, because Joe was just late every single time onto these fights. Because it really seems like for Seda with a double revitalize, they wanted to go for the early fight. They wanted to take all that action onto Tan before the last insanity was available. And that's why Name postured up so aggressively to a point where Name actually had to leave a few waves.
Yeah.
That's why she was in 3 for such a long time there for Turtle 1.
It's such a huge responsibility on Name now. If they just really want to keep that kind of aggression going in terms of the invades. And at that time, that position they currently were in felt like they had no choice but to just really commit to the bit. And I'm not sure if that's the way they really want to go for it. Because again, things have slowed down a bit, especially for some of the utility junglers. The Baksha seems to be more split between joining these early rotations and just securing the farm early on because of the changes that took place, and just so they don't feel as behind. And I guess that's also on top of the fact that they already had a slight advantage in the EXP lane, so maybe they were expecting a bit more to come in from Jessica66. But again, taking away that XP crab, we saw it happen. And so far, Jessica66 hasn't been able to do much. Given, of course, it's a Uranus, so maybe you would not expect that much of the showy setup plays similar to when she was on the likes of the Alice or the Esmeralda even. Maybe closer to the Esmeralda though, because this is a very similar hero to the Esmeralda that she played yesterday.
That's true. The Uranus is Esmeralda with less steps, I'd say. He literally floats around. Even in this matchup down below, by the way, something we haven't touched on, it's actually just really level. I thought Guy would actually be able to get a lead, and that's something that Seda can play with. Again, if you look at Seda, the way that they're able to win, it's not just through these team fights, it's not just through one win condition. They have multiple win conditions set. They have multiple plans as well. If they lose out on these first neutral objectives to Team Ray Young, you can expect them to look to play around that winning matchup in Guy on the carry against Quinn on the Claude.
Yeah.
Especially with the flicker here. You burn it out once and then the RWM catches you. The rest of the team can just follow through with the box shot under turret even.
Yeah, and it's not like Chipoy could just go for the surprise setups either. Nora maybe could be the closest with a flicker dark wave.
But reaching Guy is going to be one of the toughest tasks, I feel, for Team Ray. If ever
Ma-
they do get to
guys.
funnel majority of their resources to this gold
Dia
lane.
real lama
That's why I'm
ni.
just pretty sad right now.
Why?
You have players like Fanhua and Chiboy.
Okay.
But it's Beleric and Gatot Kacha, you know, like you want to see more explosive picks. You know, give me the Tigreal from yesterday. Give me an Atlas. Obviously, it was unlucky. Obviously, there are some heroes that were banned that you can't play. You know, Marcel's been 100%. I want to see a Marcel. I don't want to see Gatot. I don't want to see Beleric.
Yeah. But it seems like Marcel's one of the first few roamers that you just see gone.
It's always banned first.
You can't let him through.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's going to disrupt so much. Majority of the female teams that we've seen at least play in the first day of MWI 2026 have been very heavy on team fighting. Like even now, even in this game, you see them really start strong with an attempt to just go for the invades and the disruptions, and eventually you do see early deaths and early kills here and there. So I feel like it would really disrupt so much of what they really want to accomplish.
Yep.
We are taking
Device sponsored dia apa ni?
a bit of time, but we want to make sure everything is set before we proceed, because this is no
worry.
joke. It's an upper bracket finals. It's actually a qualification match if you think about it.
It's a qualification match.
Yeah, you get to top 8 secured if ever you do get past this best of 3 series, and you do not want to go down there.
Oh, Chiboy serious. You see that?
Yeah,
glasses off.
She's usually all smiles. She had a very funny interview yesterday on Stream B.
Every interview with her is a funny interview.
That's true.
She's just a very funny player, you know? Not in a way that's bad, you know? It's like she's funny in interviews, all right? She's charismatic. There you go.
Yeah.
Tournament bracket, though. Let's take a look at this again, just for you guys back at home who maybe missed a few matches of day one. Seita Esports
Ini kalah balik terus ni dua ni.
Team Falcons ID with a
Takut kalah balik
2-0 sweep with Fanhua on a Tigreal. Team Ray Young doing the same against Aurora Gaming. It's a clean sweep, and it was just all-around clean sweep for Group A. Geltech Cyber Team. We got Kyoe going ham with the Hirara and the Hayabusa, showing exactly what the Assassin meta looks. And in all the other games, it's mainly Bakshas here and there. There was a Ling. There was a Ling yesterday.
Yeah, we also saw the likes of a 1-1, a Kadita played yesterday. Twisted Minds, though, that was a signature Chin Chow, so I kind of like understand why they wanted to play the 1-1.
I'm so confused with the meta right now. I don't know if it's just an MWI meta. I don't know if it's like comfort picks for some of these teams.
Player Malaysia iaitu Arya akan menentang tim Vitality. Final boss untuk
there you go. Genji also taking a 2-0 win against Foot Esports. Vitality with a very surprising struggle up against MIBR loss. That was a long game in game number 2. And even in game number 1, there were glimpses of brilliance from MIBR loss. Glimpses of maybe
pukul 9 malam.
Everybody else catching up to Vitality.
Yeah, I think it's more of that rather than us just seeing a different Vitality or a different version of the more powerhouse teams that we consider quote-unquote overall. Because like even for the newcomer regions that you would consider, this is Seda that you're talking about right now, putting Chinese MLBB on the map, even for the Cambodian representatives, and even for the recent Asian games that we just talked about on the panel as well, the SEA Games to be exact, right? There were a lot of upsets, surprises even. I think that was one of the most surprising that we've ever seen in terms of results, because it wasn't really Indonesia who came up on top, it was Malaysia. And to think that that lineup isn't even here.
We don't talk about that.
Eternal said the same. Why is it always like this?
Yeah, don't talk about it. You know, we only talk about it when Indo wins. Remember, that's what the chat says.
Okay.
Right?
Is that the rule?
That's the rule. That's the rule. At least when there's an Indonesian on desk, all right?
Okay.
We don't want to talk about our back-to-back. Is it 4 times now? Second place finishes at M Series. We don't want to talk about that.
No. Okay.
We don't want to talk about getting grouped in MSC 2024. About not reaching top 3 in 2025.
We're not gonna touch on that.
Do not touch on that, all right?
No, we're...
But maybe this time. Well, you know what? Not maybe. We will. We will. Because my goats got in. Ray, let's go.
Okay. We are still in MWI, but I could feel the excitement.
What do you mean? My goats are Vitality. Vitality are in MWI.
Oh, right. It's the same. Your go-to...
It's a very easy fallback for me, you know? Like, if everybody's like, oh, dude, your team never makes it to an international, I'm just like, dude, take a look at my women's team. Vitality's doing great.
They are. They are.
They're like the greatest women's team of all time or something,
The
you know?
team to beat. You remember what they
Nothing
said
crazy, just... What do they say?
in their first interview, like during day one yesterday?
Yeah, the video that they played again today,
No,
where it's like, oh,
just please give us a fun match and don't make us sleepy.
don't make us sleepy,
That's
dude.
what Vivian said. But that's
Masih
Vivian,
dah,
you know Vivian's personality. I mean, Gideon did shout out the men's division just yesterday, saying that our women players have much more personality than a lot of the players that we have in the...
We don't have players in the men's scene. We have robots who sometimes decide to show emotion, right? I'm a fan of those players who actually have those emotions. But I agree with Gideon. The women's scene, way more progressive in interviews compared to the men's scene.
Yeah. They're dancing, they're
shushing, you know?
Shushing, they're making fun of themselves that they're not able to press buttons, and what else?
The last time I saw a Ton in International was Carl Teasy doing a shush to Onik, you know? And it was last year. Maybe it's
So
just
long ago.
EWC. Maybe EWC creates an atmosphere where you're like, yo, you know why? It's because they're face-to-face on
Oh
stage.
yeah, you get a bit more of their personality.
Yeah.
And they literally are facing each other, because even if you look at their setups currently on stage, they're like slightly diagonal, but you see who their lane matchups are.
Yeah,
like
you
face to
see,
face.
after maybe
Kita ni
making a
kedua-dua
play,
China.
maybe a solo kill, you can scream Sokolil over to your opponents. You can be like, hey, I got you.
We saw so many of that yesterday too. And even the frustration, or even how they get to celebrate their opponent's wins, especially for MIBR loss. Like, that was one I will not forget, because I saw La La Land. By the way, we're all happy to see her back. She finally gets to return to the MWI stage from way, way back, being part of 2024 DreamHack, but she was clapping her hands for Vitality. And very much so, they deserve to just smile after that game, because they showed up such great performance against the team to beat here in MWI. Like, they got the record for longest game, I believe. I don't know if we're able to ever top that here in MWI. 26 minutes and 48 seconds long.
You timed it?
No, I checked it right here.
Oh, I thought you timed the pause. Sorry. Okay, it's the game time. My
game.
bad. My bad. I lost track of thought because I was looking at the conversations that Team Ray Young were having, dude. Chiboy got her glasses back on. She's locked in earlier, and now she's locked back.
Do you think
off. Is it a lock-in when she takes it off, or when
that's
she
the
puts
thing?
it on?
And that's my question. Because there are players who also tend to do that in the Philippines, like Super Prince. Like, there are
Super
times
Prince.
he
You know what,
has
Super
that
Prince, the glasses are like for show. It's like a fashion thing, you know?
think so?
Yeah, he's drippy.
I think they are graded. Maybe we can double check. Maybe we can ask him.
Nah, it's always better to assume.
Okay. Therefore, in Athena's words, swag. She said swaggy play yesterday, right? Shoutouts to Athena.
She said swaggy play?
Yeah,
When was this? Match 4? It wasn't with me, no?
probably match 4, yeah. Because,
In 2026, swag?
yeah, we told her. Eterna loved it. She loved the term swaggy play.
I think it's a 30-year-old thing, you know? Maybe if you're 30, you like swag.
Are you saying she's 30?
No, I think it's... Maybe. Dude, am I... she's pointing at us right now. I don't know, man. It's very
No,
scary.
We're talking about Athena.
We're talking about Athena, not Eterna.
Not
All right,
Eterna.
Athena.
She's pointing at us. I am scared. No.
You're
No.
scared. It's
No,
okay, right?
It's him. It's him, not me. Not me. We're friends, okay?
Oh, she did it. She did a band gesture. That's a band gesture in MLBB. I can't believe she just did that. We're still waiting, ladies and gentlemen. Please do be patient with us right now. Chat's loving it. At least chat's loving it, you know?
Loving what?
The banter.
Oh, really?
You're on MLBB Esports. See, I'm on MLBB.
Oh. I see you guys here a couple times. Interacting with them. Like, even Eterna one time, I saw her just chatting with the people in chat.
That's so unprofessional, bro. Chatting on broadcast.
No, she wasn't activated then.
Oh, well, you know, I would never.
What the heck?
What?
I just said you did too.
Oh, no, that's like my moderator, dude. I got Cloudy working the double time.
Dari
you know,
sidai
at home,
lah,
just
you
on
tak main-main.
YouTube chat.
Hello.
She's downloaded my personality. Now people are questioning. Okay.
Questioning what?
Tim Malaysia berapa buat?
Hey,
Berapa?
hey, don't read it out
Kosongin.
loud, please. I do not want to see that gesture.
It's a
from her.
question. You maybe guys want to open up chat. It's a question, you know.
Don't read it out loud. Don't read it out loud.
I'd love to. Someone said, "Yeah, right, Miracle." At this point, we're reading chat, bro. Right? I mean,
someone said hi, Brig.
I don't see it in my chat.
We need. What do we need?
We need casters brawl. I mean, this is literally. Wait, they're doing rock paper scissors. Wait, what are they doing? Rock paper scissors shoot. I can't see the other one. Okay.
Yeah, same.
I wish we could see both sides.
So we could like at least cast.
That's true.
Yeah, but why is there someone in the middle?
Wait, that's a ref. That's the ref right there. Okay, they're slapping each other.
See,
in the
this
hands.
is what you say when you talk about personality, right?
Dude, none of the men's team have this. They're all so locked in, and like one guy's obsessed with King Bob or something.
What's the most we've seen from the men's during a pause? Like
I've seen one of the players like from MSC. I think he like messaged some other streamer in game, and that streamer opened the chat while streaming, and she was surprised.
Oh,
I think the message was ALABYU.
Yeah. Oh.
None of you guys know.
I thought we were talking about like pauses. Like things players do during pauses.
Oh, during pauses.
Yeah.
All right. Our players just, they joke around sometimes, you know?
Do they?
Yeah, in Indo they joke around, they have a blast. Some lean back and sleep.
Can you close your eyes during a pause?
Wait, is this a three-way rock paper scissors game? Because they're doing it now 1v. I swear it was a 1v1 earlier. Now it's a 1v1. Like it's a
no, but they're doing
free-for-all.
something else. Like they're putting their other hand down. Isn't this like one of the?
Dude, I got no clue what this game is. You know what this game is?
Because we have some versions of this in the Philippines where you like put your hand down.
Dia ikan paus ni pak. You
smack it,
the hand.
Yang betul
smack it
menung
when
tu
you
pak.
lose, or I'm not sure if that's the same.
Tak
Or is this
kena
something
petak ni nak buat apa ni guys?
Phones? I just play MLBB.
Ay.
Same.
I mean, I love that Gideon's. Dude, I'm just constantly looking at Gideon. That guy is my guy.
Expecting
dude.
an answer.
Dude,
From
Mulai kita menunggu
I just
apa?
want to see a reaction, and I always see a reaction from Gideon. That's my boy. That's why he's my father. He made me in a vat, by the way. Long story. Yeah.
You have a lot of like fathers here.
No.
Is Naisu not?
Naisu is everybody's father.
Kalau kau petak aku dah
He is
ngantuk
father
wah.
Naisu.
So many. Okay, now it's a three-way rock
wait,
paper scissors.
It's a 1v1v1. Oh, she has to be out, right?
So
After that,
how does that work? If you're the only one who's different, then what? Do you need just one to counter you, or both to get out?
Beli tiket flight je lah pak.
I have no idea. You have to ask them.
Chat, maybe chat.
Chat. Does anyone know? Miracle's also a
What? I had no idea you were planning to do a Hirara cosplay.
The Claude is a pretty good pick. Against the carry, it's all right. Yeah, weak side. You know, you can just play around. You can just go over and rotate around. Lilia is really good at playing in mid, just clearing it out. You know what? All of a sudden, I want to stick to the game. Just be professional, Brick. All right?
Let's stop. Do we stop? They're suddenly.
Macam nak masuk guys.
Talk about the picks. Talk about the picks. You know, talk about the picks.
What else have we not touched on?
Sanford.
Alright guys, mungkin dah sambung balik.
Huh? What?
Can I ask for help?
Can I ask for help?
Like help from like Gideon dancing on the stage or something?
Dude, we need.
What is that dance? Look at that dance!
I don't know what that
I
is.
don't understand. They seem so happy.
What?
No, they seem so happy, bro. We're
Must have
serious
been the
now.
win.
Can we not?
Yeah, it's the win. It was. Oh, we're back
Alright
in the
guys,
game. Turn
kembali
number one, not taken just yet. Seda.
ke dalam game.
Black
Betul,
shoes
sedang
from
mulakan oleh
Nico. Alright,
Saita.
that's it.
So they weren't able to reset for the turtle
Betul, jadi
routine,
amankan
and they just
pertama
reverted back
oleh
into
Saita daripada
farming
China.
for their own objectives, as Seda were very quick as expected to just secure that objective for themselves. So there's a very slight lead that you're seeing as of the moment. Nothing too significant still though, but it's great because you're seeing them just really hold down their individual lanes and make sure that the matchups are going well for them.
And it's all about Seda now just playing the slow game after getting the neutral objective.
Uranus revitalize. Gatot Kaca pun revitalize. Dia real nak hidupkan Kari guys.
On Fanhua. Those are kills that you're willing to give out for Seda, right? So right now play it slow, play quick when you have the neutral objective, and that's why the Uranus is also picked up here. It's all about getting tempo over your opponents, and as long as you don't group up, it shouldn't be too big of a problem to deal with these AoE damage dealers from Team Raeyang.
Yep. Especially earlier, we saw how they were just able to
Banyak gak
split
gap
up
level EXP
who would go first,
untuk
who would
marksman
be
ni.
the ones assigned to just take out the Faraga armor in general, and those who could just follow up in case things get wrong. But now it's Team Raeyang looking to group up down bot. Nothing that Guy doesn't really sense though. So things have been really okay for both sides. Just look at Jessica66 and Guy managing things really well in their individual lanes. Joe though, are they gonna go for it? There goes the back to shield Unity. Bumps into Tan. Firaga armor so close to going down all over again.
Yeah, she's got the regen though. It's all up to Name, I'd say, before the neutral objective fight, to be the one to poke her out. So it's the fact that they got the regen out already means that Tan's going to be very vulnerable to all these shots from Name, and that's why Team Raeyang are just going to look for Prio in mid, rotate to the neutral objective first, even against this tempo comp of Seda.
Yeah. Even mid control's been too difficult for them, and look at how they've positioned themselves around the
bawah kena
bushes,
press duk.
approaching this objective. Not to mention the fact that
Wah,
Seda have
free
also
plating duk.
taken the advantage down bottom. Okay, that's the tray. That's gonna be a tray.
Rising duet.
Yep. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier for
Betul
Seda.
diamankan
If they don't
oleh
get plan
Saita,
A, neutral
tapi gol di
objective,
tengah kaya
snowball
duk.
on team
Orang
fights, they
jadi.
can just go plan B straight up, go into the bottom lane, play around this winning matchup.
Berapa
and
gol
put Guy
gol
into
ni?
winning to get into a good spot. Fanhua also holding his
Masuk juga.
bushes,
Lucky
constantly
Sanity terus.
giving vision to the rest of the team, and that's why even though
Bagi
they
dia
weren't
bagi
able,
flick.
they haven't been able to get a single team fight win. They're ahead in gold.
Literally not grouping up together,
AOG,
but maybe
Avatar
right now they
Guardian.
decide to do so. That goes, or there goes the AOG, but the response with the Wrath of Dryad, it's just gonna
Sebab dia ada
hold
ulti.
Seda in place and not allow them to push through with that attempt. They seem to want to take on that fight, but Team Ray were just like, no, they're not. They got pretty much what they wanted, which are, I guess, some energy shields here and there, but the
Conceal
counter
daripada
engagement from
Saita.
Is it gonna happen this time?
They want to go for the turret. Tan is there, obviously, but it's just tempo again. They get the gold crab, and they look for the rotation first into mid. Guy stays in the bottom lane. And this so far has been a macro masterclass for Seda.
Yep.
2 deaths on Fanhua. The person you'd let die in these situations. Gold. I'd love to see that right now for Guy versus Quinn, because when you have a level lead in the gold lane, that usually means, yep, you've got a quite significant gold advantage over your opponent. That's 700 on the board with no kills. And possibly a turret. There you go. Turret tier 1 down below, taken by Guy.
Yeah. It's been great for Seda.
Wow.
So good in terms of the macro discipline. You see Nora barely being able to join any of these fights, and it's not like they're even converted into fights, because Seda are just very picky with what they want to take on. Team Ray are the ones who seem to like always look for these potential engages, but even this just now, Jessica66, they'll have to pour in so much of their resources just to take this one kill.
Killing spree, peluang cerah untuk dapatkan turtle. Jadi Cloud akan free.
Another kill for them though, but
Cloud free, turtle 4 versus 4.
Also joining the rotations for them.
One thing's for sure though, they got the macro down to a T, but I think a lot of these individual mechanics haven't been shining too much for Seda in this game. It's just been Team Raeyang with the response.
China.
And they get turtle number 3. Final turtle of the game, 2-1 in turtles right now. As Seda look, they just trade across the board, but Team Raeyang have closing that gap in gold already. It was around a 1K gold lead for Seda. It's just slow again. Jessica, I'd say.
Yeah.
A bit too rushed on some of those resources. Consecration popped way too early. I think the Revitalize as well. And for Name, spamming a lot of the poke, but not really respecting when she
baby
should
seat lah siau ni.
staying a bit too
Atas
long in the lane.
dapat.
Had
Okay,
no mana to
cantik.
respond
Sekarang ni
to that Team
boleh ni
Raeyang
kena bantuan
rotation,
duk.
but now, it's Seda looking for
Kau
tier
kena
2
ni
down below.
AOG hanya untuk melarikan diri. Ball manipulation, blazing duet bersama flicker.
Goes in with the blazing duet. Not sure if enough stacks were in
bukan flicker,
there
BMI.
yet. But they just wanted to allow Guy do her thing. Not that they were able to take the turret, but you could see how much they're trying to play around this gold laner. Seda have focused majority of their attention towards Guy, and Name doesn't seem to be as behind anymore. I mean, Doe doesn't seem to be as behind anymore. They're already both level 10. Even though Tan has all of the kills, Team Ray hasn't been able to secure so far in this game.
They've got that better safe than sorry at the approach, Seda. Even earlier, Revitalize and the AOG utilized straight up after they saw Chimo and Kirin walk up. Team Ray Young, it's a turret down below that they want to take. But Seda have already sent enough members. Name recalling in the mid lane. They won't have the help of their mid lane.
AOG tahu dapat. Ni Fan Hua ni bunuh. Yeah. Blazing Duet daripada Queen. Flicker boleh manipulation. Flicker daripada Queen. BMI. Last Insanity.
That's a lot of resources, but still Seda
down.
Find a single kill on their side.
They've done a good job in the macro department, but again, every single time it comes to the skirmishes, when it's them relying on the individual skills and decision making, it just hasn't worked out for Seda. 3v4, that was the situation that Team Ray Young weren't even hiding there in the dive for turret.
Lot sedang dimulakan oleh Team Ray Young.
Bit on that bait, walked straight into it. With Name recalling in the mid lane, and now Team Ray Young trying to utilize this advantage straight on the Lord they go.
Ini kalau Kari detik expose ni boleh bunuh ni.
And right now it's going to be Zoe trying to go
Lord jadi aman kau Letan, nice. Zoe ni damage agak banyak. Blazing Duet daripada Queen mencari
trying to go after Name, but Guy shows up and they decided to not push through. Is it safe to say that at this point, it's really looking like just macro versus micro between Seda and Team Ray? Because it seems to be the case, majority of the fights, it's always been Team Ray winning it out, but Seda have been somewhat catching up, mainly by what they've been doing across the map.
So Team Ray Young now with a 1,700 gold lead. Jessica again revitalized. Together with the consecration, no one's been able to get rid of this Faraga armor. Tan's just having a free day on this export. Again, the revitalize has only helped Tan get even more stacks.
Manipulation. Nora flicker, melarikan diri, conceal, line sanity, cuba selamatkan keadaan. Nora down.
From trying to go for the chase, but the Lord is still up. They'll have to deal with it. Finally does go down, and now Team Ray are eyeing the mid lane.
Jessica down, Blazing Duet daripada Queen. Tapi sayang, sumpah sayang.
An unexpected.
Sebab bertembung dengan minion juga, jadi damage tak keluar banyak.
Way too aggressive with the Blazing Duet. Got one kill, did not want to go out. She thought she had it in her to go for one more, but again punished straight up with the flicker. Can't purify out of that one. Can't see
Purify dah CD dalam 4 saat lagi tadi.
Frag armor pickup for Tan. Right now, it seems like it'll be much more
Kari
difficult to
kaya
take out the Frag armor at this point. You'd pretty much expect the poke, the range to come in from Name, but even then, they're able to resolve that. Now it's Guy, who I feel like Team Ray would definitely put their eyes on. Oh, Jessica all alone here.
Yeah, a ton of CC on her. Pops into consecration again. Back to the slow game for Seda and Team Ray Young. Not really going to go for any of those initiations before a neutral objective spawns in the game. Just a bit of poke here and there.
Masuk, AOG tak terkena, manipulation. Queen, ulti Blazing Duet. Akan tapi Queen hampir ditumbangkan. Mati duk. Passive Kari duk. Tak Insanity. Flicker daripada Kari. Guna yang depan lu, jangan fokus belakang dulu. Sabar lu. Yang depan lu. Ya, inilah function S-Box. Bakar dia.
A big win for
memang dia mengharapkan Kari je ni guys.
Saving Seda from getting wiped out now back to back. It's just the attempts from Team Ray Young. Reacting to the moves of Seda, it's them who are actually walking up instead of utilizing the poke from the E. You can see it all over here again. It's just misplaced AOGs, not with the RWM, and they pop the RWM way too early. They're playing this composition like it's an all-in comp when in reality they should be trying to get rid of the Faraga armor first. They should be the ones playing it slow, and it's Team Ray Young who on the other hand.
Legit, dia orang memang mengharapkan Kari ni guys.
Now it just everything is falling
Jadi fokus depan dulu je. Kalau Kari dah ter-expose baru boleh tukar transition. AOG, Keyboy, Fanhua down. Keyboy duduk lagi. Nora down. Okay, Tan dah tak ada Viraga. Queen. Oi, Lasit.
Not enough to take Guy down.
Top base turret, the minions are doing work. It'll get a base turret up top
Atas
despite
dapat.
the trades happening. It's a 1-for-1 roam for XP. But now Jessica has to go back. They can't go for the Lord. And now it's Joe on Miku.
Miku jangan mati duk. Black shoes. Astaghfirullahalazim.
Still they do find the kill on Miku. And that's going to be
dia orang lot
enough. That's
ni.
all they wanted before this next objective.
Boleh fight lah, try je sebab dia emo kan. Tapi kena kacau dengan ni, duk tak boleh duk.
Whoa. It's actually Seda who secure this Lord. After multiple back and forths between Team Ray and Seda, those team fights which seemed like they were really well punished by Team Ray. Now it's Seda turning tables, and that's the real world manipulation they used just now, but at least they have the Lord on their side, so they will have another chance at
Team Malaysia mana bah saya tak sangat pasal sama team ni. Team Rayang.
Are they willing to fight even before the Lord actually gets here?
I'll say this though, when it comes to wave management, it hasn't really
Dia kena siapkan item untuk selamatkan diri, Winter atau Wind of Nature ni.
Both the side turrets for Seda have fallen to minions.
Kiri kanan Saita pecah. Mid je tegak.
If they are able to defend, will have an advantage for the next Lord.
Yep.
It's the far lane this time around, the base turret down below that they took.
It's gonna take some time for that Lord to eventually make it to Team Ray's tier 2 turret. And before it even gets to that point, I feel like they've already managed pretty much majority of their other waves, so it's not going to be as big as a problem for them. Seda still though making their presence felt, but I feel like they definitely have to address this wave management issue. But instead they're going for another team.
Kalau dia pergi dekat Tan ni kan, dia all out dekat Tan macam rugi sebenarnya ni guys.
But they already have
sebab dia ada Viraga
on their side.
Bazi ada ulti.
San's already forced out 2 and they successfully take that tier 2.
Look at Quinn up top. Pushing already.
Kau main game mengharapkan Kari kau ni guys. Full manipulation, AOG, E-Boy buka ulti. Flicker pada Nora, Nora hampir ditumbangkan. Miku flicker juga, Miku down. Crystal boleh fokus oleh Queen.
But the minion goes down, and I think Seda will be okay and will get to extend this game.
The dives here for Fanhua. Immortality down already. Guy guys are going again, and that's going to be under turret going in. The Dark Wave lands on both.
Fanhua down.
This Name and Guy are trying their best, but there are only 2 members of Seda left trying to attempt for the siege. They'll have to reset, but at least they take away that purple
Gila guys.
This is a slugfest. Team Ray Young, they want it to be a slugfest so that Quinn can just go for the end, but Jessica, aware, noticed the push, went into the purple buff bush, from there, and was able to clear out the wave in time while doing damage to Quinn. But this has been a big problem for Seda. They've just let these side lanes go and push into their own base constantly. They have to remember that Team Ray Young have so many threats when it comes to backdooring, when it comes to going for those segue plays, especially when the Lord's up. These waves are going to be building up. It's a base turret. Even if you deal with it like
ada Winter,
the way that
tapi
Jessica's
Malefic
been
Gun
dealing
belum
with it,
siap.
it's still going to be pushing back towards your base. So you're going to have to constantly send some people down, or you burst the Lord before Team Ray Young can utilize this advantage.
Wave Team Ray Young ni kan dah menang tau. Kalau diorang bijak ni kan, oi, Keyboy buka ulti, manipulation dia buka.
Nami actually picks up the kill and they don't fight any trades whatsoever.
Uranus dia hantar balik. Supposedly kan, Cloud ni kan, bukannya pergi split dah duk. Aku rasa dia pergi perang duk, sebab wave menang kiri kanan.
It's a 1v1 every single time. XP versus Gold inside of the base. The minions
tak ada frontliner. Wah, terpaksa lepas slot lagi duk.
It's a desperate rush towards the Lord for Quinn. But I don't think she can get there in time. It's a free Lord over to Seda.
They're not going to be able to contest.
Miku cuba poking kat sini. Black Shoe telah digunakan, Flicker telah digunakan. Balik do Queen, tumpah.
But Jessica is here to guard.
Sandwich maneuver. Joe's trying to go for the pick. Quinn, no flicker.
Oh.
Do they know where she's at? That's the question. No, they don't. Quinn gets the recall safely. And again, it's Seda. who are able to secure the Lord, but Team Ray Young still have control over the side. I don't know, the first time, I like what Quinn was doing. It was unexpected, but doing it 2-3 times, Jessica's gotten the read and the team desperately needs a damage dealer. Without Quinn, it's just Miku Lee left to deal damage alone, and you can already see how it has impacted the rest of the team. Chi-Boy hasn't had the best of time, just being a frontliner, taking the single target damage of Guy.
Yep.
Chi-Boy buka ulti, blazing duet, Winter Crown.
Laid down together perfectly, but it seems like Team Ray are able to fight this under the turret. They're not afraid to take them on, and that's going to be 2 kills over to Team Ray. Very unfortunate for Seda.
Lord belum clear lagi tu, orang hantar Miku untuk clear Lord.
Into a fight by Team Ray Young. And a quick punish followed. Now it's Team Ray Young looking to knock on those base turrets. The final one in the mid lane, but they have to still respect the Lord. It's Miku sent below to deal with this Lord. She should be able to deal with it as the rest of the team just goes for the Grand Theft Purple. It's Guy actually, no?
Okay.
Okay, she got it.
Yep, they're gonna be okay. Tan has her own purple buff in her hands, and the Lord's gonna be dealt with in just a bit by Miku all alone here in the bottom lane. But things have been a bit weird for both teams. I feel like it's somehow getting to them too, that we're reaching the 20-minute mark, and a lot of things are going to be much expensive, especially if you get taken out at this point. You will be having longer death timers. You see multiple immortality pickups too, but what is going to be the main task at this point for both Team Ray and Seda? Tan will not be as easy of a target to just take out the Firaga armor from.
Golly tak jauh beza.
603 and doesn't seem like the best possible
Tapi kan dia tak beza ni, aku rasa sebab Kari ni kaya sangat ni.
Pick off attempts because you really have to fight them head on through team fights if you're looking at the composition
Dia
from
protect
Team
the
Ray.
king.
So at this point, Guy's just completely online. On top of the fact that now I just picked up that holy crystal.
Bukan dia jawab tadi. Aku rasa ramai tanya China.
Equipment built up and
Bukan kau sekarang lah. Dah terciduk lah tim aku sokong.
How they're able to also utilize the macro.
Januar bukan jadi push.
Seda have shown
sebab dia sepatutnya advantage tu lah. Sebab wave management kiri kanan ni dah cantik tau untuk Malaysia tau. Team Ray Young ni supposedly dia pergi join team fight untuk menangkan fight. Sebab wave korang confirm menang. Diorang sepatutnya fokus defend. Goal manipulation, balik dah ulti, AOG, Miku pun dah terpaksa guna ulti. Black shoes. Sabar Miku. Win pun jangan terburu-buru. Okay.
No one goes down in that exchange.
And this is quite beneficial for Team Ray Young if they're able to recall in time and get back up here because the wave in the bottom lane is pushing towards
jangan sampai pecah imo, rugi.
And we know a common trend. Name getting the poke down on Tan, and she doesn't want to recall. Wave up top, pushing in, wave down below as well. This is where Team Ray Young make their move.
Cedar already starting the Lord.
Ada yang flicker.
Miku going in alongside
Quinn.
But he bursted down. Fortunately, has the immortality.
Quinn flicker. Ada rose gold. Wish.
Already popped by Miku as well. But near the Lord pit,
Fanhua down. Lah Insanity. Tak mati tu. Okay, Nami mati. Depan lu. Okay, motor pecah. Go guys. Boleh end. Bye.
4v5 because Jessica was sent to deal with the waves. Bot and top all pushing in. Now you add another wave in mid and 4 Team Ray Young members.
Game pertama dimenangkan oleh Team Ray Young guys. Jadi guys, korang jangan lupa untuk like, comment, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game ni. Paling penting jangan lupa subscribe. We're gonna see you guys on the next matches guys. Kita dalam perjalanan ke 300,000 subscriber. Jadi bantu saya guys ya. Let's go for our next matches. Let's go.
Look like team fights, but eventually they still got the win. It took them a while to get that though.
You gotta respect the minions.
So sorry guys, saya rendahkan kualiti dia jap. Upload video.
We're gonna throw it over to Damascus to take it from here.
I mean, absolute insanity in our first
3GP,
match of the day. You cannot make it up. That was back and forth.
Guys.
At the beginning, it was looking like
saya tak dapat upload video dulu guys sebab
Seda showed exactly why they got
sebab
that big old
sebab tadi lama sangat duk kena cut dulu.
Hey, that's what we want, man. 20 minutes long game to open the day, close as well. The big upset from yesterday, from Team Seda.
Tadi betul kena basic je.
Iya.
Iya.
Momentum right now, so there's a lot to talk about behind.
Tadi pengambilan S-Box tu bijak ah. Cuma EXP kan. EXP kalau dah ambil hero yang boleh ni kan, aku rasa mungkin game tu akan jadi lebih mudah kot. Aku rasa lah.
Knockout phase qualification, the pressure is at an all-time high, and of course the level of gameplay is too. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and send it back over to our desk.
Boleh buat kacau je Povius. Povius tadi aku tak tahu untuk siapa tu sebenarnya, tapi dia laksanakan job desk dengan baik lah. Dan Team Ray lagi Malaysia tak ada. Team Ray yang ni Team Malaysia guys. Berdamage. Bukan berdamage, tukar hero lain. Sebab aku tak tahu Povie ni untuk siapa, faham tak? Yuzong tadi okey bah. Yuzong pun okey kak. Sebab dia Yves boleh buat kacau. Keluar masuk balik sedut. Ambil Sora dari senasib. Diorang apa? Sora pun nak bet juga. Sebab tadi consider Povie ni keluar awal juga tau. Tak tahu Povie untuk siapa. Apa sokong tim apa? Tim apa? Tim Malaysia lah. Destry juga ke ni? Pas ni Ben Kari. Itu satu pilihan yang bijak gak. Nak tahu gak dia main hero apa lagi. Sebab dari semalam Kari guys. Nampak job desk dia laksanakan dengan baik lah.
Hey everybody, welcome back into the studio. Map number 1 has concluded, and what a map it was. Seda Esports gave it their all, but Team Ray Young too strong. A lot to talk about, a breakdown. Let's start. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Eterna, Gideon. Nice to see you both. We watched that. I'm learning as we go. Gideon, thanks for the instructions. You know, Seda Esports, early on, you could tell they were in trouble. But mid-game to late game, they did start at least having some life.
I think a lot of it just comes down to Team Ray not being a little decisive here in certain moments, and I think that's a little scary on my part because my bias is leaning towards them. But at the same time, I think that Seda also needs to recognize, right? This is not the same Seda that we saw yesterday, and I think a lot of it just comes down to comforts in the draft, right? I think they had a plan in mind. It did not go the way they were looking for, and I think the laning phase is what really messed them up.
And I think to add to that is, I think Seda maybe tunnel vision so much on this team fights and objectives that they really forgot to stick to their fundamentals, which is housekeeping of the minions. Multiple occasions we saw that Quinn was able to look for opportunities to look for a backdoor.
Sure.
Unfortunately, she was unable to get them, but the fact that that opportunity was there in the first place, it's a big question for Seda coming in.
And you know, let's go through some of these moments and take a look at the first one, because I want to piggyback off of what you just said in just a bit, especially with Seda versus Falcon Indonesia. But looking at this first point, Gideon, we are now 12 minutes in, and we've got a battle for the Lord.
Yeah, a lot of these problems come down to, hey, who are the trigger men, right? And in this case, it's going to be Namin as well as Fanhua. They have the most important jobs to have the RWM and the AOG combined together to get this really big impact. The problem is that a lot of the heroes on the side of Team Ray, it really boils down to the draft, right? Hey, what are you going to do when somebody, Lilia just black shoes away? They just flicker outside of the RWM. There's not a lot of winning scenarios unless they're able to catch not only the Claude, but also catching the X-Borg. And I think that was the hard part.
And let's go to the very end of the match where Team Ray ended up taking it for themselves. They end up pushing through, doing so after, I believe, close to that fight that we just witnessed, and then ultimately taking over the base and winning the round, which was, again, just a battle until the very end. Eterna, we're now 21 minutes into it, obviously getting towards the very end. A big team fight is one from the side of Team Ray, and they take advantage.
And that's the thing, like we were talking about housekeeping earlier, you can see that this team fight wasn't really in favor of Seda at this point because they were in a 4v5 situation, because unfortunately Jessica 66, which has been the main backbone, I would say, to most of the team fights, most of the games that we saw yesterday, was not even there to help. Like, she was forced to do housekeeping, she was forced to be back in the base to try and clear this, and unfortunately it was just a disadvantage for Seda in that position.
And I want to go back to what you said just previously. You mentioned Seda Esports pushing fights, getting aggressive, at times probably even getting a little bit desperate. But if you go back to the commentary from Team Falcons Indonesia when Seda Esports ended up beating them, I felt Falcons Indonesia was doing much the same.
I guess so. But for Falcons Indonesia, I felt like It was more so on like the execution, the troubleshooting that they were unable to look for inside the game. The adaptations weren't there. And I think for me personally, the targeting was still very questionable from Team Falcon's ID.
That's actually exactly what I wanted to bring up, right? It's target priority here, right? Not only is it at a high level, it's a lot more difficult to do, but I think the interesting thing where we see these teams in particular play, it's not just about pushing, it's the constant push and pull, right? It's constantly adapting and changing.
Mana ada guys 22
I may
lagi.
have an opportunity to backdoor. If it doesn't work out, maybe we force a fight. They need to make those decisions quick because as you see, if Quinn is walking back and forth, nothing is happening.
Yeah. Well, hey, there was a lot of team comms. Obviously, you got to communicate well if you want to get the victory. Let's listen in to some of the team comms in map 1.
Kurang orang, Cak. Ni. Aku cari Nawa, aku cari Nawa.
Baru main chat.
Aku cari Nawa, guys. Carry. Nice bodoh, guys. Thank you, guys. Kita boleh menang. Main. Bodoh, nice bola. Nice team. Thank you, Rotan. Thank you, Rotan.
Fun to listen into the team comms. Clearly pumped up. Team Ray getting that win, but they've got to do it again. If they do so and they manage to take down Team Seda, they move forward into the knockout stage, which, hey, big news. You're guaranteed 5th through 8th. These ladies fought hard. They really did. Seda Esports did everything they could, but they simply could not overcome the Team Ray Young roster, who played incredibly well. Talking about shortcomings, again, learning a lot from you, Gideon. Let's go through some of the shortcomings from the side of Seda Esports, because the commentators, they ended up mentioning, look, the macros were actually quite well for Seda Esports. So what ultimately ended up falling apart?
I think what ended up falling apart is just, unfortunately, the combination just needed to be executed more cleanly in the early stages of the game. Like, we see Jessica here getting run down in the middle lane, has to pop not only the ultimate, but also, at the same time, her battle spells. They could have sacrificed somebody else. They could have gotten Gato to just jump into the middle of the fight. It's the experience that we are seeing from both of these teams, and it feels like Team Ray Young are just a little snappier on their calls compared to Seda, where it's like, I need it to be definitive. This needs to be 100%.
And I like that we saw that clip earlier, because on top of everything that you've mentioned as well is, I'm going back to the point that I want Jessica 66 to be on a hero that's a lot more active around the map. The Uranus is great for macro, it can control like minions and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is Jessica 66 has been doing so much and is way more impactful when she's on heroes that are setters, like the Alices of the game, the Paquitos of the game. Naturally, the Paquito was a bad choice in that particular draft, so maybe they ought to prioritize Jessica 66's hero earlier on, maybe?
I think that it depends on whether or not Esmeralda is going to get banned on blue sides, particularly, right? And I think Team Ray Young, they've done their homework very clearly, right? I want to make sure that you're on something that doesn't have as much impact anymore. We're going to put you on Uranus, and hopefully you're going to just be somewhere out there in the galaxy, you know? Be as big as planet as you want, but we are attacking your team during the fights on neutral objectives.
And going back to a critical moment that I was really impressed with, that backdoor attempt. You know, Seda, they were pushing, I think it was either mid or right lane hard. The backdoor attempt alleviates some of that pressure and forces Seda Esports to come back. For Team Ray, that was a heads-up play, the first one we've seen at least on that main stage.
Akan jadi macam ni, guys.
Alright, so yesterday I
kalau menang dia akan qualify pergi knockout stage ni.
Execution. This time I think Quinn tried
Mana
to
play
force
off
it
lah.
a couple of
Yang
times.
ni kalau kalah dia akan
clearly,
jatuh
and
sini.
it costed them a team fight because of that. A better
Kalau boleh
team
jangan pergi
would
sini
have
lah.
gone all the way
Berat
into
nanti.
their inhibitor at that point. So I think that Team Ray Young, there are a couple of things that they're going to have to work out upon.
Are they too reliant on that? It's like Queenie, Claude, backdoor. I think everyone is going to be expecting that kind of strategy after this game as well, because that's how they were able to win against Aurora yesterday.
Maybe this is Pavlov's theory. If she tries to backdoor enough times, people are just going to assume she's clearly going to backdoor. Wait a minute, all 5 of them are here.
Let's just not leave our base, stay where we are, because, well, who knows, a backdoor attempt might be happening. I don't know, getting in the head, man. Look, playing a little bit different. One of the things about these two rosters, though, is they love to push the meta. They really do. They're tricky, and you know what? It seems to be paying off, at least for Team Ray Young so far. But I got a feeling, I really do. I think Seda Esports is about to tie this thing up, and we're going game 3.
It could potentially
I'm thinking about it.
Because if we're going back to the drafts here, Gideon, it was Seita, they were the ones that banned the Esmeralda, and they were the ones that prioritized Baxia. So could they go for something maybe differently come game 2?
You know, you got to keep the answer simple here. They just go red side because really the priority, the only thing you care about blue side is that you get that first pick, that one power pick that will kind of determine how your team composition plays, or a flexible option that can be spread out in different roles. Now that Seita is on red side, they get to react. They get the power 4 position here as 4th pick, where there's not much they can do about it. And I just want to bring this up. So many people have been banning out the Hirara. It's kind of an up and down here, and If a team on red side is banning out Hirara, sure. But when you go to blue side and you ban it out, it's kind of showing something here.
What do you think?
I think that jungler can't play Hirara.
That's probable?
Look, I'm not...
Maybe she's not comfortable on it?
That's the thing. I feel like it's hard to say because we've seen so many different options from these ladies. They've shown us everything from Hanabi to Leslie.
Okay, I mean, if that's the case, where we are going to have to just work with it for the moment, because the Baxias now is going to be banned out. There is still an opportunity for that Esmeralda pickup. We've been talking about how powerful the Esmeralda has been, especially in that EXP lane after the buffs. The Glue and the Lilia gets eliminated. So are they signaling that they themselves perhaps want to pick up an assassin? Right? But the Lilia ban to me is what I find quite intriguing.
I agree. I totally agree with you because their first 2 bans are similar to what they did literally just now in game number 1, right? They got rid of the Atlas, they got rid of the Glue. But they decided to change it this time because Hirara is already gone and Zushin is going to be the first pick, followed up by Yve on the opposite end, and they're still thinking about what else to pair it with. Are you looking for supports here to guarantee your mid trio, or do you want to show your jungle early?
I mean, if they want to go back to the same thing that they did, earlier on, they could go for maybe another setup with a Yve, with a Gatot Kacha as well. There were moments that it worked, and obviously maybe game 1 was an adaptation period for them, so if they do want to work with that, they can. Or perhaps they want to prioritize their gold lane, right? We've seen that becoming, the fundamentals, especially in the first phase. Maybe a Claude that they want to pick up first, take that away from Team Ray.
Actually, that's a really good idea, considering that Quinn has been like the main driving force of these back doors and major decider of damage. I'm surprised that they actually go for the Khalid this time, but the sure that they don't have another way to kind of deal with the heavy tanks.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think this would show like maybe another, a dead lane. Do they want to go Esme-Uranus matchup?
But then that's more, well, I guess Uranus eventually outscales her, but for like the most part, Esmeralda is going to control that side of the map.
Which definitely is a problem here. And of course, Jessica 66 really needs to get her hero down.
Cloud
and they
masih
are
lagi
still
Kahari,
going to leave her
Zuxin,
hero
ada
into
Yves.
the second phase. The first 3 picks coming in from Seita, I don't know, with the Khalid and the Yves as well, it's signaling to us that they really want to play that mid.
They do, but what jungler would make sense?
Asal lag pula.
Like, they could set up for so many different things, right? In this position, based on the next 2 bans we see for either of these teams, for Seita, I'm thinking the classic Fredrin Arlet type situation. But again, you know where Esmeralda is going to go, and Arlet is going to struggle a little bit, so they might need to have a little bit of force up on that EXP lane.
So maybe that's what they're going for, right? Like, okay, we'll play that as a weak lane, and then they utilize that later in particular team fights afterwards?
Possibly. There's many different angles that they can go for, right? I feel like the Fredrin makes a lot of sense now that Baxia is gone, but then there's still Akai as a potential problem. We see the Belleric actually getting banned out here. Looks like Seita putting a lot of respect.
I feel like it's an assassin.
Aku rasa Chow bagus lah.
I feel like it's an assassin in the jungle for Seita.
Chow roam untuk Malaysia ni, Team Ray.
Like a Haya?
That's the thing. We don't really know so far just yet. She's picked
Chow
up the
ambil
Baxi in the
badang,
past. She's picked up the Hirara in the past for,
cancel
Zol.
Cloud.
And both of those are actually banned out.
You know
by
what?
Team Ray.
I think let's just make it real easy here, right? If we're going to guess jungle picks, all we really have, I think you are dead right about this, Eterna. With the Kaja ban as well, it's got to be an assassin.
But what assassin?
I'm thinking it's got to be one of the ninjas, right?
It could be Nolan,
Sock
though.
Fanny.
Oh.
Tak ada lady main Fanny kan.
Nolan into this?
I mean, they have a strong duo mid in Yves and Khalid. They can work with that. Nolan clears very fast as well in the enemy jungle.
I think they can save it for the end. I think they don't have to show their jungle pick here right now and wait until Team Ray reveal everything, because you can immediately take an EXP counter matchup against the Esmeralda. I'm thinking like just throw them off the scent a little bit, put in a Yuzong and say, hey, we have diving capabilities. What are you going to do now?
What do you think about the Terizlas of the world?
Might be a little tough
Itu
actually.
tak laku-laku
Mainly
guys.
because there's carry on the opposite side. That's really the determining factor.
Pokok lagi Parum tak ada.
Sun Shin.
Okay,
Ben.
semi-assassin. That's I think we saw a YSS in stream B.
Hilda baik juga ni, match up ni.
Is that going to be enough though?
Kelab Musa main, Yi pun sama main.
Outmaneuver a large majority, but now
Sisi
Team
pun
Ray
sama
can
main.
technically respond to
Serius.
sacrificing the jungle.
Yes!
There we go.
Oi, Ali Nujum ah guys.
Instantly they have something that goes into the jungle to invade, to
Assassin,
punish
yes.
the early game and the Nolan. So you called it here already, Eterna.
Okay,
Nolan,
but on the opposite
fast
side,
farm.
the Nolan does come through, and luckily enough, for
selain
Team
Nolan
Ray
tadi
as
aku rasa
well,
macam ada
that
option
they are
baik
playing
lagi
on dangerous grass. So the Hilda is going to be able to be a lot more aggressive.
Boleh
I
lah
love the
Nolan.
Hilda Khalid matchup in particular for the mid. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. But the last pick now, it's going to be for Jessica66. It's going to be as vital as ever for this to be a power pick for her too.
Nolan sekarang dia punya passive
Are
naik
you liking
laju
Team
guys.
Ray's composition so far? Do they have
Ada
your
baca-baca
favor,
pak,
or is
ada
it
tu
the
barang
same
jadi
side
ah. Ya,
like
barang
it's
jadi.
Phobias?
I like the Phobias against the Nolan.
Okay, because for me, it's going to be down to the junglers. I don't know about you, Taylor, but I'm looking at either the Korean commander of their naval army or the time traveler. I'm thinking time traveler.
Time traveler for
Tapi
sure,
kan,
man. You can do a
kalau
lot if you
jungler ni kan,
travel in
aku
time. You
lagi
can do
prefer
that,
macam
man.
Suyao
Hit
daripada
the winning
Nolan.
lottery numbers.
Rasa
Check it
lah.
out. It's going to be a big matchup for sure and a big comeback needed for Seda Esports. Will they be able to do it?
Ni mungkin nak menangkan farm banyak tau, tapi dia enemy ada Khalid, dia kacau juga ni.
Well, let's see what Team Ray Young has in store. They are one round away from moving forward to the knockout stage, potentially securing the championship later on. But let's get it started.
Thank you so much, panel. Yet again, man, we are into the matchup, and just as Gideon mentioned,
Joy pun sedap juga. Joy pun not bad jugalah.
I would like to know your opinion.
Tapi macam lebih fleksibel Suyao game ni.
I will have to go for the Esmeralda. Mainly because it's been such a great time for her, and I like how they've been trying to resolve the issue of scaling for Seda head on to the Juicin mid duo. We're starting to see right now in the hands of T-Boy just making sure
Ya,
he's not
begitu,
going to have a
begitu,
great
begitu.
time farming in the early stages of the
Sabar,
game.
T-Boy,
Fortunately,
okay.
he has a bit of help from
Sabar.
Guy, but that's where I'm really going to put my eyes on. If they're successful enough to keep this early game momentum going, then it's going to be tough
Masuk
for
jungle
Seda
ya.
to scale into a position where they want
Tak
to
jadi
be.
guys.
I agree
Kena
with you,
kacau.
especially considering again this Nolan
Ambil lu
pick is just
Pokemon
so
lu,
good at
sabar.
invading early.
Kacau
Nolan
dia
got
Kiboy,
fired.
jangan bagi
They go for
main.
the dive, but there's damage reduction under that
Ni
turret,
Fan
and if
Hua
you
ni
look at
memang
Nora's
babysit only ni.
emblems, it's a bargain hunter.
Alamak,
Team
kari
Ray
terlepas
know that
satu
they'll
gerobak
be
tu.
ahead in this game. They'll be the ones with
Ay,
the
ay,
snowball.
ay.
So they're trying to go for the throat as early as possible. Tando
Jungler menang. Tapi
the
gol.
golem
Ay ay ay.
away. Already a camp stolen.
15% change, and that's huge for Seda.
Oh, ada gerobak.
Definitely want to
Sempat
speed up
sempat
things a bit
kari
because they
gerobak.
do have to scale. They're both on a
Oh, dapat lah, guys.
double marksman. They're on a double marksman setup, so they
Gila,
definitely
lepas punya
need
kecil.
as much as they
Okey,
can.
guys.
But fortunately
Gerobak
for
yang tinggal.
Team Ray, they've been controlling majority
Kalau
of their
gerobak
lane
tinggal.
so far, and the
Gap
carry
jauh.
Claude matchup is pretty much something you've seen happen time and time again. It's been an okay lane for them. Nora two games in a row. Early game has controlled the lane against Jessica.
Oh, Iku
who
kena
we're
hati-hati.
not really seeing the setups from just yet. The same level of aggression we saw from her yesterday against Team Ray this time. And even the minions in the
Ni
mid
trip banyak
have
ni
been
tengah jadi ni tan ni
under control by
menang
both
menang
Nico and
menang
T-Boy.
farm.
So this next turtle is looking to be like a huge advantage for Team Ray, considering that Nora's up level 4 too.
Yep. They're not actually going to utilize his level E just yet. Zoe gets level 4 with the Lizard down below. Nora up top against Jessica. Both level 4, but again from Miku. She's going to be delayed a little bit from getting that level 4. Very soon, though, she'll have it. And Nami is actually still behind. This looks great for Team Ray Young.
Tan is just going to focus on the
kacau.
turtles. Chiboy and Miku are going to be in charge
T-Boy
of
fokus
zoning
dekat
out
Ishanshin je.
Fangua.
Empuk dia.
Joe could not even
Sap.
approach the turtle either.
Okay, turtle
Mountain Shot,
aman.
they're already committed, but they've already gotten the turtle.
Nora.
And Nora Look at what she's able
Tinggi
to
lebih.
do against Jessica 66.
Zoning yang baik.
Yeah, those buffs on the Esmeralda really showing.
Okay,
Those
Queen okay guys,
nerfs
sebab
on the
tadi tak
Phobias
terlepas gerobaknya
really
tu.
showing as well. This matchup
Press
wasn't
dia.
really a good matchup even before
Press.
the patch, but after the patch it'll really be a lot more difficult for Jessica to go 1v1. She has to
Aura
just
farming
win the
guys.
fights, going in for those dark waves instead of going 1v1 against Nora. Especially with the Bargain Hunter, man. Nora, if she gets more of these golds, if she's able to participate in more of those fights, almost a kill in mid with a fracture on Name. And now they're going to be looking for bottom lane for sure. They already have this winning matchup that they didn't have last
Dia
time
macam nak
around.
dive, tapi kena bawa jungler tu.
Yeah, the more that the map opens up, the more things are gonna be difficult for Joe. Just look at this one level gap already existing between our two
Sikit-sikit
junglers,
dulu,
and it
tower
could just
tu,
turn into
setting
more
dulu.
if Team Ray find the more successful rotations across the map, which I feel like they're very comfortable doing already.
Jungle kita
There's
menang
not
2
much
level guys
pressure on
untuk
the
Team
mid
Ray
lane.
yang.
You don't really expect to see Jessica out of nowhere because
Baik.
Nora's been the first to rotate out
Tanda
always,
basis.
almost every single time.
BMI.
And a fraction right here, forcing out the BMI with
Sump,
a
sump,
lot of damage
sump.
already. That's a lot of threat for
Agresif.
Guy Guy.
Ah, empuk dia. Ah! Yes sir. Ball manipulation, keyboy down, tapi trade yang bagus sebenarnya kat sini nampak gayanya. Yes.
Quinn also finding Guy Guy. How unfortunate for Seda.
Sokolil for the Hilda against Joe on the Yisun Shin. And that's where
Menang
the
ni satu
panel
play
was
off kan,
questioning the YSS choice. Especially with the Claude and the Eve already picked up with an Esmeralda basically guaranteeing XP matchup. Hilda just free to go all over the map into the jungle. All the way from level 1 we saw how oppressive Chiboy could be on the Hilda. And there's no respect from the rest of
Ni
Seda.
Romo nak jaga dua carry.
They
Ya.
just have so many things to deal with. Fanhua should definitely be walking together with
Queen.
But
Pasal
even up
menggunakan
top, they
flicker.
won't be able to get rid of the carry. Quinn's all good. That's another neutral objective for
Tak awal
free
sangat swap
to Team
lane.
Ray Young. They're trying to commit onto this, man. Mountain Shocker utilized with the whole team's
Ada
coming
bantuan.
over.
Yep. That was a trade attempt, but then you clearly see how quick the responses are from Team Ray. They already decided to switch lanes, and yes, things have been really fast-paced for Team Ray at this point. Just Chiboy not letting go of Joe. The level gap still
Atas
continuing to
pecah,
grow,
baik.
and Quinn just focusing on almost every single structure that they're able to take away from Seda at this point. It's a much cleaner execution that you're seeing from them, and you feel the confidence coming in. They're starting to show a bit more of those recalls.
Okay, nampak gayanya Povios bakal ditumbangkan dengan mudah. Dibunuh oleh Keyboy. Retribution digunakan Keyboy. Benda-benda yang agak banyak. Keyboy masih lagi hidup. Nora masuk beri bantuan.
That's all they need. Seda don't have the damage yet to take on a fight.
Seda don't have the damage, they don't have the sustain, they don't have anything to facilitate the box, the front to back that they desperately want to play with. And if Fanhua can get bursted like that, you're in for some trouble. That's the main frontliner. If the fracture combo lands on Zoe, Name, or Guy Guy, it's gonna be good night. It's
Golden
only a
kita kaya berapa
600
ni?
gold lead
500.
between the junglers, but then you look at everybody across the board and it's just
kaya
constant
600,
1v1
jungle
wins
kaya 600.
all over. Quinn's getting a turret down below. They've already gotten rid of all tier
Baik.
1s in the side lanes, and this will make it so easy for them to go and sandwich them inside of their own jungle.
Oh, Chiboy.
BMI.
Chiboy on this Hilda is really not making things any easier for Seda. Now they're on their way to securing their third turret in this game. All tier 1 turrets have fallen down, and
balik
now they're
di
on
all
the road
in.
to taking
Ball manipulation
more
dibuka.
kills as well.
Blazing
Final
duet.
attack.
Queen position dia expose sebenarnya.
By the lockups of the Lantern
Queen
players,
down.
still get to find the
Kan
trade
tapi ada di
however,
trade.
though,
Miku
and
down.
Jessica's now finding 2 as well.
Team Ray
Tu kau
Young
tengok guys, pasif
had
Nolan.
3
Bapak
members
laju
there. They
naik.
still won out in the trade 3 for 2. It's another
Why?
neutral objective. It's a disaster for Seda. It's a
Oh.
3 for Team Ray Young.
Okay, the fracture
Oh,
already
Keyboy.
used. Jessica's just sustaining everything along the way.
Nora datang
Now
masuk.
is somehow looking to be a threat for Seda or for Team Ray. If you look at it, if they're not able to burst him down as quickly, Tan still gets to steal away that purple buff from Seda, so they're at least still working their way around denying objectives and opportunities for Seda to catch up, as they've already established the 3k gold lead that you're currently looking at. But again, if they've already started this really fast, they might want to keep it that way because you're starting to feel bit by bit that Zeta are still a scaling comp.
That is true. And they did get a bounty on Chiboy. She was 3-0. There was a bounty to be given. The rest of the team, though, however, did not, and that's why the gold leaders stayed relatively untouched and did not move. 4,400 gold leaders still pushing in. They have the map control, and there's just no way for you to walk in your own jungle, walk in to defend these turrets when you have to group up together and set up a box. Quinn's gonna get a free turret up top.
Yeah.
Now the siege happens. They're just constantly gonna play the macro games.
Ni guys, perbezaan dia dapat carry dengan tak dapat carry guys. Saita.
And then slowly dissect them with the Lord takes into these turrets.
Yeah, Quinn's been too free on these turret takes, on these movements across the map, and now it's Fanhua who every single time she decides to show up seems to be like an option for Team Ray to just burst down. It seems like they have enough damage to do so either way. We already saw a glimpse of it earlier on too, but yet again we see Quinn. Look at her just pushing as much turrets as they can.
Yeah.
Zeta are not even able to find as much trades across the map. Now it's just mainly Joel.
Khalid ni tak dapat laksanakan tugas dia macam Hilda ni tu dekat dia punya jungle.
Where the Lord's about to spawn.
Jadi Tan sangat-sangat free kat
either
sini.
way, Team Ray are definitely gonna keep that in check and are
early game kita nampak agak solid.
Burst it down. Right as it
Shocker, tak akan ada contest slot daripada tim Saita. Mudah diamankan.
Another minion to Team Ray Young. One thing's for sure though, even if Zeta scale into the late game, their frontliners don't. Jessica, Fanhua, they're on heroes that just don't scale into the late game, and the fact that they're just so behind early on. Look at that level lead. Jessica to Nora. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's a 3-level lead.
Level tak kalau carry first pick untuk meta keras-keraskan ni. Boleh.
Level advantage for Chiboy. Every time I think
tapi dia akan sukar dengan Atlas guys. Atlas ni
it's been defensive. It's never
itulah
been aggressive.
mobility untuk carry ni kan slow sikit.
They can afford. No, it's okay. People make mistakes. Yeah.
Dia ada mobility untuk dash tapi dia susah sikit guys.
Perfect opportunity for them to actually either isolate a member or not just really get counter engaged enough by Team Ray, because Chiboy, everyone else, Quinn are just all too free to find the targets that they want, and now they've synced up all their waves and are on the verge of taking out all these holy shields from Zeta just 10 minutes into this game. They also have incoming waves yet to come in the mid lane. Zeta are just really forced to play defensive at this point. They can afford to make plays later on. They can start things off with either Fanhua or Jessica 66, but do they have enough resources? Because at that point, you just saw it now. Fanhua was struggling to stand in front of
Queen.
Team Ray for more than 2 seconds, but Jessica actually tried to
flicker pada Queen.
There goes the real world
Ultimate Khalid bersama flicker. Queen agak ter-expose sebenarnya position dia. Tan masuk, berjaya menumbangkan Yif. Fanhua bakal ditumbangkan.
Nora picks up the kill, and that's 3 for 1 in favor of Team Ray.
Again, Team Ray Young, they look for the fight, they get it. Quinn died again. This time, Fanhua able to connect on the Raging Sandstorm. And everything just played out the way they wanted. Unfortunately, there's still no bounty, and that's the thing. Team Ray Young can constantly take these gambles, can constantly go for these sieges, and they'll go and take these desperate fights from Zeta because they know they have the lead, they have the win condition as well. As long as they don't fight under the RWM, they are good. As long as they're able to break the box, or rather play around the box, it's A-okay. And Zeta, we know this, they have good clear. It's about how long they can extend the game, how long they can delay the end.
Yeah.
Because if they're able to get to, let's say, 16, 17 minute mark, that's where the composition should shine. Thing is though, there's still some legit threats into their backline. Chiboy and Tan, we saw how much damage Name could take with a fracture combo. It's an insta-delete button.
Yeah, the only good thing out of that was it's really Quinn they got to take down first, which I think gave them the slight advantage in terms of just committing to the fight, because you wouldn't really expect any further damage from Team Ray when it came to that point. But other than that, there was still Tan.
Lot sedang dimulakan oleh tim Ray Young. Tiada kontes yang diberikan daripada Saita kerana ketinggalan gol agak jauh. 7.6,000 gol lead, 8,400 dah sekarang guys. Hopefully 2-0 lah. Bismillah kan.
That we're seeing in their hands with no energy shields left, so it's looking grim for Saita in terms of their remaining base turrets. A quick item check as well. Look at how far behind Jessica actually is in terms of gold.
We saw the XP diff. Now we see the gold diff. That is a whopping 3,000 almost gold advantage between the XP. And ladies and gentlemen, the Esmeralda is a scaling pick here compared to the Phobias. The Phobias is the one who needs this lead early on. It's another siege again, this time with the Lord up top.
Okay, they're definitely losing one of their base turrets at this point. Multiple minions crashing towards the base, but Jessica 66 again!
Revelation, Blazing Duet, Queen down.
They find Quinn! One of the most important kills!
Bagus lah. Yang ni guys kan, tim Saita ni kan, dia punya Yip bagus duk, serius.
Waiting in the bush with the fracture combo. Fanhua starting to scale up as well when it comes to the tankiness. He's able to withstand a little bit more punishment from Team Ray Young, and this is exactly what we were talking about. If Saita can wait, prolong the game, extend it all the way to 16, 17 minutes, this is where the composition will start to really tear Team Ray Young apart. They have a pretty good comp to fight around outside of the base, but once they're kind of stopped into playing, when they're forced to play in the box of Saita, we see how easy it is for them to burst Quinn down. And this is where, for Quinn, that glass cannon build isn't working out. We're going to have to see a little bit more defensive items from Quinn here. Either win a crown or an immortality, or heck, maybe just a straight up rose gold to deal with Name.
Karya shit nak show je.
It really makes me wonder how it happened twice
Ini
in a
baru
row,
jumpa ni guys. Ini kalau jumpa Atlas ni.
Getting to pinpoint where the gold laner of
Aku
Team
rasa
Ray
banyak
is,
kali take expose position Queen ni. Jadi kena hati-hati duk.
are enough
Hopefully
to
dapat
take
recap dengan lebih
her
baik
down,
lagi lah position.
essentially that's the most crucial
Untuk
part
Kari.
of the game. Like they take her out, there's not
Mountain
much push
Shocker,
threat, but
Fanwa
now
ada
it's
ulti
Team
yang
Ray
depan-depan
trying
dulu,
to
yang
start a
depan-depan
fight.
dulu.
Finally
Ya,
enough
betul.
time,
Bijak,
and
bijak,
now he's
bijak.
trying to
Ya,
escape.
dia guna second
Sackar
skill
trying
pula.
to survive, but
Bijak,
Miko
bijak, bijak, bijak.
finally picks the kill. And at least a successful attempt from Team Ray this time. We cannot take away the fact that this is still an almost 10k gold lead. It's just that they're not able to close it out. And Saita are doing such a great job at just prolonging this entire game.
It's an unstoppable force versus an immovable object right now. And Saita, they're the ones inside of their base, immovable, holding on for dear life, having a composition to do so, clearing it out so quickly. But anytime they step out of their base, it gets really tough. Team Ray Young are the ones that can cut again with Tan, with Chiboy, through the jungles. Saita have no map pressure. Anytime they walk up their own jungle, they don't know what they're walking into. A possible trap by Team Ray Young. And again, even if they want to walk up to Lord, they will never be in time for the contest. It's a carry and a Nolan.
Lot mudah dapatkan 3 lot yang menjadi amankan oleh Team Ray Young. Sekarang ni fasa mid game guys on the way to late game. Kaitan negara mana? Negara apa? China. Kau tengok percepat China guys membangun. Kan mana-mana main kan. Tahu-tahu dah sampai tahap begini dah diorang main. Diorang dapat beat Falcon Indonesia guys. Kau bayangkan.
They don't want to fight this outside their base. They know how
jadi Saita ni kau tak boleh pandang rendah
that surprise attempt they've been going for twice in a row. And with the winter crown pickup for Jessica as well, I feel like they can be more creative in terms of their approach. Because Team Ray definitely by this point has to expect what's to come, right? They should have an idea.
Kau tengok guys, damage taken. Nombor 4 Kari. Mana position dia memang agak bad ni guys untuk main Kari ni.
So let's see how they respond as these waves come crashing in yet again on the base. Losing out on 2 base turrets already for Saita, but they're not starting to fight just
macam mana dia boleh duduk di tangga 4 ke atas main Kari. Rolling Star Moon. Oi baik. Kau bawa Queen di all in kat sini. Queen Winter Tan Immortal pecah. Winter Crown daripada Tan. Immortal Winter. Scott down, Queen down. Queen tak sempat guna flicker pun tadi
Another successful defense from
Seda is accomplished inside the base.
It's all about creating the box, and Seda have created a box again in their own base. Team
Malaysia lawan apa bah? Malaysia lawan apa? China. Pengalaman je yang kalah tim Seda.
Get all the backliners in one fell swoop. It won't be enough. So at this point for Team Ray Young,
bagus lah damage dealer Saita ni guys, sumpah.
That's the only way to end this. They need a damage reduction from
Ini bukan puji tak berasas guys, tapi kau tengok position pun baik tu. Serius baik.
It's now or never to contest. They've extended the game to a point where this should be the win condition.
Aish. Sap. Mountain Shocker. Oh ni dah keluarkan ni dia punya kereta kebal.
Not using the flicker for Fanwa though, but that was close. Super close for Joe. A 0-3-4 Yisun Shin, definitely not the best time, but this is a time where you should feel the threat of a Yisun Shin scaling into the late game. I agree.
Hopefully dapat momentum. Ni nak masuk late game ni guys kan.
Supposedly
kita still pegang momentum lah sebab kita menang wave.
Create that path to find a way through, but it seems like the Lord is not the choice.
Queen ke pandai jaga jarak.
If anything, but Team Ray also have that area scouted out.
It's just housekeeping for Seda. They're clearing out the wave in the bottom lane first. They want it to be even here. Then they can go and try to look for an opening over on this Lord. And again, for
Lord yang keempat.
Yes, Team Ray
ada kontes yang boleh lakukan. Oh, ulti flicker daripada Khalid sebenarnya agak rugi. Blazing Duet juga telah digunakan oleh Cloud. Peluang cerah untuk counter engage sebenarnya. Kenapa? Tak boleh.
Team Ray can anticipate.
Tu kalau dia all in balik tu boleh menang terus tu.
They do not have to worry about a surprise.
Banyak ulti dah keluar. Flicker pun dah tak ada. Dua orang tu. Apalah guys, benda yang pasti dulu geng.
When they have their power spikes, they couldn't keep it clean. They couldn't stay composed. They went straight for the first one they saw, and it was Tan on the Nolan and mid. One of the most mobile heroes in the game, and they decide to gamble on catching her. Didn't pay off, that's for sure. Now, they're gonna have to build that box again, but unfortunately, I think this box will be dented. That's an Evolved Lord, full of damage reduction. With the whole team playing for the waves as well. They won't even go for the one straight push. They will build the waves in side lanes. Then they'll group up in mid to look for the end.
Lane push yang coba lakukan oleh Team Ray Young. Let's go, boleh endkan game ni lah. Tolong lah.
Oh no, Tan actually finds
ulti Rose Gold dah pop. Fanhua down. Queen. Sakit tu, sabar Queen. Tu. Cloud dah ulti Won dah. Peluang cerah ni. Zao down. Alhamdulillah guys. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, 2-0 ya rakan-rakan. Jadi nampaknya tim pertama yang layak untuk ke knockout stage guys ataupun playoff. Jadi geng, jangan lupa untuk like, komen, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game ni. Paling penting jangan lupa subscribe. Bantu saya guys, kita dalam perjalanan ke 300,000 subscriber. Let's go. Keren.
The damage reduction of the final Lord. Every single neutral objective in game 2 going towards them.
Kita rendahkan guys quality.
We knew it was coming. It was just a glimpse of hope. A little bit in the skies for Seda. It shined bright quite a bit a couple of times, but then the one time that they had the chance to fight, to contest for the Lord, they blew it. Through Tan's crazy move, side-stepping, dashing away from all those initiation tools.
Yeah, they burned so much of their resources at that point. The flickers, the raging sandstorms, and everyone just trying their best to keep up for that pick-off attempt. You would understand the frustration that you would see from their faces after that match. But I believe we get to talk to the players and we throw it to the stage.
Now that was an absolutely amazing performance. Now what a showing from Malaysia, Team Ray Young. I would say coming up with terms from what I've seen, macro maestros or even menaces. And right here I have Queen beside me. Hi. So yes, for you would be, 2-0 straight up. for 2 days in a row. Is this the results that you guys have been expecting?
Yes.
Can you expand on that? What preparations did you guys do to ensure that you guys got the success that we're witnessing here today? Like, what do you guys prepare? What do you guys prepare?
Before you guys prepare, we
Was there a lot of scrims?
a lot of scrims, and we always review the games. So like, we read how they play and what's their draft. That's where we like do our own draft and try to counter their draft lah.
Like specifically on Seda or on every opponent that you have been meeting?
With Seda.
Oh, with Seda. So a lot of homework has been done. And taking a look at our venue here, we're very excited. Damascus, we do have a question for Clint.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch, of course, people supporting the regions. You have plenty of fans at home and people all the way from Malaysia as well. In the venue, do you have any awards for the people who are supporting you all the way from Malaysia?
Thank you for supporting us. Thank you yang datang. Can I speak Malay? Thank you yang datang dari Malaysia.
Jarang cakap English guys, jadi kekok aja.
Thank you so much. Please, can you make a bit more noise for the
tak
first team qualified for tomorrow? Thank you so much. It is time to move forward to some analysis and the next few matches. Let's throw it back to the studio.
Alright gang. Arya ada main tak ni? Ada. Pukul 9 guys. Ni 9 dekat group B. Nanti kita ubah. Tapi sekarang ni sebab korang confirm korang nak tengok ni guys. Girlfriend korang ni aku tak tahu apa nama dia semalam. Apa nama dia? QA.
I mean, come on, man. Seda Esports played so well yesterday. Today, though, a
little bit different. See you guys. Kejap lagi saya betulkan quality dia guys. Upload video jap.
And it was like, okay, Seda Esports, they're playing okay, decently well, but they're just a bit too aggressive on those team fights, getting a bit overzealous. Map number 2, did we see the same? What was the adjustment?
I think it hurts me to say this because in game number 1, drafting alongside with in-game decisions led to their inevitable defeat. I think this one, it was not looking good from the get-go. The draft, they had no winning lanes. They had no real way to kind of open up and were heavily depending on Team Ray to make a majority of those mistakes before they can actually start getting to where they need to be.
Well, let's take a look at our first play of the game and break it down, right? Because game 2 wasn't as long as game number 1, but still just as exciting nonetheless. And as we take a look at our first moments overall, I'm curious what you guys think because, early on, there was a big battle for the first turtle, and it was Team Ray Young who was able to get that, setting them up early on. But as we get deeper and deeper in, we start to look at a base fight. What ended up unfolding?
I think that the hard part about it is just as this base fight, it's kind of unwinnable in a lot of these cases, mainly because of how much money that they have, right? They have such an inflated economy and so many more stats. However, if they all make the big mistake of walking into that RWM, they're just asking to die. And I try to, the rule of thumb, 10K goal means?
It's over.
It's an instant GG.
It's over. 10K means it's over. And that's why I really agree with everything that Gideon said. It all came back down to the drafts. The fundamentals, again, is what's really shaky about Seda. We were talking about fundamentals in terms of in-game from game number 1 and in game number 2. The fundamentals of the drafts just really weren't there. So that's something that they really can bring to their next match tomorrow.
Well, as we start looking at our second moment of the game, tells a bit more of a story as to why this ended in the way that it did. I believe it's going to be a little bit deeper on. First we were 16, now we time travel into the 20-minute mark in Eterna. What are we looking at?
I mean, at this point, I'd really want to hope that 10K gold gap just really didn't mean anything, but at the very end, it felt like the firepower just really wasn't enough. They tried their best to try and defend the base, and we can even see that Gai is doing her best to try and clear out that lane as fast as she possibly could, but with so many on top of her already, it just felt like it was way too much.
And to Seida's credit, Gideon, they did push them back at least once or twice when, of course, Team Ray started to push up into the base. So Seida did put up a good defense. Ultimately, in the end, though, they were just too far behind.
I think it's about also ticking the right check boxes, right? It's like, yes, there is the 10K. They made that one defense. Had they done it just one more time and were able to actually trade back in terms of inhibitors, maybe there was a good 50% chance of actually winning that game. But at that point, especially since their composition doesn't have enough wave clear, with no inhibitor, Lord pushing in, it is just too thick.
And Sky Piercer. Don't forget the Sky Piercer abuser.
You guys are goofy. I love it. I've had such a good time being here for MLBB. I'm learning so much from the both of you. You know, Seida, I just felt like it was just a story of comebacks, trying to come back each and every time, and the frustration obviously being shown on that stage. I wanted to root for them, I really did. And let's face it, they do drop down to lowers, so they still very much have a chance, and they showed us a lot of promise against Falcons Indonesia just yesterday. But for Team Ray Young, we didn't have a chance to watch them, at least on A stream yesterday. They were on the B stream. But man, they played well, and clearly they know what they're doing heading into the knockout stages, because look, I believe they go 4-0. They don't drop a single map.
That was one of the main things that I heard from Stream B. Like, they kept talking about the experience coming in from Team Ray. Over and over, they kept saying veterancy, veterancy, veterancy. And we finally get to see it here as well. There are so many moments in the game when you can see that they can adapt on the fly. The fact that, okay, we tried this certain scenario, it didn't really work out, and they try and repair that come game 2. We're not talking about the multiple times that they tried to go for the backdoor. I think that's something that they
I was about to bring that up again.
Much. But come game 2 on a different hero as well, we saw Quinn finally being able to, focus more on the rest of the team other than, a sneaky backdoor push kind of strategy.
Yeah, they just go to the bread and butter, and the bread and butter works. At the end of the day, that's gonna fill you up more so than just a gimmick, little snack. I like it, man. This is the end, obviously, of map number 1, where it finishes off, and Seida Esports unfortunately dropped down to the lower. Team Ray Young, again, moving forward, and we do have a post-match interview with Rose with Team Seida.
Hey guys, Rose here right now with Gai from SETA, and although they just faced a 2-0 defeat, but I think it is still right we talk to them. So Gai, 2 days in a row, you played exceptional, and although you guys lost today, I want to know, how would you describe today's loss?
那么今天呢，我们和盖盖在一起，在过去的2天当中呢，你的比赛打得是非常棒的。虽然说今天这个比赛有点失利，但是呢，我们知道你是很强大的。我们想要看一下你目前对于这次失败是什么样的看法？
其实也还好，主要还是享受舞台吧，然后心态也是比较稳定。
I think I was doing okay, and I would enjoy this platform for me to have this opportunity to play, and I hope I can do better next.
Yes, definitely. Now, speaking about your next match, tomorrow you guys will be going up against Virtus Pro, who has just recently won in Stream B. So what are the problems that you guys have to fix tonight in order to secure a win tomorrow?
是的。那么说到下一场比赛的话呢，明天你将会进行一场非常重要的比赛和 ROW 进行对决。那今天晚上还有点时间，有没有什么地方有一件事情说可以改进一下，来提升一下明天的比赛？
是的，我们今晚还会训练，然后改进一下今天的问题，主要是要团队性一点。
Yes, definitely. We will continue practicing tonight and we'll do more training. Hopefully we can win tomorrow's match. I think our team need to really collaborate, and then we use our tactic to win the match.
Over at the studio.
Good to see Seda still in good spirits. After all, they know that they still very much have a chance for revenge. They're going to have to work hard, though, especially fixing up the errors as they move into the lower bracket, because it doesn't get easier from there. Your life is on the line, and the pressure will be at an all-time high. Again, a great matchup, though, for both of these regions and great teams. Team Ray Young, I didn't realize they were as strong as they were on that stage, which is scary to think of.
It's just building up to this inevitable destiny that all these teams are moving towards. I can't wait for this playoffs already, because we're already seeing superstars not only being made, but making sure it's like, hey, I am known. You gotta know me as I'm knocking these teams out and they're getting crushed.
Crushed indeed. And speaking of crush, unfortunately on the B stream, one of those teams will have their keys crushed. GK Esports falls 2-0 to VP as VP moves forward. They haven't made it to the knockout bracket just yet, but they still stay alive, and that is what they want to do. They want to stay alive so they can thrive later on. Here we look at a couple of moments from our B stream, and hey, it looks relatively close, Gideon.
I want to say that it is relatively close. I see a Freya already there, but again, a Joy showing up this late, especially a 23-minute game as well. Looks like I got some homework to do later on.
I think we all do, especially after the new meta. And you talked about it, though, Gideon. I mean, look, you love MWI because you get to see a whole bunch of different team builds you normally don't get to see.
Eternal, was that? Did I just see Ling for a second there?
Yeah, I think they subbed. We've been seeing a few Lings actually on Stream B.
Really? Interesting. The games I casted, I didn't get the opportunity.
I know. It's so uncanny. I really want those assassin plays here in Stream A, but we haven't really been getting them. But I'm actually really surprised about this, and I feel like it's a huge loss for GK. I mean, they did so well against Geltec. I know that they lost it 2-0, but despite it, I could see the moments and the brilliance that they had, the potential that they had as well. With Electa there, Yui there as well. There was just so much promise from this team, and also bringing in experience as well from that region. It's really sad to see them go today.
I'm hoping that maybe MWI, their format changes, and we're going to get round-robin group stages. That's what I want to see.
Well, maybe next year. This year, we're just going to have to deal with our groups, but it has been fun nonetheless. For Virtus Pro, that is a big win, especially in regards to the Club Championship Trophy, which is fought very hard for not only the competitors, but also the orgs themselves across multiple different esports happening here at the Esports World Cup. We're talking 24 different games, millions of dollars in prize pools, and that Club Championship Trophy is definitely worth earning for your org. I mean, we're talking millions of dollars going in player development, team houses, whatever you would like to do. It's definitely worthwhile. For Virtus Pro, they need those points. It's only week number 2, but the weeks are going to catch up fast. It'll be week 7 before you know it. It's been a fun time, and it's going to continue to only increase in the fun. Let's talk about our next matchup. It's coming up quickly. Falcons Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming. This one, much like B-Stream just witnessed, is going to be an elimination match. There is going to be a player losing their key, much like you just lost your cue cards.
Yeah, I'm losing. I'm losing everything. I'm losing everything, and I might be losing a representative here. Team Falcons on the brink of elimination, and I actually got to talk to another coach that's in MWI. He's the coach of Falcon Daisies, and we were also both wondering, like, what happened to Team Falcons ID, because it feels like very different to how they performed in the qualifiers.
Well, let's talk about it, right? Falcons Indonesia coming in was a true contender for the crown, and we were definitely hyped up to see them. They go against Seda, Gideon. The series, it's rough, though. Doesn't look good at all. And we question Seda Esports, especially the setup for them that we just witnessed, and even yesterday. They love to push the meta. It's a new meta. What are they going to throw out there? Maybe it threw Falcons Indonesia off a little bit too much, because even going into round 2, their hero pick, and I think it was Brigitte mentioned, like, look, this was just thrown all together. Their heroes were looking wild, like they were wanting to win a best of 1. But I mentioned the club championship. Trev, what's happening with it?
Hey guys, Raimundo here from Team Falcons ID. And as we enter an elimination match today, how are you feeling? A little nervous?
A bit.
Okay, so Raimundo, I think I'd like to ask you, how is the team's mindset approaching today's elimination match?
Because this is the last match, right? If we lose, so we will play as best as we can, because the yesterday is, I think it's so bad lah. The gameplay so bad, our comms still bad. So yeah, we will do the best today.
Okay, now I gotta ask, if you said yesterday the comps were bad, the gameplays were bad according to you, so what did you guys do at night in order to kind of fix the problem?
We talk with each other and we fix every comms, every miscommunication from out game in game, and so I hope we can do the best today.
All right, you know what, Raimundo, I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans back at home are supporting you guys. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Thank you for supporting us until now. So I hope we can do the best today and show you guys that we can do it. We will in the final.
All right, semangat Raimundo.
Yeah,
thank you
thank
very
you.
much. And with that, back to you guys at the studio.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Rose, as always, thank you so much for the interviews, catching up with Falcons Indonesia before they head into the matchup. And it was a great interview to kind of get a bit of an insight as to what went wrong yesterday. And Gideon, it seems like team comms right now are a little rough.
Yeah, I think understandably so, you know, having not only to fly all the way here into France, and then afterwards you just have to acclimate as soon as you get here. This is why when I'm looking at that format, it's so brutal. You only have 2 opportunities to try and qualify to the playoffs.
And playoffs, very important. They did say, though, at least at the end of the interview, that finals, they're looking to make it. That's the goal, after all, to hoist a trophy and earn yourself the bulk of $500,000. But unfortunately for our B stream, our first key is going to be crushed. It was VP taking down Geek Esports, and VP crushes the key of Geek, and it snaps in half. Absolutely brutal.
So it's the joy and the agony of EWC, but that's what makes EWC so special. It's this cute trinket tradition that we always get to see year after year, but it's just always so agonizing.
Agonizing indeed, and they can use those fragments for their trophy whenever they choose to. Hey, it's time to head to the stage. Our first matchup is nearly underway. Let's get it started.
Thank you, Taylor. It is time for our first elimination match here on the stage, on Stream A. Sorry, as Stream B already had their fair share of keys being crushed. But right now, one of the dreams is going to have to go to bed. And one of the teams here on the low bracket, a surprising one with Team Falcons taking on Aurora Gaming.
Now that's absolutely right, Damascus, because Team Falcons Indonesia is actually known to be one of the favorites right here in this competition, potentially contesting the throne from the Indonesian counterparts. And they find themselves here in this position today. Whereas over on the other hand, we see Aurora Gaming. They had a loss yesterday, but they went down not without a fight. So, can Falcons Indonesia actually clean up their act, clean up the communications, because they need to do it stat? This is a do or die. Or Aurora Gaming, over on the other hand, light up the skies and light up the exit path over for Falcons Indonesia. Let's get to it and let's head back to the studio.
Two teams fighting for their tournament life. It's Falcons Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming. Two titans, but one, unfortunately, will have their key crushed after the series has concluded. Now, with both tournaments on the lines, obviously the pressure is up. And with Falcons Indonesia already having communication issues, this might elevate the pressure to a boiling point. Aurora Gaming can take control of that. And speaking of Aurora Gaming, they've got untapped potential. And we just witnessed Team Ray Young win and look strong, but Aurora Gaming put up a wonderful fight against them yesterday on Stream B, which makes them arguably look the strongest going into this matchup.
Yep, and I think that at least for Aurora, there's a lot that I'm expecting from them here, because at the same time, when we're talking about like, hey, let's do some research on this Falcon ID team, and you see that yesterday's game, you're not learning much from it. So technically, Aurora, in terms of pre-preparation, the coaches on Team Falcons ID actually have a bit of an advantage.
I agree. I think everyone around the world is really expecting a lot coming in from Aurora Gaming. And in general, as a whole, we've been seeing so many surprises coming in from the Mongolian region, particularly from the MLBB women. So with them coming through, we did see an amazing Lunox come to play for Zulana yesterday. It's definitely a hero that Team Falcons ID will be looking at come this drafting phase as we get to the first game. So I'm curious, will the Lunox once again show up?
Lunox or Liv versus Aurora, which is going to be good. Obviously, Liv from Aurora, excuse me, and Mob Secco, the gold lane. They're going to be battling hard. That's going to be a fight that I really look forward to, obviously, especially from the hero selection.
I mean, considering everything, like Aurora, we saw that they can brawl. They can really get scrappy with some of these ladies. And I think I need to see some of the mechanics, right? The individual mechanics, individual prowess of each of the Team Falcon ID members. Because if they want to make that statement, they have to win the lane first before you even start thinking about going above and beyond.
Absolutely. It's going to go back down to the fundamentals once again. And as we take a look into the drafting phase so far, we are seeing quite an array of bans. We do see the meta bans come to play. The Marcel that really hasn't seen the light of day come MWI, especially here on Stream A. Phoveus and Guinevere respect bans, I believe, especially for the Guinevere. They are trying to eliminate that because it was one of the win conditions coming in from Aurora. Hirara, Matilda, and the Atlas to boot.
And it just makes the Zushin stocks go up just a little bit, right? Don't have to worry about the Marcel, especially the Atlas. Like, there is an angle for Zushin here if they wanted to, but they can easily start pivoting into other areas, right? That's where I want to see where Team Falcon's ID's mind is at. Are they looking to play for the overall composition, or are they looking for just star players to win this entire game single-handedly?
And sometimes when we look at all these teams, they usually go back to that. They usually go back to the star players. They usually go back to the comfort picks. But it does look like the Yve is going to be prioritized here instead of that Jushin. Technically, the Yve is an easier mid laner as compared to the Jushin because of the nerf towards her range. So understandably so that they go for that prioritization. But what will be the response coming in from Aurora?
I'm guessing, they can go for the safe old Claude if they want to. But the question is, what do they want to pair it up with, right? They could just answer, mid lane for mid lane, but usually when you're on that red side, you kind of want to like dictate something. You want to say, hey, here's a new question that you have to answer this time and waste your options to get it solved.
And there's definitely time to do so, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can totally leave the mid lane for later. So we're thinking about what? Maybe do they want to go for a prioritization into the jungle? It looks like the Belleric and the Esmeralda. Understanding the Esmeralda is and was even before the buffs to her, a really good answer towards the Yve. It does make sense. The Belleric, though, is what I'm kind of questioning here. Are they anticipating a more short-range heroes coming in from Falcons? I mean, we see the carry.
Maybe. This is really uncanny. From like a stable base point of all the professional games that I've been watching within this year, this is a very interesting opener because you don't usually get to see these other picks. Now they go into Sora, which is a much better matchup this time. And the question really is, now that they've locked in these Esmeraldas so early on, does this bite them in the butt? Again, Yve, I guess I'm scared of the Esme, I suppose, if I'm 1 HP, but other than that, I just take my shield, I don't care.
And you would automatically think that, okay, they can just pick up the Valentina, but of course the Esmeralda's on the board. Is the Valentina still a viable pick here in the mid lane against the Sora?
It is. Especially since you already have 2 good ults, it might force Team Falcons to say, you know what, we have to overload this Valentina with ults. So again, big influences on either side between Lucky Boy as well as Ethan, but they decide, you know what, if we have to choose one, we're going with the Claude.
They're covering their basics. They're covering their fundamentals here. They want these winning lanes to come through. Sure, the Claude isn't as great, so we are going to see that the Claude is going to be the losing lane compared to the carry, but at least they do have the Esmeralda in a sense. I'm still thinking about this mid lane matchup. Technically coming into phase 2, Team Falcons do have the potential to start limiting that down.
It's worth punishing. I think that it's very easy to punish here because they wanted to show or blind pick the Esme alongside with the Belleric as their opening. So again, they're still feeling the repercussions here in this second half, or ideally assuming that Team Falcon's ID are going to start targeting the mid lane. Glue, banned out from Aurora side, not a bad option.
Are we expecting a weird pick?
I feel like you already have something in mind. You're giving me that face, and I am now intrigued to know what this weird pick could be.
Up until this point, we've only seen Aurora in the jungle for Anu pick up the Hirara and the Gwyn. Both of these heroes have been banned out. But we did see something crazy like the Hanzo yesterday.
I was going to mention, actually, the Hanzo.
But it was for Team Falcons, and I don't think they're in a position that they really want to, take that out of the box just yet.
Maybe let's read into this a little bit, right? Because Gord, on the other hand, just got banned out. A good mid lane pick, but particularly good at dealing with big, beefy boys. The more health, even better. The more stats, even better. I deal true damage. I don't even care about it. I think that Falcons want to get more beefy boys on their side. All the quote-unquote anti-tanks aren't really there, and you're going to have to wait until Claude gets the 3 items before he can actually deal with the tanks.
Yeah, so we're thinking maybe like heroes like the Akai, we've seen it yesterday. Fredrin and Baxia are still potential heroes that can be picked up here. And seeing that the Lilia was also banned out, it might actually lean that way as well.
Wait, are they not going to get rid of the... Oh, maybe in their minds, Jushin is like, it's a non-factor now. Too short range, Yves is going to win the lane, just get a good support. The mid duo should do that. Get most of the job done in the early game, right?
Exactly. So what's the call?
I'm guessing...
I thought Gacha was banned out earlier. Is it just to, take away the combo with Sora, Gatot, and the Eve?
Possibly, but there's also an opportunity for Aurora if they're looking to try and shut down specifically Carry, who's really, really short range compared to the other marksmen that we have in the game. Farsa might be an option here. Oh, but they go for the Valentina instead, so they are willing to sacrifice the early stages of the early game of the mid lane.
So what lane are they going for? And maybe are they making it up with their jungler pick?
Ooh. Let me think about that for half a set. Maybe there's an opportunity, but that kind of depends on whether Team Falcons are going to be playing for Carry strong side, right? They might be able to diversify.
So what's the diversity here?
I would say they can get a Cho, a possibility of Cho on their side, just to kind of speed up what's happening down in the mid lane, force Claude to start taking purifies and things like that, and maybe you have a better opportunity, right, to set up for dives on the bottom side of the wave.
And I think it would be quite characteristic, right? I mean, Raimundo is a player that really loves, the invader roamer. She likes that heavy set heroes. It's quite weird that we only have seen her, I was about to say, on the Hylos. And the Hylos pops up here with the Nolan. Not the hero that I was expecting, but naturally you do have the Assassin here, which maybe warrants why they banned out the Lilia instead of the Jushin that you mentioned.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, as a matter of fact. Again, really well done for Lucky Boy alongside with Ethan. They clearly have a plan in mind, and they're trying to adapt that plan. Really try and dough it through, Gotta adjust it constantly. But this last pick is so important, and I don't think there's an optimal pick. It's really just to pull the comp together. Fredrin makes a lot of sense here. They could go, could they go a little bit further than that? Could they go for an assassin themselves?
We have Lancelot, Hayabusa, Hirara's banned out, so that's not an option for them to go for.
They could potentially go for something like a Harley to try and snipe the Yves here and there. There you go, they got it.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
Now, the only reason I said Harley, and I don't want to be taken the wrong way here, it's just a lot easier to execute compared to the Hayabusa.
Okay, and that's a way that they choose. This is actually the first Harley we've seen here on Stream A, so I was caught quite off guard. What did you think about it?
Hey, I'm just saying for the ride, baby. You guys are breaking it down for me, and I'm listening and learning as much as I can. It's Falcons Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming, a match that means a lot. The loser will have their key crushed. The winner will stay alive, but only for just a moment's time. Another series will await them. Will it be Falcons Indonesia? Will it be Aurora Gaming? Mirko, Brigitte, let's find out.
A really thorough breakdown of potentially what to anticipate heading into match number 1 with these drafts, but a lot's at stake as mentioned by our panelists. The first elimination match here in Stream A, and we are about to witness it right here and now. Welcome to game number 1, and we will have to sort a few things before we officially start the match, but we're seeing the drafts in front of us. It is indeed the first Harley game we're seeing in Stream A, but against a Nolan and this composition in general. How are we feeling about this Harley pickup that Aurora Gaming decided to go for?
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
That's the first thing I gotta get out, for the Harley. Harley's good, against the carry. If she steps a bit too far in this winning matchup, we've seen, tendencies for gold laners when they're in a winning matchup to go in, they want to bully harder, and they end up getting punished. So the Harley can actually take advantage of that. And I think it's the same for the mid lane. If Eve walks up way too aggressive, you're going to get punished by the Harley, so it's all about that. Meanwhile, though, if you look at Falcon's ID, it really seems like, you know what? we're going to go back and play the simple game. Yesterday, we saw them try to like play very difficult, high skill ceiling compositions where they need to do everything perfect. Now it's down to just win these lanes, utilize those winning lanes with an assassin in the jungle that has been great, even in the losing games. Falcons ID, Chev has always been great against Seita. Suyo and the Hanzo both were, I think, the two shining picks in that series. So the fact that now she gets her hands on, I think, a more meta assassin, you know, especially compared to the Hanzo and the Suyo, who both didn't do too much.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. We saw exactly how a Nolan could take control of a game last game. Earlier, Team Ray Young, Tan, fantastic performance on that Nolan.
Yeah, I like it. I like how they're no longer over complicating things and keeping it simple.
Yep, simple is best.
Simple is best.
Like
We were
TLPH.
talking about this yesterday.
Yeah,
their drafts are very, very... I wonder now, though, that we have a new patch, how much of that will change, especially in terms of their jungle. But yeah, now it's a bit easier to expect what's to come from this draft that we're seeing right now. I mean, even like generally keeping it safe, the high loss, and just a more systematic approach paired up with the Eve. So I think it wouldn't be that hard of a task to even just looking at the matchups, right? That the way they were able to secure even the carry against the Claude and now managing the Sora against the Esmeralda, which I like to think, especially in terms of pace, should be fairly the same for both of these teams. It's just a matter of who gets to find the aggression earlier on first. And we are, I think, just a few moments away before we actually see this game begin, because again, we do not want to really compromise the experience that we will be having in this tournament. So please stay tuned for and hold on for a bit. We are going to get in the game really, really soon. It's a lot at stake, especially as it's an elimination match, so you know.
Yeah. It's a big one. You're going to have to pay attention to this one, folks. We already have one team eliminated. Earlier, we saw their key crushed. Unfortunately, it was in Stream B, and now for Stream A, our first and only, I believe, elimination match. All the others will be promotion matches, and all the other elimination matches will be found on Stream B. So if you want to check out Stream B, you know, there, I heard they got like some other casters there. Those are their names.
Stream B.
I think it's Reptar and a young man from the Philippines, Leo.
But they say Stream B does stand for B as in better stream, though. So
could also stand for the boys. Because we do have some bears. Bear boys, yeah.
They call themselves the Wee Bear Bros plus LaFell. So
you don't count LaFell as a bear bro?
I think
is it just because
counted now.
No, you excluded him from the group. You're like Bear Bros and LaFell. Like, LaFell is just the okay.
I'm used to seeing the Bear Bros as 3.
Yeah, definitely not LaFell.
If you add LaFell, that's 4, but we can add another one.
Nah, you should have added the other one at the start. Now it just feels like a pity slot, you know?
I'll have to explain myself to him again after this.
I'm gonna tell the story to LaFell. It's like the Bear Bros and LaFell. He's a side character. He's
but what if it's one of the Bear Bros who said that? Then it's okay?
They would never. How could they? How could they? Why would they do that?
Okay. I will explain. But it's over the Bear stream. It's GCT versus Twisted Minds, if you guys want to check that out.
And we got a Hanabi, so yo.
And an Aulus.
And they are doing okay. No, they're down 5,000 gold. Why don't we cast Stream B right now? I mean, I have it up actually.
I don't know if we can pull it up, but
no, we can't pull it up. But yeah, a Hanabi and an Aulus in the same game. Which one?
MWI.
MWI.
It's fun.
At least it's not a Popo and Koopa jungle. We've seen a lot of that.
Here.
Yeah.
When we were playing in the EU server, yes, a lot of the Popol and Koopa jungle. I'm trying to recall what other pick we've been seeing a lot. I think it's... no, it's mostly just the Popol and Koopa, really. Like, they really like playing it in the jungle or in the roam, wherever they want to do. But now we are officially starting game number 1 between Falcons ID and Aurora.
Yep.
So it is, again, as previously discussed, a Nolan versus a Harley, which currently is being... Okay, he got to steal that camp, at least before they got to him.
This is one of the good points of having a Nolan on your team. You can invade so early on through a Lizard take, or even, you know, again, the Golem. It's very surprising he was able to snatch the Golem away out of all the different camps that you'd expect. Anu, though, won't be too far behind as she gets her hands on the lethal. Will actually try to go for the invade herself. Oh, spot Sev, but Sev knows it too. The Bargain Hunter this time for Luette. Just seems like it's the common choice for the Esmeralda now. We saw 2 back-to-back Bargain Hunters on the Esmeralda.
They have the exact same emblem as for
Liv, though.
Roamers. Liv as Mystery Shop. On the carry, interesting choice. The PYT for Zulana as well. I wonder what ultimate they'll mainly prioritize to as the Valentina, right? Considering the lineup that Falcons currently has, you have either the Shifting Skies or maybe even the RWM and the Glorious Pathway. So they'll have a lot of options if they just really want to set up for the team fights. I think it wouldn't be as much of a problem for them to find an ultimate that could complement the Veleric. Because the Wrath of Dryad too, I think it would be really useful if you pair it up with another AoE battle spell that you can pick up from Team Falcons. And both are seemingly setting up for this upcoming turtle.
Yep. Good position held down by Shev here. Not too sure if she'll be able to get the flank on Anu. That's the walk up. Violet goes in straight on towards Anu. Already with a hat. They're going to go all in with a fracture everything. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Together with the Shifting Skies bursting through Zulana and Luette like they're nothing. Straight to the turtle and it's free.
Yeah, Zulana, understandably so, but Luette even barely being able to do anything as the Esmeralda in that scenario. Not even with a sprint, there was just a bit too much slow. Oh. And if it weren't for that flicker, Nika would have been next.
Yeah, she got away in time. Shev now looking to capitalize on this early lead. A 1,000 gold lead, 2 kills and a turtle. This is a dream start for Falcons ID. Something that they haven't been able to get throughout MWI, and that means just the one match yesterday.
Yes, so that's what you get when you simplify things and make it more easier for your team to just execute the lineup overall. They need not worry about trying to follow a perfect setup or sequence in order to win out on fights. And it's not like they just chose to focus on the fights. They were doing that all the while they were also securing the objective. But Anu, wait.
You don't want to go against Violet. She's the one who actually went in on you earlier. Anu has to back away. Violet with the flicker to chase as well. Trying to go for the full stacks. The RWM. Livy is the one who picks up the kill. Now it's Raimundo getting chased out.
Wow, okay. They really made sure that Anu would go down at that moment. And now it's Sev taking her own purple buff away from her as well. Oh no, the buff!
Yep, greedy invade. Buff didn't get taken. Retri was down and the falling star moon from Luette was enough to take it. Luckily, Turtle will be spawning in 20 seconds, so they won't lose too much. It's just a bit of that momentum taken away, and Anu, surprisingly, a level ahead.
Yeah.
Against a Nolan.
Did she actually get the orange buff earlier? She was able to steal it away, right? During that previous, we'll have to...
She did.
We have to double... Wait. No.
I believe she did. Yes, she took the orange buff and then she died, right?
Yeah.
That's been what happened here. Luette.
Okay.
Back in the mid lane, stunned down by the Law and Order. Violet just walking up, and it does seem like right now Mob Psycho is waiting to catch Liv in an ambush. Sev blitz it, as you would expect from the Nolan. Liv there, utilizing the Bargain Hunter really well. Corrosion side already done as Raimundo rotates over, pops in the Glorious Pathway. Living now with a jump as well. That's with the RWM on RWM action. Zulana in the back, going to be caught by the damage. Wrath of the Dryad coming around Liv with a flicker in. Forces Nika to 4 gold back, and now it's Anu in the midst of it all. Chase coming down as well. Anu gets away with a hat trick. Liv gets the gold crab.
How is no one taken down in that entire sequence? They were all there.
Nika flickered away.
It was a 5-man rotation even from Aurora just to take that purple buff away from Team Falcon's ID, but nonetheless they get it, and even more as they take down that structure up top. And Anu is just as difficult to catch on this Harley. It's been a tough task for Falcons, and she's been very sneaky with the plays of trying to find trades across the map. That's been happening unknowingly for Team Falcons. So I guess that's how they're actually able to keep this slight advantage, but it's nothing that Falcons can catch up to. They've actually already catched up. Sev's already level 8 as well, and the gold lead's already on their side.
It's just so tough to deal with Anu. I mean, for Anu to deal with Violet and Sev, there's so many members that can just walk her down right now. Oh man, Violet, it almost just seems like every time Violet sees Anu, she walks up. Now Nika's trying to zone. Oh no, everybody's just gonna go all in. Glorious Pathway as well, forcing the Wrath of the Drive from Nika. Sev with the kill.
Okay, there was no way Nika could have walked out of that. That was 2 members onto her, Sev! Forcing out the BMI from Mob Psycho, but that's another turret that Falcons are actually going to take for themselves. But again, Anu doing what she can, trying to find as much trades across the map. They're trying to keep this lead very small.
Oh, goes in deep. It's a bait. Mob Psycho pops into BMI. Sev is in the base. Chased out by Nika. Can she get away in time? No. Nika takes her out. Meanwhile, though, Louette's caught all alone, isolated down below. And she's taken down as well. Falcon ID soaring in the skies here in their first game of the elimination match.
Okay, Sev's down. They won't immediately get to go to the turtle, but it's not like Aurora are planning to transition to that either. They're going to focus on securing their purple buff first, and it's actually Violet who starts off this turtle, and it might not be the plan for Aurora as it's an immediate burst for Falcons on this objective. They'll take a bit more of their time. I believe even earlier we saw a slight advantage in terms of the gold towards Liv compared to Mob Psychos. A bit expected if you were to look at the matchup, but now it's Aurora just really trying to move as a unit this time.
Uh-oh. Nico with the flank on Violet. Doesn't seem like they're going to pull this off. Violet clears out the wave in time. Everybody backing away. It's just too risky to dive Asura. Violet's been on point, though, so far. Every time of the chase as well. The Glorious Pathway on Nika. Law and Order as well. They're catching. Flicker out, though.
Okay, gonna be alive. They will try to defend this mid turret, but Falcons might want to go for it. Real World already used.
Oh, Shifting Skies on 2 brings her back as well. Zelana gets away in time, but has the RWM. Now pops it down, but Violence in the skies doing damage. Gets away. There's just no damage. Nika cannot get the flicker. It's down on cooldown. Rather than try, catches 3. They're gonna go all in. Almost a pick. Nika gets away with a sliver of health.
Raimundo's still alive too. The deadly magic wasn't enough to actually burst him down, and Falcons ID are able to retreat safely. Imagine being able to force them under even your tier 2, but them still eventually getting away. I mean, everything that Aurora did as a response felt very defensive too either way. Even the clutch pickup on the Real World. Oh, Liv did not.
Whoa.
Liv did not recall.
She didn't. She's gonna have to flicker out of the Falling Star Moon. Big resource spent and nobody here but Aurora. They don't want to punish even further. They're thinking of ways that Falcons can actually ambush. All this time, it's built up. That's the frustration that's built up. Liv really making the most out of that bargain hunter, man. Already 3 item power spike. Flicker down for Liv. Can't catch up with the RWM. Catches Anu. That's a killing spree already. Great taunt by Nika. Oh no, everybody just walks her down though. It's a bit too much for them to handle. Not enough damage to retaliate to that play.
And that's the target that they want. Anu finally going down. Moments just before you could have expected a Lord fight between Team Falcons ID and Aurora, which is why this is likely going to be a free objective over to their side once again. And it's something that they could greatly utilize, as Aurora have barely made successful movements enough to take control of the map too. It's always Falcons finding these turrets, and it's always them just forcing Aurora to put down their ultimates in the most... Oh no, okay.
She just got back, oh my god. Raimundo with the Law and Order trying to catch her. Won't be able to get it down. That's kind of crazy though. Now a siege up top. No Lord just yet. They're gonna crack, an attempt by Chev down below. Mob Psycho able to react in time with the Blazing Duet and a flicker out.
The Lord took a while before it spawned, but going back, it's again Falcons just always forcing out the reactions from Aurora. It's not like Aurora are able to set up anything for themselves, not even with a Wrath of Dryad, not even with a Falling Star Moon. They really have to play counter-engage at this point, considering that they're significantly behind too.
Falcons are barely doing anything to take out these outer turrets, and now Aurora have lost all of them. It's only the Holy Shields and the base turrets that are left, and we're only 10 minutes in the game, and they also lose Luet.
Complete burst out, Violet with the play! Shifting skies in the back, the Rathra Dryad locks him down, but not enough to take anyone out. Falcon want to go for the end. Anu in the mid lane with the help of the Holy Shield gets rid of the wave, but there's another wave down below. Now it's Anu and Mob Psycho. That's a wave spawning back in as well. They're going to go for the instant clear right now as Anu tries to go with the poker trick. Mob Psycho with the BMI and the Blazing Wet. Violet trying to zone in the back. And it will just be Falcons locked in on the Crystal to secure game number 1.
Violet on the Sora has been insane. Those last minute clutch setups, the shifting skies, and her targets have always been on point. If it's not Anu, it's her finding these 2 to 3 man setups that are very much crucial to the team, and that is also one of the biggest things that led them to securing this relatively quick game. It's only been 11 minutes of gameplay that we got to see between Team Falcons and Aurora, and it's looking very grim as they've secured match point and Aurora are on the brink of elimination. They'll have to find and do what it takes in order to equalize the series later on. But look at this setup from Violet.
It was crazy, and Violet, that's why I've just been highlighting her all throughout the match. Every time when she sees Anu, she goes in for the damage. When she sees everybody already there, and some people just grouping up a bit too close, goes for the cloud form instantly. Violet knows exactly how to use the Sora, and that's why it was prioritized so early on.
And now we understand what works for Team Falcons is to simplify everything. And execution-wise, it's not a problem for them. Now let's throw it over to a quick break before we jump into the next game of this series.
Man, what a fast map 1. This is loser's bracket. You would think there would be more of a challenge, but Falcons Indonesia, they come back. They did. Had no problems talking it through.
Which is why I was so surprised that that was a problem in the first place, right? Because a lot of these girls that are on the team, they've been together for a very, very long time.
Sure.
We even have reunions coming in from the same team. So the fact that they were able to, you know, iron out the kinks overnight, it's an expected result, I would say.
For sure. Well, they were one of the contenders, right? One of the heavy hitters. Let's take a look at one of our great moments throughout match number 1.
Yes,
and I want to see if it was at the very start.
It really looked like they made the crunch call of respawn timers are quite close. Minion waves, once they get here, it would have been a full 5-man, but then the other 2 who were left defending also needed to go back and heal, meaning that you have a little bit of a time window as well. And I think they just decided to play it safe. I mean, like, it was way too close to call, but from our perspective, it looked like they should have just jumped on it.
And I gotta say, the resume for Beleric is looking much, much better. I mean, it's already looking good.
Yeah.
Right now it's getting better. And the thing is, Hanabi maybe only lost 1 game so far. It hurts to say.
I think we now know the scale of power.
Yeah.
Beleric, Hanabi Hirara.
I mean, like,
welcome to Stream B.
Welcome to Stream B, folks. And Esmeralda looked pretty good as well, but we saw the power of the carry, right? Honestly, if Chincha had a front line, it would have been perfect, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. She did not have a real front line.
Yeah.
It was a glue and a Benedetta.
Yeah, but here's
and
the
a
thing.
boxer.
As a roamer, I feel like Kao is an amazing roamer, but at the end of the game, she was too scared for her own good. That was a prime opportunity for you to throw your body, because again, Chinchao just needed space. We saw how the first turtle or second turtle went, that Chinchao just basically cleaned everyone up.
And it's counterproductive because it's Melee who kept throwing her body out there,
and Daisy.
You can't afford to do that. Oh well, Daisy, she had a mission.
Yeah.
Daisy tried to force things out, but
honestly, like after playing some EXP games, I think Daisy just slightly tilted there because she's like, if you're not gonna go in, I'm gonna go in.
Yep. Yeah, it felt like it did feel like that sometimes. Also, you can see the moments where she set up something with a petrify, but then the follow-up was just a little bit off the timer that she would want as the Benedetta who decided to entry as the team. This is, I think, more so this is the most, probably a really frustrating game for Chinchao. She had an amazing game for majority of it.
There, that was a spot. That last clip, that's where they should have ended it.
That's where they should have ended it. And at the same time, it's ironic that the moment Liu Bon just decided to throw herself towards Chinchao, that's when they completely got to turn the game around. But also there was one death, the super random death on Kao. When they found her somewhere in the river near the purple buff.
And Maylane.
And then that led to a little bit more room for Galtech to go out, hold the center, push a turret. That gave them just like a little bit more breathing room to stabilize the map a little bit, which I think eventually led to this.
Gentlemen, I gotta say, out of all the times I want to see stats, this is the one where I want to see how much damage the Owless did, how much damage he took, the damage that the Hanabi did, how much damage taken was from the Belleric, because again, like, I'm just curious because KOA, it does look like the damage is there-ish, but because everyone's so clumped up, I was like, wait, who was it really? I'm pretty sure a big chunk of it was the Gourd, but still.
It must be exponential.
Yeah.
Because they're all together like, oh, but yeah, you're right. You mentioned the Gourd.
Right, it makes it so that because basically everyone has that AoE.
Yeah.
Right? Belleric is the outlier.
Yeah.
Technically, it's AoE as well because the passive can pierce if you're close enough, but either ways, yeah, that was an amazing game, but that's also a game where it tests your mental, right? Like, are you going to get tilted after that? Because you 100% knew you were going to win, right? I'm pretty sure some of the players would be like, if only you did this, and that, we could have won.
I am man enough to admit, if I was in the shoes of Twisted Minds, probably would have cried a little bit while getting mad. Not at my teammates, at myself. I would have been mad at myself.
That's why we're here.
I mean, like, here's the thing for you guys at home. You guys can get the new interactive Evo because of Rhino Day. It is available now, so make sure you guys check it out in the shop and show off your new emotes.
Happy Rhino Day.
Happy Rhino Day.
I'm not a Rhino anymore. I'm just saying. I'm not a Rhino.
Still a lion. For some reason, I can't connect to Bang Bang over here. I don't know why.
I think I'm halfway through to becoming a dragon.
Oh, congratulations. Good for you, man.
I am 2 or 3 games away
from becoming a dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, he's played a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and for now, we are going to go for a break because that is quite the game. I feel like Twisted Mind needs to utilize this time as fast as they can to calm down. So when we return, we'll see if GCT can close it out or Twisted Minds extend the series. We'll see you guys later.
Play.
1-2-GOAT will get you to your destination at the touch of a button on your smartphone. Booking bus tickets to your next intended destination. Finding you the best of old-school train journeys with scenic views and sights. 1-2-GO offers various means of transportation to get you to your desired destination anywhere, regionally and worldwide. We will also help you grab a regional flight or even book you onto a ferry to your Paradise Island escape. Book your tickets fast and easy via your smartphone. Pay by card via PayPal or local payment methods. Visit 1-2-GO and start your next great travel adventure right now.
Older with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello and welcome to MWI. We have another game here with Chincha and Sanjike, who are joining us for Don't Touch the Hero. Nana, Mia, Freya, Nana, Mia, Lilia, Nana, Lilia, Freya, Mia, Nana. You girls are good. Thank you. Oh.
Folks, welcome back, folks. Looks like the players are just about ready. They just got on stage a few minutes ago, and are you looking at the faces of Twisted Mind? It does look like they're not entirely down. They're still okay. So hopefully it translates in game.
Nothing can break Chen Chao.
Yeah.
She was the one that got beat up hardest whenever, you know, Twisted Minds was losing during that pivotal turn, and she's all smiles.
Yeah.
You know what? I think... Sorry to bring back this little important history bit. After the many times that Chen Chao and Mei Lane had to suffer heartbreaks from their rivals in Vitality, I'm pretty sure their mental is 100% okay at this point.
Yeah. No, I do agree, but at the same time, I feel like they got to use their veterancy and be like, guys, we could have won. You guys just... Like, if you see an opportunity, just go for it, right?
I agree.
I think... See, seriously, we're like, whoever hesitates loses, and we see that just now.
I think that is a more productive use of their time if they just... If they don't say, it's okay. If they say, like, no, we should have won.
We should have won, yeah.
Let's do better.
Yep.
Like, again, this is the group, this is the knockout stage qualifier.
Yeah. Winning this one really helps you out a lot. That 1 day of rest could be like 3 scrims.
Confirmed prize pool elevation.
Yeah. Or at least a nice day off in Paris.
Oh.
Right? Like a nice little reward from the coach and the management. Hey, I know we're already in the knockouts. You know what? Let's enjoy the city.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Visit the Louvre.
Yeah.
Notre Dame.
By the way, we're docking this from your pay. You're paying for this day.
But it's okay because we already got the next tier of prize pool.
So now, honestly, in terms of the game, I really feel like play around Chin Chao if she can get that carry again. Because carry, I think, is creeping up to be one of the top 3 marksmen now because she does counter quite a lot in the EXP as well as the roam.
Yeah, and carry for the past few months now has been that hero, has saved a lot of teams globally.
Yeah.
Of like late game, you've lost early to mid, but you have a carry, and as long as you keep your carry alive, then you can turn the fight around.
Yeah. She's also a very high risk, high reward hero that if you're willing to play like that, you can turn things around. But here's the thing. For a majority of game 1, they were in control.
Yeah.
So there was no room for that. And I think they should have known when they could have gone for that. Again,
I think it might have been the Hanabi effect.
Could be as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the draft here. Twisted Mind is going to be on blue side first pick. This is going to be Flying Clouds. Already betting out the Roamers here, betting out the Bellaric as well as the Atlas. And I think that is going to be a very good call. Osprey is not going to let that Matilda go. So maybe this is one of those games where Twisted Mind might actually just let go of the Herrera.
Okay, they're saving it for the last ban to see.
Wait. What if, in an effort to turn things around, Mei Lane just goes for a heel turn and then picks the Hirara herself?
Oh yeah, we haven't seen her yet play like an
assassin.
Assassin.
Baksha Barats, that's all she's been doing here so far.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, she has been doing quite well, but it does seem like the way that Daisy played, it would actually be so good if she was some kind of tank because she has the gutso to just dive. Like, I don't care dying. I'm going to create an opportunity for the team. A tank kind of needs that kind of mindset to really help your team, and that's what they needed in the previous game. She did that, but again, as an assassin, you can't survive that long.
So Yuzhong.
Honestly, yeah, Yuzhong is a perfect fit.
Depends on who's on the other side, like who you're hunting down. So there's a Claude ban.
Interesting Claude ban. They're opening something up here. Do they want something like a Freya?
Phoveus, Freya, Paquito, Esme all open. And that's a tough trade to take. I wouldn't be surprised if Twisted Minds just picks up the Phoveus and accept that it might have a difficult time because you're still open to a Valir showing up suddenly. Other picks, but at least you turn off a Freya, Paquito. Gord, you're susceptible also.
Yeah.
If Geltec ban out the Phoveus, that might actually hurt them. I say just let the Phoveus through and then just do what you can to counter that. Yeah, there we go.
Marcel is open.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's the tough part.
Yeah. Unless they are willing to use a roamer that can stick onto that Marcel, then maybe that's fine. So right now, Twist of Mind, look at this. Even they're having a bit of a shock. They go for the Herrera.
There's the heel turn.
So now this is going to be an easy Marcel for Geltec and then +1.
Yeah. Which...
They can go for Esme again. There's no carry.
Starting to get memories from yesterday and my feelings towards Herrera pick so early.
Marcel Eve, Marcel Meralda.
I would go Esmeralda. The carry is not there. There's not going to be a lot of counters here.
Okay. Marcel Meralda.
I wonder why...
Unless they're willing to go for something like a Lunox.
Why Herrera over Marcel?
Okay, my theory is because of what happened in game 1, and I think they know that they could have won, and they saw what was happening to Melee in the last 5 minutes of the game. They're like, okay, what if we switch it up?
Hold on.
An early Clint?
Huh. There's not enough tells and enough signs for you to pick a Clint this early on.
And it's not like even the next best thing. You still have a Harib, you still have Moskov, and then you even showed off your Hanabi. So this is very peculiar.
Well, technically it is a combo with the Marcel. I'm not defending it being picked up early on. I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of the players right now. Because you have the golden hour up and you just release all your full combo with the Clint. It gets frozen. And then once it's like the Kimmy.
Dude, all right. Valentina, I hope Twisted Minds has a Hilda in their lineup. They go for the high loss, which I guess is not that bad because it's not going to be easy for the Clint to burst him down. Well, we'll see how this Clint really does.
I think Twisted Minds are expecting that Cuejo will have a Revitalize. That's why they answered it with another Revitalize.
Yeah.
So thinking
Revit Marcel. Then Revit high loss. Valir, anyone? Ken, I think.
Yeah.
Because you already have the burst
bad.
for your Clint.
Yeah, it's not bad.
At least the Valir for the high loss.
And nothing for the Valentina to really steal.
Yeah.
Vengeance Flames.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's just going to be stealing the golden hour. That's it.
Right, so they got a Paquito. So now Esme ban.
Yeah.
And then maybe potentially Yuzong, and then you're good.
Yeah, for sure Esme ban. If Esme gets through here, why?
Shenanigans.
There you go, of course.
Maybe another gold laner.
Yeah.
To take out from Twisted Minds.
I do respect Gord getting banned here. I wonder if they want to still respect an Eve, even though it's good for them, getting that Eve ult to deal with the Clint as well as the Marcel. Or maybe even consider a wild Kagura ban, because that's also something that the Valentina doesn't really profit off.
Oh, yeah. No, but I feel like profit-wise, you already have the Marcel.
Yeah.
They're really just going to be looking to get the golden hour for themselves and recalibrate through there.
Oh.
In terms of the gold, yeah, I think maybe consider taking out the Moskov.
Is there a jungler that they really have to be careful of, like a Hayabusa? Because that's also something that KOE has shown. Oh, the Boxia.
Oh, the Hayabusa would actually be good for them.
Yeah, but the Boxia got banned. Very interesting. I guess it makes sense going up against a high loss, trying to match early against Hirara.
Yeah. The good thing is, if they do want to go Assassin for Gelt... wait, no, you still have to be careful of a sudden swerve Hilda EXP. Or something like that could just fast clear and then come in and disrupt the rotation of the Assassin. I think just save the jungle for last.
Yeah, I agree.
Pick up your mid laner. Safest pick to go for. And it's one of those mid lane picks that you can't go wrong with any of them.
Which is...
I like Farsa here. You get the fast rotates. You're equally annoying paired up with the Marcel.
And you're okay with like giving it as another ult for the Valentina?
Now that's interesting. Now, but that's bad. If Twisted Mind goes for a Yuzong.
Yeah.
Like that Louis is not going to do much.
Yuzong is 100% very playable here.
Oh my god, Freya went through all this. Wait, I forgot about Freya.
This could still be an EXP lane or a gold lane Freya.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be too greedy if they put it in the gold? And I would like if they just settle and put it in EXP. I think they need a marksman. Yeah. Well, I think gold, it would work out if they do play a Yuzong, but it's so dependent on them being together, diving on the Clint.
A Bruno. All right.
EXP lane Freya then.
Yeah, I feel like Twisted Mind got a very solid draft here because that Freya is not going to give Lu Yi as well as the Clint a very good time. And the Bruno having that Berserker's Fury makes it so that he can deal with quite a lot from Geltec.
Last pick here gonna be...
We need a...
I'm okay with Assassin.
But what though?
Oh, with the Freya being there,
is it time for Yi Sin Shin? It will take some time for it to get there.
He's been asking for Yi Sin Shin since the first match.
What? Why not?
Because the Link takes longer. That's the only problem, right?
Yeah. I don't like Link's pace, farm pacing right now.
And I feel like the landslide will be punished here, so maybe it's just a Haya. Just go for a comfort here.
Yeah.
And hope you can get the Bruno.
I think there's a world that's not an assassin. Oh, wow.
Harley.
Technically an assassin.
Technically assassin, yeah.
Okay, he got banned in the first game too, so.
Yeah, so now, honestly, like, I feel like Twisted Minds has a very solid draft in the sense of they have counters towards what Geltec already has. Geltec has a pretty interesting draft here. Whenever there's a Lu Yi, it becomes very, very interesting. Playing some Lu Yi games myself, I just don't like diving heroes because I do not have a dash, right?
Yeah.
So, honestly, good luck to both teams. Let's see how Twisted Mind recovers after their previous comeback game. I'm going to give it over to Leo as well as Renmar for this one.
And we're going to receive with much gusto. Merci, Lefel. This is match point for Geltec Cyber Team. We've yet to see if the draft is enough time for Twisted Minds to reset and, you know, figure out what happened in game one because that really looked like they were theirs.
Yeah. Also, for Geltec, though, they drafted a potentially very dangerous lineup. If things are going to go right with their Lo Yi, with their Harley and all that, then we might see a Twisted Minds that might not even be able to get any room in the map whatsoever. Like, it's just constantly you have someone marking your position. You can't get any comfortable spots in the river and in the jungle to plant yourselves, to stop rotations, to set up your own rotations.
I believe it. Knowing the late game awareness and like the state of flow Geltec Cyber Team is capable of after game one, I don't put it against them. I actually hope that this ends at 16 or 17 so that we know if what happened in game one was mainly a mistake.
Yeah.
It's a better test that way.
I wonder. I think there's a chance here, though. Although I feel like the chance for an early game Twisted taking control for a lot is a little bit lower. I think it's just because of the presence of the Marcel. Like, I keep looking at that Marcel, keep looking at the Lo Yi, what they could do together with those little skirmishes and trades for when they meet up with the 2v2s, 3v3, somewhere in the river. That them together just seems so deadly.
And annoying.
Yeah. I think that's like the most important word, like annoying.
Yeah.
So I'm throwing back.
I'm still here.
Join us.
Yeah.
I'm throwing back to a memory of world champion, M7 world champion, multi-time MPL champion. Oh, season 9 MPL champion Light. When he played Marcel, I'm not happy with what it was, but he was playing in a very specific way. He was trying to go ahead and hit people from angles.
Yeah.
So now you can do that for free. You can send the squad to the flank and then run through him golden hour from a weird side. Yeah. So I think there's something to it. Geltec are cooking.
Yeah. Honestly, after the first game, I really feel like this is one of those series where until it ends, we really can't say much because the teams have really shown that they just sometimes need time. And they definitely know how to defend their base very, very well. So I think at this point, it really is more on the gusto. Funnily enough, that's how you receive the take for this game. Whoever has the more courage will eventually be able to win, because I can definitely see for both having a good setup, we eventually get a wipeout.
Yeah.
In fact, someone even asked me, have we ever seen a Maniac or Savage so far in Stream B? And I feel like we haven't. Right?
I think one main... Oh, wait, no, it was all... I think I remember one Maniac.
One maybe Maniac, but that was like so fast, and then like all of a sudden that just kind of like leaves your memory.
Yeah, it's a Maniac of like, all right. It's not even a nice job. It's like, cool.
Yeah. Well,
it's crazy how the overarching theme for this stream really is just like, don't hesitate.
Yeah.
Keep fighting.
No, because I really feel like there's tools to end the game very, very fast. But there's also tools that, given the right space, you can definitely make a comeback. And I feel like once you see maybe two abilities with, right? I'm thinking of a Barat's missing his ult, a Gwyn missing her jump, and then all of a sudden you have a very good shot of re-engaging into the fight, and then basically just winning that fight. That's part of the reason why Leo brought up that a draft that doesn't have a good re-engage also kind of hurts them in this current meta, because you can punish whenever they miss the skills, but how do you actually punish? How do you go back in it?
And that's what happened in game 1.
Yeah.
Mei Lane just kept dying when she was literally an inch off. Hao was dying because she couldn't get the mount.
Yeah.
And even if you do get the mount, what if Geltec Cyber Team takes you to Kingdom Come? They just Timbuktu. Where do I go?
Exactly. So honestly, there's a lot of layers to the current meta that is still developing here in the MWI. I really feel like maybe the second day of knockouts, maybe we'll see a solid form of what we can call a meta after this patch update. But for now, there's a lot of layers that we really have to reconsider.
LaFell, I'd say 72 hours. After tomorrow, I think we would have a solid read. Like, stats would make sense.
Yeah.
After tomorrow. Today, we're still seeing, like, Aulus.
Yeah.
We're still seeing...
Although I feel like
Ling.
that's really an Osprey kind of thing, right? He's one of those guys that knows that this is a counter. Sometimes we were like, yes, it's a counter, but it doesn't really solve the problem that we need to solve right now. But it's like, hey, I trust this. We can make it work.
It's a mid-range, no re-engage punish.
Yeah.
The Aulus, yeah, I agree. Like, okay, you're all in? All right, taste my blade.
Plus, sometimes there is some merit into your opponents not really understanding how tanky you are or how much damage that you can really do, which causes them to make some very bad decisions.
Yep.
You know, this is what I like about Coach Osprey, like, over these years. Like, I haven't always fully agreed, like, with his drafting decisions or, how he shapes the team, but I respect it.
Yeah.
The risk-taking... Yeah. I've never felt like Coach Osprey is the type to really force like an archetype or an image or a mold of what he thinks a team should be. He really plays to the strengths of his players and what they can bring. So throughout the years, like we've known Coach Osprey and he's been a part of MLBB esports. Hats off to him and all the teams that he's handled, he's played with, he's been a part of. You can see how he really adapts to their strengths and weaknesses.
I really feel like the best way to put it is that he can put some form of system into chaos, right? Make it controlled, because having a lot of good players with amazing mechanics, there's going to be a lot of chaos. But he was like, you know what? I can create music with this kind of chaos. I can make it into a symphony.
Or look at music, turn it into something that might look like it's chaotic, and then at the end of the day, I kind of like it.
Yeah. Make dubstep into something that Mozart would like.
Hey, I am of the firm belief that Mozart would have appreciated the dubstep.
I'm actually with you on that one.
Yeah. I think it would have been that dude Bach. Hell nah.
Yeah.
Bach would not have liked dubstep.
It was like, bring my music back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop some truth bombs.
Yeah.
The ancestor and the progenitor of emo is the blues.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
There you go. See how weird that connection is? I think that's the kind of connection Osprey sees in these drafts, in these strats. Now, Coach Nasduk, he's got something else to figure out.
Yeah. For those of y'all wondering what's going on right now, of course, our marshals and our referees are working very hard to cooperate with the side of Geltec Cyber Team as they are just sorting some things out. Of course, we're not going to allow our players to go through an environment where they are at a disadvantage because of things that can be fixed. So thank you to our wonderful staff, our referees.
While this is happening, might as well update what's going on in Stream A, which, by the way, is an elimination match between Falcons ID against Aurora. Falcons ID won the first game. So right now, Aurora one more game away and they will be eliminated. And right now, Falcons at 5 minutes of the game, almost 6 minutes, has 2 kills and almost 2,000 goal lead against Aurora.
Sounds about right, according to the Falcons Vega IDMO. After what happened yesterday against Seita, glad to see them back in their flow, but also, gotta watch out the Mongolian download. It's possible that Aurora Gaming might be able to turn this around.
Yeah. Looking at the draft here, quite interesting where Aurora were able to get a Marcel as well as a Hanabi for Falcons. They got the Hilda, which has stopped the Marcel a little bit for now.
Yep. As a one-on-one guard.
Yep.
That works. Even when you can consider the Hilda the Hanabi situation, you can nip her at the bud early on.
Falcons also has the Harley. So, you know, Harley is a niche pick that we can see every once in a while here.
He's become a niche pick. He used to be like the #1 jungler for like a quarter.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there's the times I really wish that we also got a Hilda in our stream. I miss seeing Hilda. I miss how disruptive she can get. I know sometimes she can get really one-dimensional with how you play her, but
she's kind of like Uranus. Either you're really good or really bad. There's really no in between. If you're in between, we just forget that you're there.
Yeah, that's true.
Mid Hilda is just no Hilda at all.
Yeah.
My favorites are those snowball Hildas that for some reason just quickly become the carry of the team at like 2-3 minutes in.
Heptaseas Hilda?
Yeah, like Heptaseas Hilda, the Hilda that for some reason just plays like an assassin that you can't stop. It's not really an assassin. It's more like a mercenary.
Yeah.
Mercenaries you see coming. Assassins, you don't. It's Hilda's honest with it. I'm gonna kill you.
It's funny when you're camping in the bush. Hilda goes inside the bush and Hilda kills you. Yeah. And you're like, okay, this was not the plan.
This was
her bush now.
I didn't know this was your house. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Well, looks like this happens quite a few times in Stream A as well, where we're really just trying to figure things out. It looks like it is on the side of Caltech.
Correct.
Yeah.
If one might be able to deduce, it seems like it's just the audio variety.
I also feel that way. I feel like it's a audio.
I wonder if the members of looking at the members of Twisted Minds, they're chatting. They have someone I think made a joke.
It seems like this is actually buying them time to gather their spirits.
Yeah. That's true. Like you're not allowed to talk strategy.
Yeah.
But you're just allowed to
get out of your head.
Yeah.
This is a good way to reset, and whether or not it wasn't their choice. This is Geltech trying to fix also something on their end. So I'm assuming game 2. Well, fortunately the draft is set. So
gentlemen, I'm sorry for being correct. It's gonna be a long day.
We manifested it too hard.
Your full series for today, Leo.
No, you are too.
Yes, we're on the same boat.
That just means I got to spend more time with you fellas. So I don't see why this is a bad thing.
Yeah.
He says begrudgingly.
Something about doing this for at least 6 to 7 years. You just see it coming, right?
Yeah. Like you can feel it.
Yeah.
Must have been the wind. Nope, it was me. I am the wind.
Yeah.
I am the wind.
Oh, by the way, thank you very much for everyone tuning in.
Wherever you are from the world, around the world.
Hopefully we'll get this settled soon. And whatever time you guys are in, by the way, is this already nighttime in Southeast Asia?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nighttime, right?
For our friends in the +7.
Yeah.
It would be almost 8 p.m.
So for us, it's 9.
Almost 9, yes.
Almost 9, yeah. So shout outs to you guys for sticking here. And honestly, there's quite a lot of people here in the EWC arena.
Yeah.
And I just noticed we also have some speakers. So that's cool.
Yeah. It's nice. Again, if you, of course, can't come here to where EWC is, just imagine a massive convention hall where you can have multiple game titles playing at the same time.
Yeah.
And you see everyone just walking.
A lot of booths, a lot of merchandise.
What?
It's everywhere. Booths.
A lot of booths. Yeah,
that's what I said.
There are a lot of
booths.
Yeah, we're right in front of Team Vitality.
Vitality.
Yeah, Vivian's looking at me right now through, of course, the mural of the Vitality side.
Niall is there too.
Yep.
Yeah. That's so cool.
What is this other booth next to us? Kadea City.
Yeah.
There you go.
Shout outs to Kadea. We shot there yesterday. Renmar.
Huh?
We had a shoot earlier today, and I don't think we were able to use it.
Why? What shoot?
Because we already we shot the cold opening. Sorry, 2 days ago.
That was 2 days ago. Yeah. I was wondering, like, we shot something. Was I awake for the shoot? Like, how come I can't remember this?
Sorry, man. It's a long day.
It's a long day.
It already has been.
Yeah. I chose the wrong day to be. Anyways, right now again we're just waiting for things to settle down. This is one of those moments where it looks like it would be appropriate to go for a short break, but she's wearing her headset back. I wonder if that's a sign that we're all clear. But again, hopefully it is completely okay. Like she can hear herself, she can hear her team, and more importantly, she can hear the in-game sound, because you don't want either of those elements not to be present, because then teams already have communication issues. We should not have one of the equipments be part of it. Hopefully it gets settled soon, because kind of like football, sometimes like cooling down isn't that great.
Yep, the momentum.
Yeah.
And mind you, this is the winning team.
Yes.
They're the ones who won the first 2 minutes and the last 3 minutes.
The longer we were here, it will be basically a Twitch podcast, and I don't know where I will stop, because my mind can go places, you know.
I'm sure your mind will go places that people are interested to hear about.
Yeah.
I'm honestly trying to come up with like topics, but I'm kind of thin right now.
Yeah. I rewatched Interstellar the other day, and I really feel like it's just an ADHD moment by Christopher Nolan, where it's like he just learned time dilation, and he
wanted somewhere to execute.
He wanted to make a movie, so he just created a scenario that they just have to get into a black hole where you essentially manipulate time, because only two elements can go through time, which is speed as well as gravity. If you're able to travel about 28,000 kilometers an hour and you travel for that speed for 1 year, by the time you reach Earth again, according to calculations, the world will have aged at least 10 years.
Interstellar's
at least 10 years.
Interstellar's a little weird, because it takes the science and the mathematics to a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Compared to a movie like Project Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Wherein it's so palpable. It's all like, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, like, going into a black hole will kind of get you those kind of results, but how are you surviving that black hole in the first place? Am I right?
Exactly. What's the technology to sustain human life?
I watched the SpongeBob SquarePants movie on the plane right here.
Yeah?
That's my contribution.
Was it the Gooby Goober Gang movie?
No, the new one.
It was the new one.
Oh, I haven't watched the new one, so I guess I should see that on the way back.
The new one is the reason why we have the collab.
I have opinions about it.
It was part of the marketing run for that.
The best thing about the movie is that we got collabs for it in MLBB.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Okay.
It's one of those kind of SpongeBob
It could
writing.
also be just because I'm 30 and I'm too old for SpongeBob.
No.
You don't get
I
too
agree.
old. You don't get too old.
Folks on chat, I think you'll agree. At some point after the early 2000s, SpongeBob dipped.
Yeah.
Like the quality of the writing was just...
Towards the the interesting now is the fan-made scary stuff, right? Where
the theories.
Patrick is the villain. There's
Theory.
one where Mr. Krabs is the villain. Which is kind of cool. Kind of cool.
That SpongeBob on purpose fails his driver's license test.
Yes. The animes as well. That's honestly pretty cool. I wonder, after learning about black hole, what other things should I really dive into? I would dive into the sun, but there's really not much that we can. You know what? We should really study about our oceans, because apparently, if you go deep enough, the gravity would have quite a good enough pull that there's some time dilations when you get close enough to the center of the world.
I'm afraid of oceans. I have thalassophobia.
I'm afraid of
Honestly, wouldn't the pressure kill you first?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like you're just gonna...
In fact, I think 2 years ago, they created another machine that's able to, exceed the previous limitations of going that deep, but it's still not deep enough. It hasn't reaches the lower parts of the Mariana Trench.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by the deep ocean. I would like to believe that there are creatures beyond our own human understanding that live beneath the deepest portions.
I want to know, why do we know less about it than
space?
Like, what super deep dark secret that it has been how many years since Adam and Eve that we still don't know much about the ocean?
We are this close to starting to talk about flat earth theory, man.
No. Because I think even that question, you gotta go past the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Because again, during the time of dinosaurs, what we consider Earth or like the surface is different.
That's true.
I like that Religion of Islam kind of confirms that dinosaurs did exist. Like, we let them have their time, and then it's our time to shine, to come back. So,
speaking about it, is it our time to come back? Everyone looks settled. Everyone looks ready to go.
That's right. If the camera would pan over to the side of Geltec, they're all ready to go.
They held hands. This time, can we start talking about MLBB again?
They're still holding hands.
Oh no, but I was starting to really get into the topic.
I mean, we can save it for another tech pause.
Sure. Hey. Do not manifest another one, brother.
Oh, at this
point, you don't need another tech pause.
I'm enemy number one.
Yeah. Well, can we start saying it's gonna be a short day?
You know what? Today's gonna end before we know it.
That sounds ominous. Don't put it that way.
Why would you say that?
Today will end before you know it. You would think it end at this point, but no. Before that.
No, that's way too ominous, my guy.
We have security. It should be fine. Tama kan? Belum? Okay.
I assume that was your father-in-law.
Yep.
Here we go. Into the land of dawn for a game number 2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, match point for Geltec Cyber Team.
Welcome to Mobile
And it's up
Legends.
to Twisted Minds to write a plot twist into the series and take us all the way.
Thank you all for being very, very patient with us. We're finally back into the action as Cal, as typical. We expect of the row mid trades. Be aggressive early on to get the clear, but Guejo taking a lot of damage from the Valentina.
Oh, it's a flicker, Marcel, this time. So a little closer to home, what we're used to.
Yeah, no revitalized trickery here. But I think he also understands because of going up against the Freya and the risk of the Bruno.
The revitalize won't do much.
Yeah, they needed someone who could help maybe catch off the Bruno, which, of course, the good thing for Geltec is that Chinchada isn't packing a Purify, which, of course, he would want to pack a Flicker in this scenario. So just a little detail that's important here for Geltec. Still, a lot of aggressive trading in the center. We're still not really feeling the damage and the potential of the Marcel and the Loi together. But trust me, if the game gets close and the Loi has 2 items, the Valentina and the Hylos is really going to start feeling it.
Whoa! Here we go, Daisy. 2v1.
Trying to get away from this. Will she? Pops a vengeance. Still trading. Liubon will be the one to suffer. And that's a warning shot from this Freya that even though there's 2 of you, as long as I got my vengeance, you can't handle me.
Okay. Cuejo. Still checking for range. I think I see it. They're trying to go for the crab.
Yeah, just get that XP up. Get Liubon up to level 4.
No.
Melee's close by. They're not going to be able to get it, and that sets it up for the Hirara to deal damage and punish. Liubon is the first one down.
Twisted Minds off to a great start. They gave GCT a false sense of security, thinking, oh, we're done with it. Nope, quick rotation by Melee. Massive start for Twisted Minds as they score the first turtle. No contest.
That's how you want to start off when you have a Hirara with you. They decide to commit the ultimate of the Loi. Where are they going to go? Oh, man, no, it was the ultimate of Sa stealing the ultimate of the Loi. Catching Geltec Cyber Team by surprise. Twisted are quick to pull the trigger.
But they get punished. Daisy's the one who actually falls.
You are right.
It's a 1-for-1. I mean, conceptually, it was a good call.
Yeah.
But when they executed, they forgot, oh, the Freya isn't life-stealing as good just yet.
Yeah.
And did not have the vengeance off cooldown.
Well, that hurts. Imagine getting excited for something and then realizing that you got excited for the wrong thing. Sorry about that, Twisted Minds. Geltec Cyber Team. You know what? I'm going to just say, good counter.
It was a cool move.
Yeah, it was a cool move.
It was a cool move. Oh!
It was too flashy.
Golden Hour!
Frozen. Golden Hour. Cal using the Glorious Pathway to get out, and it's just fast enough, and he's able to heal just enough so that the ultimate of the Hardy will not take him out.
His veteran experience, wisdom to know that I have to stand on my pathway to get the extra regen so I don't die to the deadly magics.
100 strike now for the Paquito, so that's damage online for the EXP laner of Geltec Cyber Team. Meanwhile, as long as Daisy cannot lifesteal as you expect a Freya to lifesteal later into the portion of the game, then maybe going all in might not be the best for you. Well, just watch out for your timing, I guess, Twisted.
Half a minute till the turtle spawns, lower quarter this time. Daisy keeping Liubon honest. Quajo gets spotted out. That is a roamer on roamer check. Impressive how Quajo actually has a, XP gain over Kao.
You are right. Oh. Well, I mean, with how fast
Marcel runs around. Yeah. 2v1 incoming.
It's a lot of opportunities for you to get in vision. And finally, we get to see another Street Fighter skin. We actually get Ryu.
That is outfit number 2 Ryu.
Yeah. Some of the outfit 2 ones honestly look better.
Yeah,
than the iconic outfits. But let's get back to this, okay? Hilman has a full stance up. Geltek. It's good for them. They do have the golden hour. Sa has the golden hour as well. They commit the... Oh, it was just slightly out of the bush, so they were able to see Coejo. I'm pretty sure they wanted to deliver the Marcel into the bush.
Yeah.
Liubon spots Chin Chao. Chin Chao already forced the flicker out. That's a full combination used by the Paquito. Liubon forces the flicker out so that he can get away to safety. Masai is still chasing. Uses some pokes out to the Paquito. Meanwhile, there it is! The duality of the Low Yi! Just enough! But Twisted have held on long enough so that they'd be the ones to get a kill, and they still get the turtle. That duality could have been so punishing, but it ended up being a good thing for Twisted.
I think this is just a mirror of what happened with the whole stolen diversion. Great setup, great sequence, did not have the room to finish it. Because look, 2 or 3 members of Twisted Minds were down to like a 1/4 of their health. But still, there was no cleanup. Yeah. But still, Geltek Cyber Team, amazing map awareness. They send the World Warrior, Liubon, up top to take care of that turret.
Feels like it might just be one of those games also that's going to be a long one. Considering that Geltek Cyber Team, they do have a good high ground defense. With Loyi, with the Clint together. Yes, their lineup will really thrive on them being able to control much quicker through the Harley, through the Paquito, and aggressive rotations with the Loyi, the Marcelo. Speaking of aggressive, Quajo shows himself. Tokyo's there, but Kawa's nearby. Pops the Glorious Pathway so that Chin Chao won't get dove on.
Okay, good deal. They trade out for the engage. Diversion to the brush.
Oh, they're going to get this tower for sure.
Yep. Well spent. That diversion was well spent.
Meanwhile, up top, Kiyaway with a bit of a split push. Already forced to commit the retry there. Golden hour, tossed out. Not going to be enough to actually make a huge impact. But Coejo's here. Golden hour this time. I will admit I'm getting a hard time tracking which golden hour belongs to who. But up top, that's Kiyaway falling to the Hirara and the Freya.
I mean, it's a 2v1. She really bought time there, but she still fell. And I think it's not enough time bought to deny this push up top and mid.
Okay. Oh, duality again, perfect. This is what we're talking about when it comes to the combo of Geltek. Oh, a flicker entry, but they're not really able to get something out of it. Still, though, Geltek's in control while Twisted are forced to play around the map and get a little bit crafty so that they can open things up for them.
Cracking shot by Coejo. Hunting Sa!
They're gonna get up. Oh, Liubon. Oh. I thought there would be a moment for him to get up, but since he already committed his flicker, finding himself in that scenario was not good. I was about to say less than ideal, but that was just straight up not a good time for him.
It's not good.
Nope.
Less than ideal is if at least there was 1 member nearby to add some damage to finish it, but that was far from it. That wasn't it, Chief.
Maybe a little bit too greedy. Kiyaway not here. It's going to be a concession of this turtle. As Geltek will give this up. That's going to fall to the hands of Twisted. That's all turtles in this game go to Twisted Minds. Let's see if Geltek can finally find an opening in the map.
But riddle me this, Renmar. How are they doing that while Geltek are still up by 1,000?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Wow. They're both equally opening up the map. Daisy spotted, trapped, forced to get out of his own turret, but Coejo with the golden hour. They break through the tower, but Sai is here, and the presence of Sai is just enough for them to send the team back.
Wow. Quick rotation. Tier 2 push up top. Straight to a reset mid. Geltek Cyber Team. I hate to say it, but that diversion, they're using it without getting much kills to their advantage. Like, the Vi team. Wow!
What an outplay! Sa soloed the Harley, giving it a taste of his own deadly magics. But it's a trade mid for mid. And no one wants to commit into this, knowing that it could be deadly for either. They're trying to work out the math, and it seems like it's Twisted that makes the call. Cow now forced out to safety. Gets punished. Coejo with the kill. Geltek have the numbers advantage, but Twisted are healthier. And they force Geltec back.
2 for 1. Massive win for Geltec. They're sending Quedge over here.
They're not done yet. They commit the diversion, but they're not going to be able to get a kill.
All right, as I was saying, for a team that we expected a lot of aggression from, team fighting, brutality, violence, they're using the diversion on such a high-level macro tactical way. It's just quick rotations, okay. Go check if you can force out an ult or purify a flicker, rather. And they've been doing that. I guess that's why they're able to stay 1,000 gold up.
Conceal. They find Sa, but she commits 2 dashes to get under the turret. And the Geltec will not be able to find an opening unless, can they get this Freya? Do they have an angle? They're trying to hold certain angles. Oh, Melee goes in out of nowhere with a Herrera and gets punished for wanting to check. But Twisted Minds might have the numbers, might have the health so that they can keep fighting. But Geltec, with their low Yi, staying alive with the raw damage power of a Paquito, they decide to go forward. Cal falls down. So far, it's very favorable for Geltec. Liubon gets another. That's 3 members of Twisted deleted, but Chin Chao gets the Paquito back, while Geltec will get the Lord through Kiowa and Tokyo.
Hard to contest. I think Twisted Minds just have to accept the fact that their retribution is just on the way, while Geltec Cyber Team have already secured it. Impressive work, Renmar. I just want to throw back to a moment in that sequence. Kiowa, space escape, then straight up walks right in front of Chinchaw, and Deadly Magic, sir, compromising Twisted Minds' counterattack.
Well played, Kiowa. Well played, Geltec. It's been close. It's been Twisted getting the objectives. It's been Geltec needing to be crafty and opening up the map. And they did so through a fight. They got to split up that fight real quickly. What was, I thought, going to be just a huge 5v5 suddenly turned into a 3v2 or 3v4, 3v5, while 2 members of Geltec just got the Lord. That just shows mastery, that they understand they don't always need to lean too hard into fighting and getting kills. If there is an opening to get an objective, you jump on it.
Cow!
And now they jump on Cow, who used the Glorious Pathway, but she gets stuck by the golden hour. Still, she's fast enough. Liubon is not going to be able to connect the combination of the Cow to make sure that the high loss goes down. Here comes Daisy with the entry, but they still get punished. Meanwhile, Melee finally takes down Liubon.
All right. Geltec Cyber Team threw a little bit too much bodies just for a tier 2 down bottom. But eventually it will convert to 1 more in mid and possibly a Holy Shield pop up top. So who am I to question how they sacrifice Liubon when they're getting so much of the map? They straight up turn it red. Renoir, you can sniff it. The sweep just around the corner.
A sweep plus advancement into the knockout stage. It's been a while since we last saw Kiowa on this stage, but how poetic would it be? In her comeback at MWI, didn't even need to go through the lower bracket to advance into the knockouts. Also a testament to the skill and ability of Liubon, Son, Huejo, and Tokyo. Relatively unknown to us, but they are making themselves known to global MLBB to be able to take down very notable names in Daisy, Melee, Sa, Kao, and Chen Chao, but the game is not over just yet. They said, oh, they accidentally sent the Clint!
Oh,
it's a disaster!
Golden hour to save the situation. Tokyo lives!
She's still fighting! The rest of Geltec decided to commit the defense of the Clint, and it works out! It could have been so much worse, but it turned into 2 kills for them. It could be a 3rd, but Jin Chao gets the flicker away!
Talk about battlefield improvisation. Tactical adjustment down to the very last nanosecond. Geltec Cyber Team, y'all should have gotten wiped out or at least lost Tokyo for that singular It's happened so fast.
Last year, they've learned a lot, and that this year will be different.
That's absolutely right. Now, yesterday, we have seen the Hive being tested. But of course, you know, even with a 26-minute game in Game 2, that was because a team caught them off a surprise by a surprise pick. But this opponent that they're meeting in a few moments' time will be no stranger because they have met them last year in the Grand Finals. And Genji is hungry for that win. So, will it be redemption or total domination? We will see that in this upcoming match, and of course find out who will emerge victorious and punch that early ticket to the knockout stage. Over to you at the studio.
Ooh, it's spicy indeed. The stage is set. The players are ready to go toe-to-toe with each other. Once again, the history runs deep. It's rich. It's Vitality versus Genji. And as we look at our map reveal, we're heading in to Broken Walls. Now, Gideon, Cindy specifically called out Ashley, a.k.a. on the other side of Genji, and said, your hero selection pick, well, it's a bit weak. We don't believe in you, and we think we got you.
Well, I mean, if they want to commit to 5 tank bans, 5 support bans, by all means, go for it. We've seen too many times where there has bitten somebody in the behind. And I think right now, it's less about what tanks are you going to get and what's the best composition you can achieve here, because I'm looking at the side laners who are going to make the difference in this game.
I agree, but there's definitely a warranted feeling as to why they're being so focused on Ashley. Ashley being the backbone of the team, she's captain as well. In and out of the game, you can see that she plays such a pivotal role for Genji and how they function, how they were able to secure their 2-0 victory yesterday.
So arguably, could you say that about Vivian as well, or do you think Vitality has a bit more like of a robust team that's confident if their leader falls?
Here's the thing, right? Captain uniquely is Cindy, not Vivian, for Team Vitality. So if you say that, I would say, yeah, maybe, because Cindy always is able to step up in the game, but it feels like the attitude all comes from Vivian.
Yeah, I think it's great to always have somebody who's got that attitude, to be that front face, to really intimidate your opponents, while the brains is telling the rest of them, this is how we're going to apply our plans. And so far, based on what we've seen in the banning phase, Paquito, the glue, already getting axed out on blue side by Genji, Vitality getting rid of the Marcel, it really seems like this is the most standard openings in terms of bans we've seen so far.
I would say yes, especially now that we see the Herrera up next.
Yeah, I mean, it's all coming one full circle, as expected here. But not only am I interested about
Alright guys, saya kembali geng
Panda and Fumiko, I cannot tell who's going to win that lane. And I feel like, based on what the draft is, I'm just going to leave it to the draft, because their skill levels in the team fight are so similar. They're so mechanically inclined.
And I want to argue for Arya as well, right? Arya has also been such an important role as well in Genji. And she's been able to beat a lot of the top tier EXP laners, I think, in her region. And I feel like this is the moment that she proves that she could be the #1 in the world.
Well, as we are going through the hero selection, I want to remind everybody that this is, in fact, a battle of adaptation. You have 2 elite coaching staffs, 2 championship caliber rosters, and this series, in fact, could come down to the drafting and macro execution. So this is just step 1 between these two, and could very well already determine who's winning the first map.
Again, their backbones are important, and also their coaching staff, because Rex Vin, initially from Monster Vicious back in Malaysia, has been helping them so much with these women's team. And Genji, this particular roster, loves coming down to Malaysia to actually participate and scrim against some of our teams locally.
It's back-to-back boot camps.
Back-to-back,
MWI last year, MWI this year. They have a thing for Malaysia.
They do. And I think it's great, because we're close enough to still be able to scrim against the Indonesian teams just across the coast.
Which is very important, and that's probably why we're seeing them develop so quickly, so fast. So Esmeralda gets banned out there by Team Vitality, and it looks like the Minotaur has actually been left open. So was it the interview hinting at a second phase ban perhaps against Ashley for the Minotaur, or maybe do they have something completely different in plan?
It's a tough call on this one. I think that the Glue and Atlas have been pretty consistent bans overall, but this means that both sides want to play for their mid lane, right? So they get their mid lane. The question is, are they looking to scale? Are they looking for control? Or are they looking to just play tempo? And I think so far with the Boxia, I would assume it's tempo, but we've seen many teams pivot right at the very end to show, no, we're actually going for a hyper-aggressive style.
Okay, it really depends on how they're going to be able to draft around the Boxia, right? Because the thing about the Boxia is, the least I can say is Boxia is very dependable. Like you can utilize it in a way for objectives and so on and so forth. But Team Vitality do really quick work, right? They pick up the carry to try and counter the Baxia later on in the game. And obviously the Akai that's also risen in quite popularity. I'm wondering if the Arlot might show up to find that combo between the Akai Arlot.
It might be a little difficult now to actually get the Arlot because again, yes, Esmeralda, one of her big counterplays has already been taken out. Same goes for Paquito, which is a little more 50-50. But the scary thing is, no matter what you pick first, the counter pick comes out immediately after. If they go Arlot, they go Phoveus. If they go Phoveus, they can go for some other lane bully like, oh, someone like Uranus or something to outscale him or sandbag him.
Okay.
So it's really who makes that first pick. And unfortunately for Genji, because they're on that blue side, they kind of don't have a choice.
I feel like, do they want to prioritize Ashley's hero here? I mean, they did mention that there were 5 picks.
Oh, that's not normal. And that's not normal.
That is a signature Panda pick last year. The question is, does the Granger still fit in this meta?
I gotta figure out whether they got enough damage. I mean, okay, an idea is forming in my mind. You're gonna poke out your opponents, we hit them with the Abyssal Arrow, and when they're low, we give the kill over to the Granger. We want the Baxia to open up the map, which would mean one of two things. Either A, their EXP laner is going to have damage, or B, they're going to have a support who's actually, who's big enough and tanky enough to be able to actually not only take the damage, but apply a lot of high base damages.
So are we thinking like a hero like Rock?
I was thinking, maybe not Rock. I was thinking like Hylos because it's very consistent in the early stages of the game. We see the Arla get played here, so perfect timing coming in for Team Vitality. Expect to see the Phoveus ban in the second phase.
Yeah, they really want to be able to alleviate the pressure on the Arlet, make sure that the Arlet can roam around as fast as possible. And the fact that we see the Selena on the other side, it will also help the farming from Baxia. You know, like Baxia has been nerfed quite a bit. The farming pattern is a lot slower nowadays. And I feel like the Selena being able to pick up that, you know, tricky emblem, she's going to be able to help rotate with the Baxia.
Yes. I'm getting the rough ideas in my head right now because if there's anything that I'm most worried about, it's the fact that if you don't pair Selena with a concussive blast support, you're never leaving that lane quicker than your opponent. And so far, luckily, Vitality is focusing very much on this Arlet. Getting rid of the Uranus first, okay, that's totally fine. They're focused so much on this Arlet that, hey, maybe there's an opportunity that the mid lane isn't going to be as bad.
Because all the options are still up and available.
They're up and available.
Right, Give is still open. If they want to go Jushin against the Baxia, they can also go for something of a similar route as well. They could even go for something like Gord.
It sounds scary, but where's Selena actually going? We don't know. It could still be played as a support.
No way.
I mean, hey, right now, the biggest thing in the game is the fact that we don't have vision, and what does Selena provide? Hey, traps that give you vision.
Is it really an Ashley pick? Ashley's been so, you know, synonymous with heroes that are, you know, big setters, finding opportunities, you know, like not a single target type of hero.
Hey, maybe she's trying to look for a new moniker. It could be the possibility. But
well, let's not forget, during the interview, we did ask, do you still want to take that title of Mother of Tanks? And she says, well, this year I might be trying for something else.
Could be the... Oh, I got to come up with a good one here. Nah, I don't have something that's good yet. It's all terrible. I'll workshop it in just a little bit. But this second phase, Phoveus is wide open here. I feel like baits are being thrown out by both sides with these bans.
What happens if they pick up the Phoveus?
I mean, Arlet's not gonna have a good time. Like, I don't know what Arlet's supposed to do in that lane. He walks up, he just dies.
So what was the bait from Vitality, though?
Well, the fact is, they're already banning out things. For an example, they're already getting rid of the Uranus. They're also getting rid of the Freya. Again, both of these heroes, you would have expected the Freya at least to show up a little bit earlier. But now, since Genji didn't have the opportunity to lock in their EXP, it made so much more sense to just get rid of axe out the Scalers because the composition just doesn't have enough damage.
Okay. I was about to say, do Genji want to pick up the Cho? But they're the ones that actually banned the Cho out.
So now, it all comes down to this. Red 4, usually the money pick here for Team Vitality. They could lean into their support first if necessary, just to kind of make sure they guarantee themselves a mid laner that absolutely destroys the whole composition, or just keep it simple. And I personally think that keeping it simple might just be Jushin rather than the Eve.
I like keeping things simple, and I want to keep it that way, but I do want to watch out for the fact that the Akai could still be flexed. Just highly unlikely, but it still can be done for Vitality.
I mean, if we're thinking that way, technically Arlet could be flexed as well. I mean, it's been many years since we've seen Arlet roam, but hey, I'm not putting it out there.
And it's not flex.
And it's not a flex.
Phew. We see the Belleric come through, so that is going to be given
Ini kalau
over to the
Selena letak
mother
arung
of
bayi kan?
tanks.
Poking-poking.
Now for Gen G. Well, I guess they're
Tapi kena
anticipating
tabrak.
that, you know, the Selena will have to go dive in to do the damage, and then the box is also a very short-range hero. They go and opt for something for, like the Belleric.
Honestly, I don't know why the Selena was picked up so early on. I would have imagined that this was like a last two picks type of scenario. Surprise your opponents, you know? Because what is the value of Selena if not for landing the Abyssal Arrows? If you don't hit the arrows, it's kind of like a dead hero.
That's why I thought it was to aid Baxia in the rotations.
Yeah, I thought that's the early games, but then what happens to mid-game,
After,
right?
yeah. Selena kind of loses its power in the later stages of the game, but like you mentioned, the Phoveus being a good lane up against the Arlet, the Phoveus does show up here, and then the Gourd comes to play.
Maknanya betul lah Selena roam.
The Selena is the roamer.
Not too
Ashley's on the
surprised.
Selena.
Yep. So again, she's looking for some headshots here. This is going to be real cool to watch because again, it's highly mechanical. You hit an arrow, they have to die. And Granger right now is going to be their main win condition if they get the Sky Piercer. Looking on Vitality's side, they see that Gourd. It's a problem. I don't think they have the correct answers to it right now.
Okay, so what do they need? Well, I guess they can't answer it because we're only waiting for the last pick for Shell, no?
And I think that unfortunately, there's no way you can go for
Langgar
like
Bakzia ni pun boleh combo dengan Selena.
style
Stun
of,
God ni pun boleh combo dengan Selena. Jadi idea tu ada lah, pelaksanaan tak tahu.
Yeve, maybe Farsa. Both of them are susceptible to this Selena.
Yes, Kagura.
Something lane dominant, something to say, you know what?
Flex,
We'll figure out a
hero.
way.
This is diving so deep into the archives of Team Vitality. I think it was even under a different org at the time that we saw the Kagura for this team.
Well, I don't know about you, Taylor, but do you prefer the arrows from the side of Genji or the umbrella from Team Vitality?
Gotta go with the arrows. Come on, you want the damage. This is the matchup we've been waiting for. The crowd has showed up. The Vitality fans are going crazy. Gen G fans, let's also get loud because this is a rematch of the Grand Finals from last year. The one we've been waiting all day for. Let's get it started. Athena, take it away.
And that's exactly why the arena feels so electric. It's a matchup we're all looking forward to see, and it's Gen G
Ni baik ni guys, dah
versus
pick dia
Vitality.
unique.
The
Selena.
rematch, the storylines, they're all falling
Selena
into
God.
place, but only this can
Mana dia orang akan main
determine
menabrak
what
ni,
would
guys.
be the next
Kalau pick off Genji tak jadi kan untuk early to mid kan. GG dok ni.
see
Serius.
and meet each other again. It's a Selena for Ashley.
Bagus
It's
lah.
something that really took us by surprise.
Kalau
And
tak
I
kena
know
tabrak
it's a
jungle dia.
50-50, a very
Dia ambil merah
mechanical
dulu.
hero, but I can't
Mahal.
help but think it's also just Genji's way of speeding things up for the backside, making sure that it's not left behind in terms of farming, because that's one of the biggest adjustments we've seen happen to this hero.
Especially if you've reviewed some of Vitality's earlier games yesterday. So Genji learned their lesson, and it's quite a bit of a refreshing thing to see onto Ashley's hand as well. It's going to be raining arrows here, but let's see if Shinny, or C rather, could dodge all of that with her umbrellas. Now, talking about Sayori as well with a Gourd pick coming in clutch here, she wouldn't have a hard time clearing up the lanes, and most likely here for Vitality, they need to find a way to somehow set up the tempo here on to the early game.
And that's exactly what they compensated for, right? The fact that they might have lacked wave clear and fast
Arya
but
ditekan.
Arya,
okay, they
Time
punished
shot.
this early.
Pada Arya.
Flicker already activated.
Ada bantuan daripada
We
Rui.
would have had their punch. Vivian and the rest will just disengage. It's Vitality with the discipline and clean disengages against Genji.
and the fast rotations from Genji as well, so you just really couldn't go in for the full commit. It feels a bit too dangerous to do so. So fortunately, they're keeping everything in check. They're not too behind as well in terms of speed and farming.
Oh, ni kena tabrak ni.
Vitality, they're just making their presence felt. Look at how they're showing up even right here in the purple buff.
It's all about the speed, right? So Genji wants it faster. Vitality could match up that speed, and now right on cue, it's going to be the
Betul,
first
lawan ni mula kan?
objective here, targeted by Vival. And it looks like for Vitality, they have quite a good position here just to try and prevent Genji from ever actually taking this neutral objective.
I mean, it's pretty tough for
God
Genji if
balik
they want
pula.
to contest. This is an Arlot Akai in an objective
Betul,
fight.
mudah diamankan. Arya belum level 4. Attribution. Kagura ulti, heavy spin, Rui down. Anda datang beri bantuan, Fumi Echo cuba melarikan diri, flicker. Jadi ditembak oleh Arya.
That's 1-for-1. Arya on the front lane. That is an early aggression here from Vitality as well.
They seem to equalize things.
Dari mana dua tim ni bang? Satu daripada Amerika, satu daripada Indonesia. Vitality Indonesia, Genji daripada Amerika.
They were trying to fight against the fact that the Baksha could feel a bit slower in terms of speed and farming, but then they had to lose her, so that slows things down a bit, even though they already had the presence of Vaselina in their lineup. So now let's see how they eventually bounce back and get back into the game, because we haven't really seen much rotations just yet. And when I say rotations, it's more on the more successful ones wherein you actually land these skill shots and make sure that they convert into kills, which you could get much more value out of.
Maybe they could compensate that with the
Tadi
arrows.
dapat. Oh, Mystic Gas, Vivian down. Kagura dah guna ulti. Flame shot, Sayori down.
Going in hard. Fumi Echo left defenseless here.
Final slash kat atas Ashley. Ashley guna flicker. Ashley down. Arya sedikit lambat untuk memberi bantuan.
With an immediate answer, Panda 1 and Shell 1v1 on top lane. But let's go back to that pickoff for Vitality.
Yeah, they did not even need to rotate to find that pickoff, but it seems like Vitality still got the better of them at that moment. They got 2-for-1, and it's still the mid duo that's constantly being shut down. Now Rui.
Oh, it's making it harder for her to farm up. As you've mentioned, it's not even the complete ward rotation. It's like okay, and that's
Satu
it.
lagi,
They're
mungkin
always
sub.
being tracked down here by Vitality, continuously hunted down.
Yep, it's tough. Genji is a team with a lineup that we kind of expected to activate a bit more early on because of the threat of the arrows, the gourd as well with the supplementary burst damage. But it's taking a while for them to actually find these targets, and now they might have to rely on some of the mistakes that can come in from Vitality. This is a very reliable comp in terms of objectives, and now they're trying to go for another contest with most of their teammates ready and nearby.
Another way to look at it is
Selero,
if
tak
Ashley
terkena.
can be able to land those arrows on the perfect target. That is a hard thing to do, knowing that Vitality has the mobility as well. As a follow here for Fumi Echo, and right at
Kena Arya ni. Arya down, heavy spin, Akka dah
That's a
ulti.
free hit here for Chell, and now Genji is down on one. Will they
Rui dah
contest
guna
this one? I
ulti,
think they're trying
final
to find
slash,
their way
tetap
onto
dia diamankan oleh
it. It's
Akai.
about securing that neutral objective. Rui trying to run away
Eh,
with
God
Chell.
asal lari.
That is
nak
enough
try
of
ulti
a
ke?
pickup right now.
That
Kena
could
ni,
have been a
goal
flame
ni.
shot highlight. If that flame shot
Memang kena
actually
tabrak-tabrakan
resulted
guys.
into a kill for Rui, but can I just say this is an interesting turn of events. It's not that we expected
Sebab
the
kurang
matchup in
badan,
EXP
satu
to
je
turn out
badan.
this way, but Vitality
Arya
have had
mati,
a
tak ada
very
badan
good
kedua guys.
answer to the Phobias, despite it technically
Combo dia, tapi barang
countering the
pelaksanaan
Arlot. Fumi Echo
pelaksanaan
has had a
untuk Genji
much
ni,
better time, and
dia
I think
kena
it's
lagi
primarily
agresif.
because of how Vitality have been able to
Hillary
choose
ulti,
their fights.
retribution, miss retry. Wah, ini mental ni.
Orange, oh no, it's Sayori. Sayori actually got the purple buff, but that was an
Retry
attempt from
tak betul.
Vitality to just further
Dia
increase
tak-
the gap
tak ada
that's
retry
already
tadi,
existing
Rui.
between them and Genji.
But still,
Vivan
right,
miss
they
retry
were
tu.
able to compensate the direct counter for an Arlot with the way that they move here onto the map. Now, we see a lot of flanks onto the way Arya fronts for Genji.
Gas.
And now, other lanes are also left vulnerable. Now, they're up against Ashley here.
Draft ni macam payah nak teamfight. Teamfight susah, dia kena main pick off sebab draft pick dia pick off hero. Bella pula. Bakzia ni kalau dia tabrak kan ada stun sekejap. Time tu dia boleh combo dengan God ataupun Selena sebenarnya.
Move around the map and
Tapi
find whatever
kena
they
chemistry
can.
kuat lah.
It's just that Vitality seem too difficult to catch as well. Catch off guard, land these skill shots. So regardless if they actually find, let's say Chini, right? Seems like one of the best targets at this point. She also has the Rasho Umbrella Flea, so that doesn't even make her the best target either. So Chell, at this point, always well guarded, and that's where you see it.
Oh, that's a perfect
Rui dah
example
guna
of
ulti.
what you were just trying to explain. And for Genji, the moment that they land
Kari
those
free you.
targets, it's a bit too late already.
Mid lane tu
They've
biar.
already been bursted down by Vitality.
Sekarang ni
And
combo yang
now,
diorang nak
even
buat ni tak
though
jadi
they
ni.
got
the position. The
Idea
damage
ada.
just isn't there yet. Now another
ni.
neutral objective is there. The arrow land onto Viva.
Ari guna ulti. Arya dah tutup Chell. Chell free hit. Arya mati. Heavy spin. Bellery ulti. Flicker. Kagura dah ulti. Neko. Banner slash. Panda. Down. Shut down. Terugi Fumiko.
All of that advantage went to
hero tak terkena.
Yeah, that was 3 kills and they mid turret.
Risky bagi aku risky. Idea dia
and eventually
risky.
most likely a turtle as well.
Kalau nak main macam ni dia kena agresif lagi.
Over to their side, and that's why the lead is just starting to balloon. They're not having problems dealing with any of the potential threats that we expected from Genji. Arya
Tapi
seems
finisher
to
tak
be
cukup.
such a fragile target for Chell at this point.
Purposely dapat satu dia orang kena commit lah. Terus gas je. Pam. Lepas tu buat rotasi lain. Dia kena macam tu. Sebab kalau team fight sasa dia orang kalah.
Making sure that she's the one who
Gila,
presents
macam nak team
herself
fight.
right in front of the Phobias and not even caring at all because she's already
Ada
equipped
Bellery,
enough
ada
to
Akai.
shred this XP laner down.
It's Afraid being the hunter at this point for Vitality. He just got this way on how to dodge those bullets here.
Banner slash, mati terus.
Fumieko would assist. Final flush onto
Dia kena kom duk. Sebab stun god tu senang kena daripada abyssal hero.
Yep, they could not find that tempo. Now it's most likely playing for recovery for Genji. This is just too much dominance that we're seeing from Vitality across the map. And they're playing with heroes who I think even the panel highlighted as not
Beza
so
golit pun dah
much
berapa ni?
part of the meta.
600
If
beza.
you're mainly relying on them for your carries because looking at their lineup, it's really around Panda 1 that you're really expecting majority of the scaling to come from, but it's not like Ranger is really considered as the most scaling marksman either.
It isn't.
It's likely going to be Sayori, but it's taking a bit of time. They're trying to set up, or their setups are taking a lot of time before we eventually see them executed. And now with Fumieko also picking up the Rose Gold Meteor, you could just expect this aggression to get even worse.
It's all about fights here for Vitality, making it harder for Genji to actually catch up. Even though Arya could land a great Dark Wave even onto 2 to 3 members of Vitality, but still the damage isn't enough. We've mentioned it's Sayori that's taking a bit too long to really be activated if to go for the burst. And for Vitality, on the other hand, another way
ni
to
Kagura.
compromise the jungler
Kagura
pattern
dah
for
ulti.
Genji is to try and take it
Lena
all
dah flicker.
over. Especially even onto the jungle clips. Genji couldn't even touch that one. Arya still got a
Heavy
perfect
spin Arya down.
play on the shell.
Ulti
But still,
flicker.
the restful just
What a
isn't
god.
there yet, Vivian.
Rui down.
Tight spot, but still, she will be able to back away.
Yeah.
Instead, it's Joey and Arya falling down just before a Lord take even eventually comes in.
Genji definitely wanted to take on that fight. That was the pursuit that Arya risked.
Rui pandai asas skill saya kurang dekat god. Dia orang ada game plan tapi idea dia kadang guys korang tak boleh samakan pentas dunia ni sebab dia orang final boss satu lagi mungkin dia ada aura farming guys.
But every single time they attempt to, it seems that Vitality are not even afraid. They're not rattled by
Jadi
the
mental
least
tu kadang
because they
ada
already have
mental
Chell,
blocking.
who's currently 8.9k in gold. Already completed the Trinity and is on the verge of completing her
bantai tanpa balas
items.
kasihan.
Whereas
Ya.
if you take a look at Panda,
Bijak
yes, she
ah.
already has the
Ambil
Hunter Strike
Kagura
on
ni
the left
bijak
core,
guys
but
bagi
this Sky Piercer, you
Kalau
have
dah
to
ambil
wait
match lain
until
kan
you
aku
actually
rasa
get the
mungkin
value
senang
out of it.
tangkap.
There's so much catching up that Genji actually need to do, and we're approaching the 12-minute mark. Fortunately, still have some of their holy shields intact, but they're on the verge of losing a bunch of their base turrets too.
Yep. Time definitely is not on their side here for Genji. You have to keep those stacks rolling in for Panda if you want to survive this task, this tedious task that Vitality tried to do. Both inhibitor
Heavy
turrets
spin
here
ke
on the
atas
mid and
Rui.
onto the bottom side.
Bajia guna ulti Arya mati.
It's Arya falling down. The front runner for
Jadi
Genji.
tumbal ni.
It's easily picked off, and now it's left for Ash.
Allah, mati dengan flame shot.
But a flame shot kill here from Zini will seal the deal. Down two women here for Genji.
Kena robek guys, ratah guys. Awal game ni.
Here by Vitality.
And that is a flame shot highlight right there if you've ever seen one. It's been so long
Idea
since
dia,
we've seen
tapi
a flame shot here in competitive play, but
Final Slash
oh
mati
no,
Rui.
Rui gets
Easy die guys. Kari free makan.
Vitality just exerts
Idea dia tapi pelaksanaan kurang bagus guys sebab kena makro tinggi gila.
cracks. There are no more cracks onto their formation, onto their domination, as they slowly choke out the life of Genji here for game number 1 alone.
I am starting to understand why the Phobius was baited out of Genji and why they were just willing to let it go. Just look at how difficult of a time Arya is actually having on this hero. And it's just really something difficult to digest because it's a matchup that you really would expect to go her way. But it seems like Vitality have completely read out the kind of approach that Genji actually want to play into. They pretty much let them play the early that they want in terms of speeding up the farm, but other than that, they are not landing any of these skill shots. They are not able to maximize the early threat and presence of a double mage mid duo that they actually decided to field here in this game, and they're just taking it step by step because we're 12 seconds away until the next objective spawns, and with an 11k gold lead, this was mentioned by our panel earlier, it's very difficult to find a way around this kind of situation.
That is just
Dia boleh draft macam ni tapi early dengan mid dia kena jadi lah. Dapat seorang kena burst terus. Dia tak boleh tunggu-tunggu duk draft macam ni. Dia kalau tak jadi macam ni lah kau tengok. Kena tabrak 11,000, tak ada ruang farm dah. High ground pun berat macam ni. Sebab miskin.
It's a miss. Because for Vitality, all they need to do is juggle around.
Ni kalau dia dapat tabrak ni aku rasa kan. Kalau Kari dia tak dapat kena tangkap ni, end dah game ni guys aku
could
rasa.
just go for the free hits. Now, Simi is still untouchable, by the way, with their Kagura pick.
Yep.
And it totally made sense. She has the mobility, she has the burst, and the flame shot, the cherry on top, just to finish things off here for Vitality.
Yeah, none of them honestly even opted to go for Purify. At this point, it's just really them adapting through the heroes that they've actually picked up. And I think it's also very dependable for them to have this Akai in their lineup, because even when Genji decided to go in for multiple times, they just had to use it defensively, push them away, or even better yet, find the perfect pin down. But this is a Lord Siege incoming for Team Vitality. Let's see if it
Kena Final Slash flicker, ulti flicker daripada Beleric, heavy spin, memang auto dash lah ni. Halot ni. GG. Kan? Auto end terus guys. Like I told you. Jadi guys jangan lupa like, comment, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game ni. Idea ada tapi pelaksanaan tugas kurang baik guys. Dia kena agresif guys. Jadi yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe. We're gonna see you guys in the second matches. Let's go.
Genji decided to field a draft that required a certain level of execution in order to work. But look at how Vitality dealt with it. They were just very calm and they let it happen on their terms. Now we have to take a look at what's going on stage together with Damascus and Rob.
Absolute insanity. Team Vitality showing why they're last year's champions. This is the match that we've been looking forward to this entire time, but apparently Vitality was looking forward to it more than anyone else.
Hey, listen, if there is one that needs to establish dominance, it's Vitality. Yesterday, got scared a bit. That is a statement, man. Absolute statement made in that first match. Genji back to the drawing board, but these Vitality fans, they're getting louder and louder.
I wish that we had a camera behind the scenes to hear exactly what's being said in the Genji locker room. Like, I just feel like Ashley right now might be getting a little hyped up. You know what I mean, Damascus? At some point, you might have to tell them, you can't let them do that to us right now. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of pride on the line.
It's supposed to be the big run back. It's supposed to be the big one when you show that from one year to the other. You're like, I can win this time. I'm so back. Unfortunately, not yet, but there is still a chance for Genji to bring it back. So let's wait for Genji to bring it back and take a look at the highlights.
Rasak dulu.
Well, the title for this matchup outside of Vitality versus Gen G was Redemption or Domination, and so far it's only been Domination. My goodness, that was bad. Gen G's got to go back to the drawing board. They really do. What the biggest gold lead we have seen as of yet. Before we really start breaking things down, however, let's look at some big moments throughout game number 1, starting with our first big moment, of course, and this is most likely going to show Vitality starting to snowball. We're 10 minutes in, and already you could see that gold lead get in.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, we already talked about it, was the fact that, like, once you have this Selena, what do you do with it if you're not dominating, right? And that's the problem. When you're playing from behind on things that require a Sky Piercer, Granger in particular, not exactly the greatest against tanks until that Sky Piercer reaches a certain point, and Selena must hit the arrow. You saw it every single time the arrow missed. Guess what happens? Vitality pushes the advantage further and further.
Yeah, the question was arrows, umbrella, which one do you prefer? Well, we got our answer throughout game number 1. Eterna, let's take a look at our second moment of game number 1, and probably getting towards the tail end here, and it might be close to the winning moment. We're now 11 minutes in. The gold lead now is well over 10K, and we're starting to enter the base.
It was almost a 12,000 gold lead at this point in time, and the thing is about the Selena, it's very difficult for her to try and go for the defense on the defense, right? She needs to have a little bit more say when it comes down to map control for her to really get the shots down. And in this particular position, it's very predictable where the arrows are going to go, so it's easy to dodge. And then you see the synergy of composition between Vival as well as Fumi Echo. And technically, they do still have Panda and Sayori to try and clear, because they do have that, but at the end of the day, the firepower really wasn't there, and it was so difficult, I think, for Gen G at this stage in time.
It seems to be the case, and I really want to pick your guys' brains about the hero selection as we watch the final moments again from map number 1. The hero selection clearly did not go too well. Before we get too deep into that conversation, though, we got our team comms from Team Vitality during the winning moments.
Let's go guys. Bisa. Sabar anjing, MM-nya nggak lewat-lewat. Itu cowok midnya anjing. Guardnya flicker. 920 guard. MM-nya nggak lewat-lewat anjing, gua tungguin. Flicker cowok itu mereka berdua anjing.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Man, there it is. They sounded very excited for Team Vitality, and rightly so, because when they get pumped up and energetic, you know they're playing an all cylinder. Not too much. I think not enough potentially, okay? Hey, look, Vitality looking good. And I tell you what, we've had coverage all day long. We've had Stream A, we've had Stream B, and we got our co-streamers as well covering all the action. Let's bring Rain in and have a little discussion. Rain, what's going on, man? How you liking the stream so far? How you liking the tournament?
So far so good, guys. I'm having fun here. I think this is the most prestigious tournament so far, and I'm really excited to see quality from the rest of the players.
Coach Rain, you talk about quality gameplay. You have, you've taught some of these women before. You've coached a women's team before. I'm curious from your perspective on this current game. Was that just both sides just trying to flex on each other? Why was it necessary to show both Kagura and Selena in this matchup?
I think it's a battle of, how do I say that? A battle of the drafter. Battle between the mastermind for both teams. They high pick the Selena, and they expect that the Selena can be flex pick, but somehow Vitality can read the pick, and also they use Kagura to deny God and also Selena at duo mid. So that Kagura pick actually for me is really brilliant, man.
Brilliant indeed.
Yeah,
And,
really brilliant.
I know that you have like again, Malaysian to Malaysian here. We know that Rex Vin is up on that stage.
Yeah.
I know that you guys have had, a bit of a relationship. But what do you think about KCS at this point? Do you think that Rex Vin has what it takes to outsmart him this time in game number 2? Or are you thinking maybe there's something else that they got to be worried about?
Oh, surely. I do believe in Rex Vin. I trust him. I've been work with him before during SEA Games. And I know that he can actually draft the best composition for the players. So I think they will bring this game to game 3.
Well, Coach Rain, thank you so much for the insight, and thank you so much for all the work you're doing behind the scenes supporting the MWI. Like you said, it's the most prestigious tournament, and I got to agree with you. It's been a fun day for sure, but let's keep breaking down that map number 1 between Vitality and Gen G. We got some stats to show on the screen for you all to look at, and obviously we're focused on the gold. It was one of the biggest gold leads, but what else can we see from the stats?
I think the one thing that I'm going to be seeing later on is the choice of spell for Kagura, for Cine. We haven't seen the flame shot in so long. I think the max we usually see it is like in our ranked games. And suddenly it comes to play here on a competitive level. It really shows how confident I think Cine is on the Kagura.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that this is definitely in Cine's pocket pick for a very, very long time. And as Rain mentioned, it is the perfect answer in this case. So again, yes, a little disrespectful. Could have gone for the Purify just in case you get hit by 2 CCs. But I think that the Flame Shot has already kind of, stung Ashley a little bit. That's 2 times getting last hit by a max range Flame Shot.
Tough break for sure for Team Gen G. That definitely did not go their way. Now, one thing though, sometimes getting beat like that is almost a blessing, and the reason why is because short-term memory, you can let that go very quickly as opposed to like a grueling 20-30 minute matchup and then only to take the L. This time around it was very quick. Back to the drawing board they go. Let's see if they can get their emotions in check heading in to map number 2. We head back to the stage. The ladies are getting set up once again. Now, Granger pick traditional for Panda. However, the Selena obviously was a big talking point between you two. Going to Ashley's role, typically the tank, right? Typically the mother of tanks, or at least in contention with Vivian for the mother of tanks, decides to go assassin this time, which doesn't give enough support to 2 of the heroes on the side of Gen G. They cannot afford to make that mistake again. But more importantly, do you think you can see where their mindset was with those picks heading into map 1?
I feel like it was ego. I'm gonna say it here. I think it was ego. I think after that interview that they had with Cine and Ashley, and Cine was like, you know what, your hero pool's a little bit limited. Maybe you can only play the Minotaur. And Ashley was like, no, I think I have something else. And that's why it was prioritized so early. But Coach Rain did mention that I think it should have been a flex pick as well, but they were forced into a position to take the gamble. They took the gamble, it didn't work out, it's okay, go back to the drawing board and maybe go back to what made them strong in the first place.
So do you think there's anything though, like any justification outside of ego, whereas like this could have worked, or was it just too quick, too soon?
Here's what I think. I think that they had a great day of scrims, and Selena was part of that lineup. I think that might have given them the idea that maybe this is it. This is the pick that's going to, shake things up here and make sure that we can't get our mid-trio targeted as hard as they did last year.
I'm of an opinion that it could have worked had the gold lane been different, or had the mid laner have been different, because Gordon Granger, I feel, alongside the Selena, was a little bit too greedy for my taste. Obviously, there are certain scenarios where it would work, but in that particular moment, the Granger really needed to snowball. It was very difficult for him to get to that point, and I feel like the Selena just really wasn't the pick to help accentuate it, because they were going for like a front to back kind of comp.
Yeah, they were, but at the same time, you got to give it a vitality, right? They played the laning phase really, really well, and just before Gen G were about to kind of like get over the top of the mountain, on top of the peak, unfortunately, there was already a rotation to reinforce those weak points of the map. So I think that at least from Vitality side, really great adaptation, and I think that's what really coined them the game on top of the draft.
And going right back to you, Gideon, one of the things you said during the hero draft was that Vitality didn't have a true answer for the gold lane. I was waiting at least to be a little bit worried for that, but based off of game number 1, clearly they did.
Yep, it seems overall, I would have said that at least with that many tanks and with that many frontliners, initially Granger should be able to get something done in the carry lane. However, what I didn't expect was the way that the team comp actually plays once we get past closer towards the 7th to 8th minute of the game. When mid-tier 1 broke, I think that's when the game completely was over for Gen G, right? You have no way to kind of control the side lanes, no way to kind of rotate safely, and that's when Selena loses a lot of her value. That River of No Man Land, Selena wants to be all over there, invade even into enemy territory.
How much do you think the history of this roster between Gen G and Vitality is playing in the mindset specifically of Gen G in this matchup? Because you mentioned ego, and it very well could have been. Cindy might have went into that interview looking to play mind games, and it might have paid off. So Eterna, I'm right there with you in your ballpark. But how much do you think Gen G right now is thinking, man, Vitality, they beat us last year. A lot of history here. We've yet to take them down. In fact, Vitality didn't drop a series, from last year's MWI. How much do you think that is affecting Gen G in this moment?
I think it's a lot, but I think it's more so for Team Vitality, because now they're the ones who have the target on their backs. If, let's say, Gen G lose this, it's an expected loss. Everyone will be like, yeah, okay, try next time. It happened last time as well. But let's say Team Vitality lose this. Now that is going to hurt Team Vitality a lot. And I think that is what's making them put in a position where they're the ones that has something to lose.
Which would make map number 3 very interesting if Gen G does answer back and ties it up. But until then, it seems like Vitality, regardless of the target on their back, are selling through the competitors in the competition, and they remain as confident as they've ever been, not only in the interviews, but also on stage and even in our team comms. We start our pick and bans, and again, the story will once again be told, and this time around, I hope Gen G did their homework.
I hope they did. At the same time, I agree with you, Eterna. If Vitality somehow drop this, especially when they are currently on match point, that's definitely going to hurt the mentality coming in. But it's always harder to defend the title than it is to chase for it. And I still think that Gen G have something up their sleeves. However, come down to the picks and bans, we're already seeing good adjustments here. Vitality is taking whatever they learned from the previous game and now applying it on the blue side.
Yeah, they have the carry band out, they have the Phobias band out, they have the Jushin even band out, and it's signaling what is it? Do they want to go
kita
for an
kembali
early
game yang
assassin now
kedua
that the
kayaknya.
Hirara is available? Do they want to take that risk?
Apalah idea
Here, right? Because it's kind of up to Gen G, and Vitality is asking the question, oh, please give me the Hirara. It would be really fun to play, and if Gen G allows it, then sure. But if not, I still think that there are better openers right now so far in the pool.
Okay. It goes back down to this final one, and I mean, it goes and brings me back to Vivian's interview when she was like, you know, everyone please do your best because I don't want to get sleepy. What is that attitude?
Honestly, I did a little bit of content with Vivian for Club Championships. I can't wait for that to start coming out because, man, these putting people to sleep, dude. I'm telling you, she's got some banger lines in there. But now that we have the first half of the bands already done, Atlas immediately gone out of the question at this point of time. It seems a little strange. Most people like to hold the Atlas up, especially if Zushin is already banned out.
Game 1 Gen G kalah macam mana?
Are they contesting
macam mana dia kalah?
Perhaps?
Dia kalah.
Look at the first game. I think the Esmeralda and the Blue were heroes that were also
kalah. Nanti aku
banned
post. Nanti tengoklah. Aku post video.
Defending champions want to go and prioritize
Yang penting game tu draft menarik, tapi pelaksanaan tugas
instead.
tak menarik.
Well, I think if they don't pick it up, it's probably going to fall into the hands of Gen G. And so far, Hirara is going to be the first pick here by Team Vitality. I like it. It already tells you, hey, we've got a quote-unquote setter, a dodger, an assassin, but most importantly, somebody who can progress the game and accelerate it at a ridiculous rate.
Absolutely. Hirara pick, it's quite exciting to see because I don't think we've seen Vival go on her signature assassins for so long. I think the last time we saw it was maybe a couple years ago.
Too long.
It's been too long. It's been too long. And her being on the hands of Hirara, she has such a high ceiling as a player, and I really want to see that come into play. GG though, how do they respond to this?
I'm thinking, you know, the traditional stuff, right? You're already looking for maybe hold your mid laner until the very end, get the Esmeralda for Arya at this point of time, because so far we haven't really seen any team say, you know what, I am willing to sacrifice a little bit of team fight power to win this lane against the Esme. They also pick up the Baxia, great pickup from Genji, making sure they're covering their bases in terms of counter picks.
I like how we see Esmeralda and the Baxia on the same side. Because usually when we see the Esmeralda, we do see that the Baxia is kind of a counter pick towards it. But they're really, you know, strengthening what they didn't really have in that first game is they have a really good front guard. Now, I'm expecting some really heavy hitters later on, perhaps, you know, the Gord again, if they want to go for that type of thing, despite it being a little bit more risky right now, as we do see the Hirara on the other side. Vitality, do they want to go ahead and pick up their gold laner? Now that the carry's been banned out, they can go ahead and pick up something like the Claude.
Very smart. They go for the glue instead. I like that. And they go for the Claude on top of it. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to show Yve within this first phase. If it was not Yve, it was definitely something plus glue. You called the Claude. We got technically half 50-50 on either side, but now it's that final one. This one, I can't figure it out, right? Because now that they have glue on the opposite side, it would really suck to have to go out of your way to play, unfortunately, Vexana, or the direct counter, in this case, Faramis.
Oh, I used the Faramis yesterday. It didn't really work out.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And then it forces your team to get close together, and Hirara was like, all right, if you're going to get real close together.
Which is kind of bad, and especially like Claude, alt, AoE as well. Because I was thinking they could still pick up the Faramis, and then they ban out the Valentina, but I think the Lilia is still the better option. Because in this
Gwyn terus tak laku guys, padahal Gwyn
it
good
doesn't
pick
feel
kat
like
sini.
there's any space for the Yve, considering you're up against both the Hirara as well as the Claude. I feel like the Lilia was the safest pick.
Yeah, I agree. And not to mention that this second half, I'm hoping that Genji are the ones getting rid of this Yve, because Yve is kind of the only thing that kind of like keeps Genji's current composition in place. Like, yes, you are worried that Esmeralda walks up to you, but I'm thinking that maybe Team Vitality, the fact that they left it open, they have to have something in store, right?
I agree. I think the Yve would be very detrimental to the success of the Esmeralda as well. I know she has, you know, faster cooldowns and she could rotate a lot quicker, but it's still a very risky play to want to play within the box of the Yve or the real world manipulation. So yeah, the Yve goes out.
Yve is down. I'm thinking whether Genji is considering leaving the Valentina open, even though we don't see many big ults on the side of Team Vitality. And that's the thing, those last two picks I think has to be the either big initiator alongside with the glue, because glue can technically be flexed into the EXP. Not the greatest matchup into the Esmeralda, but at least you won't die.
That's true. I feel like Fumi Echo would like something a little bit more flashy though.
Give me the Lapu.
Yeah, she's been so, you know, flashy with her Lapu Lapu. There's so much attitude as well in her gameplay. I do want to see that maybe come to light once again. I think the hero that I was really thinking about for Genji to kind of ban out in the second phase alongside the Yve would also be the Valier. Valier up against the Esmeralda, I think it would be a problem for the Esmeralda alongside the Baxia, but I don't know if they want to go full both bans onto Cine.
I would like to agree with you if I knew for sure that glue was going as a support. And that's the thing, right? No matter what, even if you have terrible mid lane matchups, your support makes such a difference in the 2v2 dynamic that it helps you say, you know what? If you take Concussive Blast, we clear this wave, let's just minimize how much damage we take. That's the way.
It's Valier.
Called it. It's just I'm in disbelief. You don't very often get these correct, but when you do, it's so accurate that there's no argument to it.
It feels good. I feel like an analyst today.
You get it now, right? You get why Wolf does this all the time.
It's so satisfying.
It's great. Wolf, clip that while you're at it. Now, Bruno, I think this is a little strange. Why go and look to get rid of a marksman bully in the Bruno? Because I have no logic to this. This just feels like either Cassius knows for a fact that Panda just does not want to get back onto the Granger again,
or
oh man, what could they possibly do? Irithel already out. Man, no more crit style marksmans.
So what do we have left? We've seen Clint as well a few times here and there. Technically, the Clint is a lane bully as well if you want to play the early game.
You're right.
Unless GG, do they really want to go back onto the Granger?
I don't think Granger is going to be used, especially since you already see Glue who can just absorb. Oh, never mind. Take it back. Never mind. They're going straight for comfort here. Now, hey, I have nothing wrong with comfort because if they win that game, nobody's going to question them about the logic.
But this means that they really need a very, very reliable roamer.
Yeah.
Okay, she needs to be able to clear fast, rotate fast as well, in order to help facilitate the snowball potential for the Granger. Or not, game one will happen all over again.
Yeah, or maybe Panda just somehow dumps their shell in the lane, which seems a little difficult because it was like Harry v Granger at that point of time. So technically it would be Granger favored in those matchups unless you messed up at like level 1 or level 2. Either way, I think that Vitality at this point,
This is a statement. This is a statement. Are we expecting Glue then now to go to the EXP lane?
No, Glue is going to be your support. Alice is going to be in the EXP because at least for Alice, she doesn't generate shields.
And you know what this means?
What does it mean?
This means that Cinny, in her interview earlier with Ashley, was talking about like the picks, and now she's the one on the Selena. Is this perhaps her way of saying, here's how to play the Selena?
Maybe that's possible. It's tough to say, but now Cho is on the opposite side. They have somebody who can block not only the arrows, but also isolate the targets. If the Throne of Ruin dismissed time, you could get kicked out of position. If Claude tries to go in, the Way of the Dragon could set up to make sure that this Granger gets the stacks.
And that's what we talked about, right? That's what we really needed. They wanted to go out of the rotations a lot quicker. They want to be able to really facilitate the Granger. This is a spicy draft reflection. We have Selena on the other side, and this time it's not Ashley, it's Cinny.
That's right, and maybe we'll hear in a post-interview if Cinny did it to specifically call out Ashley. It's getting deep in here, but the question is, will Gen G stay alive? Will they be able to finally take down their boogeyman of Vitality? Let's find out. Brigida Athena, take it away.
Match point is underway for Team Vitality up against
Gen G
as we are moments away from heading into game number 2. What a statement! I agree. What better way to close it out if not by winning through a pick that was unsuccessful for Gen G in game number 1. The Selena now in Cinny's hands.
That is a lot of confidence here for Vitality, and as you mentioned though, Vitality are still here for Vitality, right? But let's see, if there is a team that could make it work, it's going to be one of the strongest team or the defending champion. Now for Gen G, they go in for early aggression as well on the mid lane.
Yeah, Rui actually stole away a green cap from Vitality's side.
Ada gangguan.
Whereas
Baik juga ni.
Vival
Dia tengok early guys. Sebab tadi guna hero early tapi dia tak se-agresif begini. Oh, ni kena kacau ni. Kau jungle ni.
Into this game. Gen G is trying to be a bit more active. They did not want a repeat of game number 1.
They are playing right at where the
Mustahil lah
level
Irara
is
akan
right
masuk
now
jungle
when it
kan.
comes to facing here on the early facing of our game, which is what we would love to see, right, for Gen G. Instead of them just going for the counter punches, we want to see them throw out the first punches and then do so onto punishing members.
Maknanya kan Irara ni akan lambat level 4.
Onto the composition for Gen G Esports. Now they stay in with Ashley show, and right on cue, she is forced out of her flicker.
Yep, a resource already down for Ashley, but at least they got resources elsewhere. City, close call too, but we'll get to dash away from that attempt from Gen G. And there isn't a significant advantage that we're seeing from both sides just yet. I'm surprised to even see that
Irara lambat level 4. Resource dia semua dah kena ambil. Jadi dia ambil hijau dah ke level 4 guys. Ataupun belum cukup sikit lagi.
For that first jungle rotation. But I guess this is where things change. Yeah, first turtle up, and we're seeing only Vivian scouting the area for Vitality.
Rugi duk response dia tadi kan. Dia tak bantu tengah duk. Dia fokus level 4. Oh, Arya dapat zoning baik. Tak dapat contest dia turtle ni. Kuasa ni. Allah. Sayori dapat turtle. Vival down. Susah untuk Irara masuk.
Chasing down onto Fumi Echo.
Nampak lagi selesa tu.
That is a great statement start here for Genji.
Arya definitely wants to play this time. She wants to be the EXP later. She wants
Genji
to be
draft dia
seen.
begini
This is a
daripada game tadi tu
hero that
berat.
you've handed over to her, and it's going to
Kau
make
rasa
a
team
huge
Ray boleh
difference.
bagi
The
saingan
way
dekat
that
team
she just
Vitality
made
ke?
sure Vival
Boleh
could
kot.
struggle to
Asalkan
get
jangan mental
close
block lah.
to the objective.
Dia kadang kan
And if
bila
not
korang lawan
even
team
just
kuat
get
guys kan,
close, but
isu
even
dia bukan
put
draft,
her down
bukan
to
gameplay,
below
dia
half
lebih ke
HP
arah
enough so Genji could actually get the kill.
problem
But Ashley
mental
goes
block.
down bottom.
Rajin duit daripada Chell.
Chell is
Nampak lebih
forced
selesa
out
tu
for
game ni.
blazing duet, but that is it. They just need to survive the early facing Ashley's attempts. But going back onto Arya, we mentioned she's one of the best XP laners out here in the female team for female MWI teams. And so far, with her Esmeralda play yesterday, I think this also translates into how well she is when you give in a hero that could set up, could sustain, and as well up give most of that punches in for Vitality.
Itu kalau dia bagi stacking, full stacking dekat green ke baik tu. Senang lah jadi.
To be the very high mobility surprise type of Hirara in this scenario where Arya's just always trying to stay around her. That was close for that looked like an attempt for Genji.
Rui ni macam silap je guys, macam mental block je. Rui ni daripada Indo tau. Yang cakap jumpa final boss. Decision bukan-bukan, dia tak banyak farm duk early ni. Dia macam cari perang.
Sayori with a clutch black shoes. Vivian onto the back lanes. That was a really close call. High risk plays here for Genji so far.
Yeah, but we're yet to also see how they're really able to convert the threat of Salida yet again. Mostly majority of the
mana ada Farisha tu.
From Arya, it's from Genji. Vitality seem to be waiting for that opportunity to get at least a grab or maybe even land an arrow.
So now the plan for Vitality is to send in Fumi Echo.
Alki Elis cantik. Panda down.
It's a great throw of Ruin. Pandemon caught in the crossfire. Rui forced, but the turtle is beside.
Rui down.
It's all over for her as Fumi Echo and Vivian doubles down. It's a double kill for Fumi Echo. The turtle is left untouched. Now there's an action here coming from Vitality.
A 2-0 for an Alice early on. Arya still trying to be an annoying Esmeralda in her face, but this is Vival probably still getting to secure the objective.
Dapat curi.
Oh no!
She didn't have a retribution at the time.
Okay, it paid off for Arya.
Yes, it was very worth it. Now they do have the retribution, but the turtle is up. Genji and Vitality could both make their way to this objective if they wanted to, but things seem to be different for Vival. They might not risk it, not unless they find an opening. But it's so far just really Arya and Fumi Echo zoning them all out.
They're really considering onto giving up the turtle altogether. They just want to interrupt the whole process here for Genji. If we could get the turtle, so can you, right? And for Genji, they're attempting to somehow zone out the members of Vitality here. But Fumi Echo and Vivian is just not having any of it. Now it's Ashley targeting on Vival. She's just zoning
Arya
it out,
menzoning Vival.
sitting onto the side. Arrow and traps are there, but the damage just isn't enough to get a
turtle
kill.
dalam bio. Rui kena zoning juga tu.
Going in.
Itu diamankan oleh Hirara. At least guna ulti.
Alongside Vivian here is
Targeting.
Sayori forces out onto her black shoes. Fumi Echo buying enough time to just delete things up here for Genji. That was quite the messy of initiation here for Genji.
Yeah, Fumi Echo. That was Fumi Echo just making sure that it was a better scenario for Vitality to just commit to the objective. The way that they again forced Rui out, put her down to very low HP, and all just by being an Alice that's standing in the way. This is a 2-0 Alice that you're talking about, just picking up the Radiant Armor too, so that adds to an additional layer of sustainability that you will have trouble dealing with if you're Genji. At this point, I feel like they might not have enough resources to deal with it head on, as we could take a look at the items eventually. But Vitality, there you go. At least they have a glowing wand in Sayori.
And that's it.
Bawah
that
free.
is the kit that she needs to
Tak
actually
kalau bawah free atas kena dapat tu.
here for Ashley, but Vivian and Fumi Echo tries to get away. Damage just isn't giving it here for Genji. And you just mentioned the Vitality. All they needed to do is force out Genji out of missed positions here. And there are numerous
lain bodoh guys ni, sumpah. Dia macam tak ada objektif yang jelas tu. Daripada Genji macam lost, semua lost.
Just keep getting better. Shell got the most out of her zone onto the bottom side. That's a hefty amount of gold advantage that Vitality was able to get in 7 minutes into the game.
Yep, and I feel like Genji could have also went for more aggressive setups if only there weren't as much information. I know we haven't seen much of the arrows just landing
Conceal
yet
daripada
from Z,
Vivian.
I think the placements
Kantoi.
are also
Bumi Echo punya position tak kantoi tu. Aku rasa dia nak dive ni. Kena. Pandai aku rasa guna flicker.
Movements from Genji, similar to what we saw just now, is being very pivotal in how this game is playing out. Oh, the arrow now lands onto Rui.
Okay, that's a very crucial take here for Cine. Ashley commits onto the wave of Dragon. Cine
Selena down, blazing duet. Sayori, black shoes.
Finds a great opening with a blazing duet, but Sayori with a single black shoes will be able to survive that.
Rui low.
Panda
down.
Being cornered. Of all people taken down.
Bersepah ke? Kau targeting loss. Decision making orang tak jelas ni.
Actually tore down the defenses here for Vitality. The Lord is left alone. It's still Vitality coming up on top, finding the right targets and angles against Genji.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest concerns we had for the draft as well. Genji, they do have setup, they do have pick-off potential, but can they actually provide the right amount of damage? Arya, oh, the knockups!
She might not make it. Fumi Echo hot on her tail. Ashley in an instant taken down. This is just too much to handle. They're coming in one by one here from Genji.
Yep, now it's Vitality. Oh, with the control over this objective. Rui has some information, can potentially catch up to. This is a backdoor that we're talking about after all, but will they let them through? Vivian blocking the way as much as they can, as well as Fumi Echo.
Lord jadi aman kan?
Getting on to the Lord.
Oleh
Arya
Vival.
finds her way
Arya
in,
down.
but won't find her way out. As Vitality takes her down, that's a 5k gold lead. An objective onto Vitality. All in all, that isn't any in favor or pros from Genji. They've got nothing out of it.
It seems like they still wanted to force the fight, however. It seems like they still at least wanted to get the attention of Vitality, maybe momentarily stop them from at least focusing on the objective, but Vitality refused to do so. They were just making sure that they will be able to secure the objective nonetheless, especially with Rui out of sight. If there was anyone who was
gerakan-gerakan anomali
it was just either Arya, it was just either Ashley, but Rui was the main problem, and they need not worry about that. Okay, now it's a Lord.
Oh, okay. I just saw Ashley activate the flicker just to try and cross that big boulder. I think that is huge info here right now for Vitality.
Yeah,
that is a huge giveaway right now, and Arya will have more time putting up on the front line here against Vitality. Yet again, they're down to the last bits of their base turret. It might even explode with the next bit of minion waves that Vitality was able to control. To BH, the macro isn't really that giving here for Genji. It's all about the map awareness, map control, all onto the side of Vitality. Ashley gets a kick onto Vivian. There's going to be a follow from Arya, but a follow star, but not the damage. The Respo is just in the day, and Vival goes in with a clutch play. Shaw with a free hit.
Kena pula package. Tutorial Selena ke?
Double kill yet again here for Vival. What a way to scout out the members from Genji.
Granger bagi aku lawan Kari okey je kot.
A single failed attempt
adalah idea tu.
Is what cost them these 3 kills and possibly even a
naik
base
atas jadi
turret that will
terabuk.
go over to Vitality. The moment that they
Pergi atas
saw
tanpa ada
the way
objektif
of
yang
the
jelas.
dragon already down and that multiple members of Genji were out of their base, they took that opening, that beautiful throne of ruin, that entry from Vival and the arrows of City, but Arya wants to fight again.
Ada counter engage.
That is quite a successful play here for Genji. They're just forcing their way in. It's fully being cornered out. There's going to be a dashing out. Okay, the bullets will hit from Panda 1, but an immediate response here for Genji. They're still
Sekarang ni,
alive and kicking.
Granger ni tak ada stack Skypicer ni.
From Vitality. I think that is fruitful enough. The risk was worth it for them. But still, for Vitality, they're trying to survive.
Oh, TikTok!
What a great way to drag on to Cine. But still, they weren't able to burst her down. Survival at its finest here for Vitality.
The question remains, do they have enough to burst down whoever Ashley eventually finds? Because they burned the flicker for that kick. You would assume they could, because that was Cine who they were actually able to find. But even with the bullets landing, even with Panda actually providing the follow-up, it didn't seem like they had enough. What more if they
best option juga palang Irara ni ke?
Messier in the team fights, and we're just talking about a 5k goal lead currently in the hands of Team Vitality. More so, once we actually scale into the latter portions of the game, once Genji actually gets to prolong
Vitality.
Do we expect that the Ranger could actually
reload nampak gayanya dia dapat kan?
The Skypiercer stacks aren't even handed over to him. It's not like he could just put herself forward. It's Arya who's actually just trying to force their way through, open up a bit more of the map, and try to create space when there are actually team fights going on. But other than that, this is going to be a tough task for Genji.
That is the reality. And to answer the question on whether Panda will be enough, I don't think it will be. Because for now, Vitality still has most of the gold, most of the damages, plus they're really having a hard time committing onto getting the right targets. And now there's also Lord in the mix. They're burning it down as fast as possible, but Vitality is just waiting for those arrows to hit. And that might be it. Now Genji needs to be really careful on where and when they should commit Ashley's flicker, even the way of the dragon. 5 seconds next before they go in with a blick clutch play. It's Vival trying to run away.
Elise ulti flick.
But Foaming Echo
Flicker pada Panda.
She forces out Panda
GG dah ni guys, lepas ni guys.
Brute forces their way in.
Oi, baik Ashley. Blazing duet bersama Won. Hii, tak mati.
In a very heavy position, but they will do it. They will still survive. Defend their further base, and Vitality won't be able to end game number 2.
Vivian was brought back to the fountain, and Panda looked like
Panda
it was
ada
about
satu
to really get bad for her, but even then, she was also able to just regain her HP back, and that was a successful attempt from Genji to defend and prolong this game. That's what we're talking about. Finally, they also get to pick up a stack for themselves for the Skypiercer. We take a look at that replay where it did feel like they were just trying to intercept and make sure that Genji weren't the ones who were actually going to start things up. And that was a beautiful way of just forcing Sayori and Panda out of position, as you mentioned. But Sayori was quick to also re-engage, get back, zone them out, and Ashley with the mobility too. But Vitality are not letting go of this.
Okay, for Genji, they don't care how expensive it will be just to get a kill. As long as they get it, as long as they get the job done, they will take it. Vitality now has somewhat having a hard time to actually finishing off this round, because now Sayori and Panda is getting harder to catch from the back lanes.
It is 30 seconds before the next flicker of Panda comes back. Sayori does need a minute to get her purified back too. And there's only 10 seconds before we actually see the next objective. Genji want to get out of their base. Genji actually want to make something happen. But Cine already spots Arya, and they have a pretty decent amount of info, enough to know that Genji are planning to do so.
Plus, Vitality knows that Genji has to send someone over onto the top lane. They still have the control over the map. And for Genji, they have two things in mind. First, clear off the waves onto the sides. Plus, try and prevent things from de-escalating here from Vitality. But Arya
guna purify, menerima damage agak banyak.
That was a very risky call here. If she was caught, if she was dead, that would have been the end here for game number 2. Oh no,
Royo down.
Might be it, Rui.
GG ni guys, aku rasa kan.
overstay there.
Yeah.
Just when Vitality finally gets a Lord.
Taking advantage of the fact that they saw Ashley dealing with the waves up top too. They've just blitzed the Lord. And what better way to close that out by finding a kill onto one of their most crucial front lines. Their,
Game Genji boleh lagi.
jungler Rui
Ni tak boleh
on the
tu.
Baksha. How many times have we seen that happen? But does Vitality close it out here?
Okay, that made it even better here for Vitality. Fulmi Echo from the back.
Sebab
Panda is
semua
forced
base dah pecah.
to flicker her way
Kebarangkalian
out
tu
of
ada,
survivability.
tapi ini
Ashley
macam
as
sukar.
well. They can do nothing but stare back into Vitality, brute forcing the Ray again. And they go in, Ashley. It's
Ringer
being
down.
rolled over here by Vivian.
Straight down, GG
And
lah
they
guys.
focus fire onto the tower.
Tuan-tuan dan
as
puan-puan,
Vitality
the final
secures
boss.
the 2-0 against Genji.
Beat the Genji guys menendang Genji untuk ke lower bracket. Jadi guys, jangan lupa like, comment, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game ni. Yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe. We see you guys on the next matches guys. Let's go. Yang paling penting jangan lupa
in a
subscribe.
very dominant fashion.
WhatsApp dulu.
You expect
Kita upload
nothing
video
less
dulu lah guys
from the queens of MLBB. But the way they had to do it with a Selena, I feel like I'm still going to be thinking about that until I get to bed.
Imagine finishing off last year's grand finalist opponent with a hero that didn't work onto their favor from game number 1. And Vitality still is very dominant. They're just showing that yesterday, yeah, there were a little bit of cracks here and there, but today they've all cemented each and every weakness that they found and found strength onto that.
We have the winner's interview coming our way, so let's throw it over the stage to hear what they have to say.
And the crowd goes wild right here today at the Paris Expo. Just take a look at that. Now here I have Vivian beside me. How does it feel to have the V-Hive here with us today cheering you guys on?
I'm feeling proud. Happy and proud. Thank you guys.
Viviane qui tient à remercier tous les fans de Vita. Merci à tous, fiers de pouvoir faire cette performance devant vous tous.
Wow. Now, that was a spectacular showing earlier. Now, you really put Genji in their place. Now, you really showed them who's boss, right? Because this was a rematch of what happened over in Grand Finals in 2025. Now, the question is, earlier on, Ashley used a Selena. And then you guys clap back. You guys clap back with that Selena. So was that to show them how to properly play Selena? Tell us more.
Aduh, mampus gue nih guys. Katanya apa?
Dia nak cuba buktikan guys.
Katanya apa kak? Ya sebenarnya kalau yang dari kakaknya bilang ya dia pakai Selena. Itu sebenarnya unpredictable sih. Jadi gue nggak expect dia pakai Selena Rome. Dan juga gue nggak expect dia ngeband banyak hero gue. Dan tadi mereka udah tampilin sesuatu yang berbeda lah. Keren mereka di GG dan tapi kita tetap menang. Makasih.
I would need our friends who are.
Sorry lah geng sebab tengah upload video tu berat juga.
I would need our friends who are very well versed in Bahasa to help me out with that. But of course, you know, who do you think you would meet next? Actually, earlier, Vivian, I saw that you had a post on Instagram and then you want to meet in MWI and you actually wrote
Bila match lagi pa? Besok kot.
Why Kyoe? Like, are you a fan of her or she's someone that you're looking to defeat?
Because she very beautiful, right?
Oh, so you're a fangirl.
Yeah, beautiful. And jungler, wow.
Wow. So it's out of respect, and that's why Kyoe is the one that you want to see in France, here for MWI. Because she's pretty, cantik. Is it?
Yeah.
Wow, so yes, congratulations right here. You guys stamped that pass straight onto the knockout stage. The Vasquez, you know, let our friends know right there on the sidelines that they have secured their ticket to the knockout stage.
Of course, straight to the knockout stage. stage. Vita qui sera de retour demain pour la phase 2, pour la phase knockout. Ça sera important, ça passe en BO5 demain. Et demain, c'est du single. Et on compte sur vous pour faire un max de bruit pour la team Vita, s'il vous plaît. Est-ce que je peux avoir un max? C'est ça qu'on veut. Merci à tous, vous êtes les meilleurs. Back to the studio for our next match.
Papa, kau lagi bahasa frase.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Okay, gang. Kasih dial lagi.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, it was, in fact, domination instead of redemption, as it's Vitality getting a big 2-0 win over Gen G, who now has to fight through the lower bracket in order to protect their key. Love the interview with Vivian right after that, though. That was incredible, especially because we get some insight. Kyoe, she wants to face off against her in the finals, which is Geltec, who happened to beat Twisted Mind. So that matchup could be a reality.
And we finally found the weakness for Team Vitality.
I mean...
English interviews.
Yeah.
Stop. I'm not touching that. You got it all for yourself.
Look, I mean, I'm happy to understand a bit of what she was able to, able to pump out there. But at the end of it all, I still think, these girls, they're great on these interviews in their own languages or even in English. But one thing that I am worried about is I feel like they couldn't say everything they wanted to say.
Probably not. That's what the team listen-ins are for. We take a look at our brackets, and things are definitely starting to come to a finale, at least for our groups, before we move into the knockout stages. We started, obviously, with the opening matches just yesterday, which gave us some upsets and also some surprises. But the big thing to look for is we have Team Ray Young. We also have Geltec Cyber Team, who has moved forward, officially punching their tickets to number 5 through 8, guaranteed over in the knockout stages. For our Group B tournament bracket, however, we also have 2 other teams who have pushed forward. I believe we're going to be waiting on one, and that's going to be Galaxy Phoenix versus Team Falcons Minute coming up next. But Vitality from Group B, the first team to officially punch their ticket into the knockout stages. But Ashley, she was a big talking point throughout that first matchup, and luckily we've got Rose sitting down with her to hear how that first series went.
All right, guys, right now we are with Ashley from Gen G after an upset up against Team Vitality. Now, I know in the pre-match just now, Gen G looked rather confident, which is why I want to ask Ashley, what actually happened? Because even yesterday with my post-match interview with Panda, she looked confident going up against Team Vitality. So what was the key factor of today's loss?
I think it's still okay for us to be confident. Even now, I don't think things are looking impossible, and I knew that this could be a possibility, the results and the way we played, it could be a possibility of happening. There was also a possibility of us winning at the same time. But all in all, I still think we could meet them in the finals and switch things around.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing is definitely impossible. And hey, you guys might even rematch again in the finals. But let's talk about the present right now. Tonight, how does Gen G plan to recoup after this loss, especially since you guys are heading to an elimination match tomorrow?
Better preparation. I mean, I'm not feeling too bothered by what's going to happen, what matches we're going to play right now. So we're just gonna have to see what happens.
Okay, is there any words for the fans that are always rooting for Gen G and you?
Thank you guys for supporting us. Please continue to support us, and the dream is still alive. I think we can turn things around.
The dream is definitely still very alive. Thank you very much, Ashley. I will see you tomorrow. And with that, throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that interview. Ashley saying the dream is still alive. She's got full faith not only for herself, but also her roster of Gen.G to make it into grand finals. This was only a roadblock, but I would say pretty big one. They take a 2-0 loss, and both times over a 10K gold difference. At least in this way, it was a little bit closer than that. But regardless, for Vitality, they just played around Gen.G and did it well.
They really did. And I don't know about your reflections, but after looking at that interview, it's clear that Ashley put on her big girl pants after a game like this of 17 minutes of grueling combat. Just look at the damage taken by Fumi-Echo. Nobody comes remotely close except for Arya, and even then, Fumi-Echo has half her damage. What are you supposed to do against that? It's an unkillable monster in the EXP.
And that started in the early game, too, because I remember Gen.G was looking good in the early game until Fumi popped off.
She really was able to find her moments, and it really just reflects how much she's grown as a player in the EXP lane. I remember the era of Team Vitality in whence Fumi-Echo was the weakest link, right? She was the newest addition to this roster, and then she came in and then people were saying like maybe Vitality's not as strong because of the new addition, but I mean, seeing that performance earlier on, wow, I think everyone was screaming her name all around the world.
Yeah, she was definitely the best wingman for sure, and at times, honestly, one of the leading slayers dominating the competition for sure. What do we think about the titles? Do they match up and reflect appropriately for you?
No, that's weird.
I mean, obviously, it's a little strange to see the carry and the sandbag both going to the EXP.
That is kind of wild, isn't it?
It is, but at the same time, it also goes to show that Gen.G, towards that latter half of the game, weren't feeling as confident to walk up and say, yes, this is our zone. You cannot walk into our area of influence. They gave up a lot of space, and they kept on doing it until there was no space to give.
And it also typically shows how the Grange just really didn't work out again. Like, they tried it back-to-back. They did it in the early game. Game number 1, it didn't work out. Game number 2, they tried again. And this time, they had a little bit of a better composition to try and help facilitate the Granger. But at the end, it really didn't work out. The damage wasn't really there. And that's why maybe we see Arya on the top of the charts of the damage dealt.
Well, we have 3 great moments to look at. Let's look at our first wonderful moment that took place. And I'm sure it's going to be Vitality setting themselves up nicely, or even Fumi popping off. What are we looking at?
Yeah, here is the first initial setup, right? Because they get the initial kick onto the correct target, but look at Fumi-Echo, right? Blocking the shots from the Granger, allowing the glue to find the setup on towards Rui all at the same time. It's very rare that an EXP laner can do everything all at once. Yes, it's a little bit of a mistake on Gen.G's part for getting too close together, but how can you predict the trajectory from where the flowing blood is coming from? It's tough to say.
It is tough to say indeed. Let's take a look at moment number 2 and see what ended up unfolding. We're now getting deeper into the match, towards the tail end, about 6-7 more minutes left. We're at 10 minutes and 45.
And it looks like they're going straight for the throat here for Team Vitality. It looks like they're going for the push. Ashley here gets a good moment coming in from Vivian, but you will see, I believe, Fumi-Echo being able to... There it is. The counter engage that always happens. So despite Ashley being on a hero that is way more active, she can look for more opportunities around these team fights and these skirmishes. There's always that counter engage coming in from Fumi-Echo that really just ruins it for the rest of the team.
And it's not just that, right? There's also the argument of like, wait, why isn't Sayori just kind of drawing the line in the sand and saying, you know what, you can't get past here? And unfortunately, that's where the Hirara suddenly appears, right? Again, the combination of locking down the target, forcing out the Purify as soon as possible, and if she doesn't have Purify, Sayori will die and will not be able to use the Black Shoes to get out.
Well, moving on to our third and final moment that we'll be reviewing for this great matchup. We take a look now towards the end. We're now starting to pressure into the base. Gen.G knows they are backed up against the wall. The pressure from Vitality is unrelenting.
I think this is the moment where we do see that Vivian got really, really confident, right? If I remember this correctly, yes. They try to get on top of Ashley. Ashley flickers out in time to bring her right back into the fountain. I was laughing so hard at this. It's one of those moments where you're like, all right, I got you. Oh, no!
And it's definitely those small victories that can be celebrated, I think, for Ashley in particular. She didn't look too happy after the game, but obviously she had her moments in the game there.
She did. And hey, you can have your moment in game as well because it's Rhino Day. We got the brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day, and it's available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Get involved. We love our stickers. We love everything in game, right? Hey, Rhino Day.
I love rhinos.
Okay, well, she loves rhinos too. That gives me I like turtles vibes. Have you ever seen that meme?
A turtle hero in Mobile Legends? I don't think so.
You don't know?
Yeah, no, there shouldn't be, right?
No,
There's
but
already a
because of
neutral
that
effect.
meme, we need a turtle.
Old. She doesn't know the meme.
Dude, I was trying to cover for you.
It's okay.
You didn't have to bring it up.
All right, I need a little bit of time to breathe after that one because that hit deep. I'm not going to lie. We got Rose on site with Vival. Good interview. Let's hear what she had to say.
Now, Vival, one thing I want to ask though is why the sudden Selena in Game 2 after Ashley Selena in Game 1? Were you guys trying to prove a point?
Actually, no. Actually, playing Selena was literally unpredictable. But us picking Selena doesn't have anything to do with Ashley. It's because Chinny's main hero is literally Selena. She plays Selena a lot. She likes Selena a lot. So, yeah.
I see. Now that you guys are officially in the knockout stages, is there perhaps a team that if you were to meet, you think that Team Vitality will have a hard time facing?
I don't think there will be because all this time we want to go against any team. There's no team that could pose like an obstacle for us. But if I have to mention, it's probably Team Ray Young because they're from Malaysia and Malaysia is one of the powerhouses of Mobile Legends.
Oh, wow. Confident from Vival. You know what? Congratulations today. Thank you very much. With that, throwing it back to you guys. Bye-bye.
Good interview with Vival as always. Rose, thank you so much for getting the coverage with the players as soon as they're off that stage and before going up, of course, to hear what their mindset is like as they head in to yet another series. Final thoughts, right? We got the chat involved. Make sure you're tweeting out or however you would like to talk, of course, on especially where you are watching the stream. Famiko, MVP for sure. Honestly, after that performance, I would say so.
Real.
Yep. No, it's hard. It's hard to argue against it. Man, my guesses are really gets me to. Yeah. Oh, people are still doing their predictions as well.
Very good. We like that. Fearless. Shout out to you. Get those predictions in, and hey, keep it going. Again, Fumiako getting all the love. GOAT EXP.
Is that Miracle?
Sadness, I just want to say I hope you're happy.
Seems about right.
Feels like Mirko.
Yeah, seems about right.
I think Fearless is Mirko.
It's his alt account or something.
Is that right?
Probably.
Probably Mirko.
Well, we did hear earlier that he was looking at chat for just a little bit during that Phil section. Maybe he is Sadness, but why are you calling yourself Sadness, Mirko, if that is you? We're going to have and hash that out and figure that out. We need to make him happy. Another series is about to be underway, and this next one is going to be the final one for today, but an important one nonetheless because it moves one team forward into the knockout stage. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Team Falcons MENA. Both of them take that stage, and I tell you what, this is going to be a big one for sure because there's several storylines to get through. First off, history is within reach for both of these rosters. For their regional battle, the highest regional placing they've got in MWI is 5th through 8th. Okay, you get that just going to the knockout stages, but they go a little bit further, they could make history.
They're my goats.
They're your goats?
Team Falcons MENA are my goats.
This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Because,
Dave, when did this happen?
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm looking at Galaxy Phoenix and like the names that they've beaten just to get here. How can you not?
That's the keyword.
That's the
What did
keyword?
you say?
Huh? Beat?
He said a sentence,
names.
though.
Names?
Names is the key word?
Names is the key word. She is the gold laner. She is my goat.
Okay, Names is the GOAT. Okay, fair enough. You guys must be a duo or something, actually. You guys go way back, actually, if I'm not mistaken, right? 10 years at MLBB, of course, 6 for you.
Yeah.
Veterans up on this stage.
A long time to hate each other.
Oh, why do you got to go that way? She was
natural.
Sadness. She was the Sadness comment out there in the
Wait
chat.
until the next IGN of hatred.
Falcons MENA, okay, has a big fan up here. But realistically, do they have what it takes to take down Galaxy Phoenix?
Oh man, that's the brutal question because they've been to so many international female tournaments and they always just fall short. And I gotta say, this matchup is really heartbreaking because I think Galaxy Phoenix are so strong. They are the team that has actually played in MPL Cambodia.
And that's not a simple task to do. There is technically no restriction on it for what kind of gender going into these MPLs. But the fact that they are playing on the same stage as some of the best in Cambodia, who's been around for at least 5 to 6 years, and they're the one region that everybody in Southeast Asia agrees upon that they are big stonks.
Big stonks indeed. And talking about stonks, apparently we've got the Queens posing themselves. Where were they at? I'm hearing the Eiffel Tower. Let's check it out.
I want to coach you to the time.
Well, that was cool. I couldn't have done it any better than Kiyowe in that moment. Well done. Hopefully we get more of those videos. Super unique. Hey, it's about time to send it to the stage, though. I'm ready to get this matchup started. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Team Falcons MENA. Cheryl Damascus, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. It's time to kick off our fourth and last match of the day here on the Stream A. On one side is Galaxy Phoenix, fresh off a great performance, sending Navi into the lower bracket, taking on Falcons MENA for a spot on tomorrow's knockout stages. What are we saying about this match, Sharon?
Yes, that was absolutely amazing. And as we speak, these two teams that are about to take center stage right here on Stream A are teams that has flown under the radar. Now, Galaxy Phoenix is someone that you don't want to underestimate. Why? Because they have played in the open circuit. Now, they have been competing in MPL Cambodia. And of course, we have over on the other side, Team Falcons MENA, where they see their open circuit counterparts winning wildcard. Are they able to rise above right here in this match and secure their knockout ticket? Let's find out from you guys at the studio. Let's go.
Thank you, Cheryl and Damascus. As always, the stage is set. Galaxy Phoenix versus Team Falcons MENA. We've got at least one big supporter on the desk. Eterna, you're hoping they can get the job done. We'll find out, of course. But again, I mentioned that history within reach. Both regions, going for their highest placings in MWI. Now, that won't happen just by making it to knockout stages, but it at least gives them the setup, the chance to make history for their respective region. Now, we talk about Team Falcons MENA. Let's talk about them a little bit more. Nucci from Falcons, from sub to starter this time around. This year, she's looking to make a big impact.
And I love that about her, right? Like the first time I met her, I think was back in the African qualifiers. I actually went to Africa to see her, and she was so nervous when she was able to make it to the international stage alongside names. There are other few members that are no longer there, which is what makes this lineup so special because technically this is a new roster.
Clearly, they're doing a lot right.
Well, I mean, they beat the defending champion of their own personal region. Again, in most of these situations, you're expecting those champions to always reoccur here at MWI. But let's not also forget, they were the ones who beat Navi PH 2-0 in that sweeping motion. And let me tell you, I was 2-1. That would make a lot more sense. 2-0? No way.
Everyone was stunned with that victory, and everyone thinks that that's the momentum that they need to make it through to the next stages here in the knockouts. So let's take a look at the drafting phase now as we get to game number 1. We're seeing the Guinevere being banned out. We're seeing Freya. Yves gets eliminated, and as well as the Paquito.
Okay, I'm liking it so far because that only leaves for the EXP the big generals of the Phoveus alongside with the Esmeralda. Again, both situational now that the nerfs have started to come through, but Esme has been in a pretty interesting spot. I would like to see whether somebody has come up with an answer to the Esme in lane and not in team fights. We all know how to deal with her in team fights. Just gotta keep on kiting her, gotta space her out.
What was the counter to Esmeralda back in the day?
Oh, so many, like the Dyroth, you had the Aufa.
Dyroth!
Yeah, there's so many lane bullies.
Do you think there's space for a Dyroth? Okay, you know what? Sometimes when it's a good counter in lane, it is not worth to go for. And that's something we learned between Leslie and Claude yesterday.
Yeah. Just because you can make it doesn't mean you have to. You gotta kind of space it out. Baxia, the follow-up band here alongside with the Matilda, leaving Marcel wide open. And now we're seeing completely different from what we saw earlier today, right? From big openings of focusing more on the Atlas, leaving the Freya open. It really goes to show that there is a wide varying hero pool that isn't standardized amongst each of the teams and regions.
I really like that you mentioned that because just yesterday we saw that Team Falcons Mena actually brought in a Carmilla jungle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of bans yesterday against the Carmilla, and I was like, why did they go for Carmilla bans? And then I hop over to Stream B, and I see a Carmilla in the jungle, and I was like, is this what they're scrimming with right now?
Who's giving them these ideas and who's letting them think that this is right? But yet, they still are able to find these games. Hilda, an early call is an easy answer to Marcel. Marcel wants to go in and out. Hilda says, I'm gonna stick to you like glue and I'm gonna hurt you while you do it.
Also a very strong showing with the Claude early pick as well. We do usually see the carry being picked up after, but we do see that Falcons Mena want to secure a strong lane of their own, right? They have the Esmeralda, very quick in. If they still want to secure maybe like a 50-50 lane, they do still have the option to go for Harith, so perhaps the mid lane priority pick was a more decisive decision there. They pick up the Lilia first in the first phase.
Yep, they want to make sure that their mid trio is going to be decently strong. They're going to save their jungler for later, and I think the Esmeralda is very, very safe now, but it kind of depends when we see the turnaround. Do they want to reveal where the Hilda is going to go by showing who's going to be the EXP, or are they just going to keep her as a flex?
That's true. Hilda can be flexed into the EXP lane. I thought it would be like a sure answer. I mean, technically we aren't on dangerous grass, so
also
it
true.
Doesn't really warrant that it has to go into the roaming position. Expanding rivers would also allow the Hilda to rotate a lot quicker around the map, so that's definitely something that we should still keep an eye out for. But insta-pick there, the Valier goes in 50-50 against the Lilia. Valier is not the best hero for clear.
Yeah, it's not the best hero for clear, but he is the greatest hero at ruining a support's day. Try and engage. Try it again. Oh no, you're stunned. Oh no, you're trying to engage. I'm gonna push you away and then we're gonna do this all over again. It's a really frustrating hero, especially if you have no easy way to gap close against your opponent. And even then, you better have two options of gap closing, because that Searing Torrent is ridiculous.
I could have sworn you were gonna say gaslighting.
I thought about it for a moment, but hey, look, maybe that... Did I say it?
It's happening! Are you Mirko?
You like that? All right, now, second half of it is where it gets a little tough. Because I feel like Galaxy... Whoa! Getting rid of some of the favorites here.
Yeah, Carmilla instantly banned out there in the second phase. Galaxy have done their homework. But I thought that perhaps because they picked up something like the Valier, they wouldn't mind a Carmilla in the jungle.
Well, then it would mean that taking quote-unquote having a Purify, inbuilt Purify, is useful. But I guess this also means like Galaxy Phoenix want a team fight to some degree. I don't know to what degree. I don't know whether or not it's a full dive composition and that Valier is going to be the dedicated anchor. But since Yuzong is already banned as well, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, how would they go about it if they don't have the Yuzong? Do they have to go for like a Uranus of the worlds?
Ooh, I mean, yeah, the Uranus isn't the worst option, but at the same time, that means that the unfortunate truth would be that their jungler would need a scale. So in terms of just raw scaling, they need a secondary win condition. And I don't see it just yet. They can just play for one win condition, but we've seen how that turns out in these games.
Too many eggs in one basket. It's tricky, very 50-50. They need to be able to execute it precisely if that's the exact game plan that they're going for. Taking a look at the history of Galaxy Phoenix, we've only seen Fa on the Guinevere. So it's also homework being done by Falcons as they have actually already banned her out. And Hirara goes out the window as well, so it's starting to really push down into the hero pool of Fa.
Yeah, so what do they need here? They need it's either they say, you know what, we're only going to play for the earlier stages of the game, or we're going to look to contest, or we're going to team fight. And it looks like they're leaning into the direction of team fighting because they haven't still yet shown who's going to go into that jungle.
And they pick up the Sora to boot. We've seen what the Sora has been able to do so far today, especially now that we do see the Esmeralda has already been secured by Team Falcon's Mena, so there's no room for like a sneaky Valentina pick in the EXP lane, so they're really just gonna have to battle that out. And I feel like Sora in these particular team fights sometimes has an advantage depending on the timings of the skill usage.
I totally agree with that, especially when you're facing off a Lilia. When you see these strong engage tools, you have to take the right battle spells. Flickers could be good, but at the same time, can you react fast enough compared to a Purify? I don't think so.
That's a big problem. So now we're waiting on the last two picks here for Team Falcon's Mena. They need a jungle as well. They go for the Clint. This is a signature pick for names, by the way. And the Fanny!
Oh, this is dirty. This is really, really dirty. Number one, there's not much of an answer to the Fanny at this point of time. The Cloud Shift is good at catching her, but if you can time it perfectly. The Searing Torrents is something that Fanny can force out of Sophia very early on, and there's no real running away. This Hilda has a lot of work to do in front of her.
Cho jungle.
Cho jungle?
Cho jungle.
I think it might just have to be a tank jungle, unfortunately, but then that means all the damage would be on one guy, so they go for Ling to scale!
They're fighting fire with fire! This is such an exciting matchup, a matchup that we haven't seen in so long!
What is it? How long has it been? Like
years. It's been years, Gideon.
It's been 3 years, exactly.
Wow.
Well, not only was our hero pick historic, bringing old memories back, but both teams, again, are going for history themselves, trying to reach the knockout stage, trying to better their region than 5th through 8th. Can they do it? This is just one of those very steps. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Team Falcons Mena. Mirko, Athena, take it away.
A big thank you to the panel, but also to both the teams. Galaxy Phoenix, Falcons Mena, thank you for bringing us out of that tank meta. Yes, the Fanny and the Ling. Yo, I'm excited, Athena.
Look at that. Our wishes have finally been answered and on our upper bracket semifinals matchup. Now I'm excited to see what Falcons Mena has to offer with Nana's Fanny.
Nana's Fanny or Fast Ling.
Fast Ling, yeah. Vice versa, right? And it's interesting to see it in a world full of jungler when it comes to the utility, but early skirmish here on the mid lane, forcing out the flicker out of Syrinx.
Yeah, we've just been seeing this so much, man. Bargain Hunters on a lot of the mid laners. This time, even on the Valir. Sophia's gone over for the... That's interesting. Wait a second. Winnie's gone for the Festival of Blood and Vitality as well. Talk about playing it extra safe against already a lane bully in names and a Fanny in the enemy lineup. It makes a lot of sense. This is some good emblem choices from GXP.
Yep, sometimes you just have to get that extra layer of protection just so you could ensure that you would not be bullied here, especially on the gold laners for GXP. Now, talking of Falcons Mena right now, we see some potential great simultaneous connections here, especially with the Marcel being picked up for the roam. Although there were some changes when it comes to the first and second skill as all. But now Nucci and Syrinx be forced on the corner, but still Nana getting a clutch first blood out of Sophia.
Something you're going to have to take into account every time you go for any 2v2s or 1v1s across these lanes. The fact that Nana can just walk up.
Oh, that is exactly what she's doing. Then Faha is forced out of her Tempest of Blades, going for the direct answer. Strix immediately falls down. What a show match of our junglers right now.
1-1, but the junglers picking up kills. Nana.
Okay, it's Lemma falling down hard, but still ensures safe escape right now for GXP. Now Nana safely transitions onto taking the neutral objective. She decides here for Ling. Nocturne trying to find a way out to protect Nana from impending danger. Fa finds Nana, following closely behind. It's Sophia getting the last bits of the hit. Nocturne with an answer right back. Syrinx with multiple glooms on the way will ensure another double. And Syrinx onto Lemma, following closely behind. This might be another kill on the hands of Falcon Mena. Yes, indeed, they're committing. Even the Falling Star Moon was actually activated, but now Okay, plan B, focus on the neutral objective.
Falcons Mena, after a crazy skirmish where they got both Lings, they went for the turtle straight up. Objective conversion on the board. That's turtle number 1. I thought with a Ling and a Fanny in our game, we wouldn't be seeing a lot of neutral objective control. More on the battle for purple buffs. I thought that was the real neutral objective in this game, but so far it's been brawls across the map. Gonna have to say though, even though it's a Fanny versus Ling, it's the others who've stepped up massively. Syrinx, great rotation. Sophia as well to start things off, pushing Nana away from the first turtle attempt from Falcons Mena. But now it goes back to the slow game. I think for Falcons Mena, they gotta look at the other side of the map. Yes, they can play around those neutral objectives, but there's a big winning lane down below. A winning lane so dominant that it forced Winnie to go for Vitality and Festival of Blood. And you can already see how much respect Winnie has placed on names here down below. The whole team rotating down. They're really trying to choke Winnie out of this gold lane.
And that's the thing, you have to capitalize on where you're good at, especially onto lane comparison to the gold lanes.
Hey.
But now they focus onto the roamer still. It's Lemma having the hardest time of her life here. For game number 1, immediate takedown onto Sophia with assist here. They want to go for the trade-off. Even the red V was activated to ensure a kill immediately. Nana and Nucci hot on their tails. What a great answer right back. Now focusing onto the bottom side, it's just Winnie trying to survive the first few minutes of this game and falling closely behind. There are non-stop MLBB actions right now. Nana's solo kill onto Ling as well. Wow.
Lil up top. So much action. 6-3. We got 9 kills in the first 4 minutes of the game. And it's only as expected for an assassin versus assassin matchup. Nana now playing around the purple buff. Fuck!
Now is the time that we see kind of a neutral objective take here onto the purple buff. Okay, there's going to be golden R, but they do not commit at all to ensuring a kill. But Names on the other hand, that is quite the hefty advantage that she got there solo.
And now it's a turtle take. Slow but sure. Falcons Mena send Nocturne over to hold a turtle while Nana gets on the purple buff. Ling though.
Okay, Falling Stormer right on track, but Ling risk it all. But that is just too much to handle. That's 4 women targeting her alone. Nana forced to back away, but she will be getting right back on track. It's Winnie and Fa ensuring the turtle take, and Nucci falling down fast, still alive and kicking. And it's Syrinx with a clutch black shoes, trying to force her way onto a kill. Too much things happening at once here. No can do now for numerous objective takes here for GXP.
It's just all about distractions, all about who can play the chaotic game better. Galaxy Phoenix, it looked like they were tracking behind, trailing behind in the first few minutes of the game, but here you can already see how that chaotic nature from Ling, holding that side lane, going into Names, forcing the flicker out and the whole team to peel for her. Got the space for the rest of the team for Fa, Sophia, and Lemma to control the neutral objective now. Gold Crab still taken by Names, and look at the trade up top. Both Lings rotating towards the top side of the map. Nana versus Fa.
Okay, one-on-one. Will she be committing onto that? But before all of that, it's Nocturne caught on a very great vantage point on to Winnie. She will be backing away. Lemma taking it safely.
Sophia.
Disengaging. Sophia, on the other hand, just goes in with a Cyclone Eye. Clear advantage on to Falcons Mena right now.
This is the moment, I'd say, for Galaxy Phoenix to try to look for those purple buff takes away from Falcons Mena, but it just seems like Foz is taking a safe route. Doesn't want to go over to enemy purple buff despite the Fanny already seen up top. Nana's getting the job done. Ling!
Okay, Fa with a blades here. Going with a double. A killing spree on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, it's Phoenix being taken out in the process there onto the top lane. Immediate cross-map trades here for full Falcons and Galaxy.
Not so without a purple buff. Nana has gotten a turret and a kill on the Claude with no purple buff. Purple buff still up and available. She's waiting for it to be closer for the turtle to spawn before she actually takes it. So this is a prime time for Falcons Mena to fight now. Nana got purple, Turtle's up in 2, and Foz purple is going to be out just in a bit. Lemma targeted down again. They're trying to bait out the flicker right before the skirmish, and it just seems like for Galaxy Phoenix, they just can't stack up together just yet. The Claude's still up top, playing weak side. Sophia, Lemma, and Ling trying to find an opening for Fa.
Okay, there's going to be a frame moment. Ling will be able to dodge out of her way in danger here from Falcons Mena. Nana will still be successfully taking down the neutral objective. Surprisingly so, she can do a lot even without the purple buff you mentioned. And even though some may consider it a necessity, it's like just an option for her. She just wants those kills rolling over here for Falcon's mana.
Remember, as the panel mentioned, Galaxy Phoenix can just play the scaling game. They have a very good scaling composition. Sophia, though.
Okay, jumping in here is Nocturne. Sophia was able to get away. What a clutch movement here from Nucci. Nana from the back will get a kill onto Sophia. Winnie with an opening, blazing duet, opening up doors here for GXP. But Nana is still alive, ensuring a double. But there's a double here for GXP. That's 4 women down for the side of Falcon's mana. That is a tough advantage that GXP got.
Look at the instant objective conversion. Nana trying to defend.
Okay, it's Lemma saying bye here to Nana. But still, it's all about prevention, preventing the mid lane turret from being destroyed by GXP. But Fa will be able to get another turret down onto the bottom side.
The instant objective conversion, another fight in the mid lane, and this time they play it perfectly. Nana on the Fanny has been the one to initiate a lot of these fights, going in first, trying to deal damage to the rest of the team to follow it through. But Fa playing like a true assassin, coming in late.
Okay, this is the tricky thing. She has the skills to actually go out of her way to get a kill of all people. And Suring's falling down. GXP, what a great move, ensuring the most crucial take-off. In fact, got a very assassin moves right there.
That's exactly what you want from your assassin. Foz just moving across the map, taking Syrinx down, and then instantly getting away. I thought Nana had the cutthroat to take her down, but no. Foz been clinical on this Ling after that first death. Never again. She's learned from that moment. Now the purple buff up again for both of the junglers. Nana has it already. Foz a level ahead of Nana, and they're going to go for the far lane first. They're going to have that control over this lane. Let's see how they play it. Is it the Lord Dance, or is it a straight blitz to a team fight?
Okay, it's all about the macro and micro movement here. Nana risking it all. Sophia still survives. It's Lemma shutting down Nana. Golden are on the mid lane. Winning gets the opening with a blazing duet. Flaw with a godlike kill. Numerous members down, making it a triple kill for Fa. And GXP taking down 4 members yet again from Falcon's mana.
If there were people who didn't catch Stream B and were asking the question, how did Na'Vi get sent down to the lower brackets? Now you know, Galaxy Phoenix are here, and they're here to conquer it all. Falcon's mana down by 4,000 gold. Galaxy Phoenix are taking away the purple buff for the first time now. Nana won't have her purple buff. Tier 2 up top, falling down. Tier 1 in the mid lane. It's all the map control already given over to Galaxy Phoenix as now they continue to push on the pace.
Yep. Jungle is now compromised for the whole Falcon's mana. Now, Lemma is also a menace when it comes to the life here for Nana. The first concern was that maybe no one from GXP could keep a Fanny at bay, but now it's all possible. They've got an advantage, they've got the numbers, and now they also got turrets falling down against Falcon's mana.
Now 5,000 gold lead for Galaxy Phoenix. The orange buff take, the purple buff was already stolen away. Now it's Fa with the purple buff in her own jungle. Let's see what they can do with this. They played the Lord really well. They delayed the push up top, waited for a build-up on the waves. Now they have 3 to play with. Fa's gonna go in onto Nana. Final tier 2 in the mid lane falling. They still have a Lord, but Holy Shields should delay this push by quite a bit.
Okay. Fa is ready to rumble if ever Nana commits to it. Nana falls down here hard. She has to back away. That's a great disadvantage. Without any purple buff, she can do longer team fights onto GXP, and now that is the next course of action. They have to level it out against GXP. Nocturne. But Fa right now targeting Nocturne, half an HP left. Purple is up, but they're risking it all. Golden R will hit or miss some of the members here for GXP. Fa on their back lanes. Weapons of Blaze activated as well. Series falling down as well in the process. Fa has this wonderful way onto actually taking down Series over and over again without missing a bit.
And there's just not enough damage from Falcon's mana to get the respect out of Galaxy Phoenix. They can do whatever they want. They can walk up, they can just dive in, especially with Ling on this Sora. Winnie is taking a ton of damage in the mid lane, but it doesn't even matter. Just walks away as Fa sieges down this turret down below. And with the First Lord, they've gone both mid and bot to a quarter of HP. That'll make things a heck of a lot easier as they wait for Lord number 2. Nana's doing a good job. Notice everybody on the other side of the map, so she goes for the counter jungle and takes something back for herself.
It's all about improvising. Yeah, your jungle is compromised, but all you can do for now is go for the sneaky movements around the map and go for the best course of action, which is to push out other lanes across the map here against GXP. Now, Lord will be up for grabs. Will we be seeing longer Lord dances around this one? Is Mena or Falcon's Mena willing to risk it? Now that GXP yet again, they're having the control over the map, and it's Nana yet again being the person to actually push through and interrupt the plan for Fa.
This is scary. Fa knows there's no purple buff just yet on the hands of Nana.
Yep. Okay, that's kind of scary here for Nucci.
1v1 up top.
That is a very crucial play if ever Golden Ore will catch no one at all. Instead, it catches her. Falcon's Mana right now slowly crumbling down. It's fine, ensuring the Lord take. They could follow through for another kill. And that's 2 members immediately down for Falcon's Mana.
And it's through not just playing the far lane, but playing the purple buff. She just waits around the purple buff, makes Nana sweat. Once Nana hesitates just a bit, Fa takes the route into the Lord that was already so low from the rest of the members holding it down. We have the damage L rankings and Names is number 1, but we have to take a look at the damage allocation. A lot of times, Names is just playing front to back. She's dealing a lot of damage, but it's to the main frontliners of GXP. Winnie, Sophia, even Fa, they've been safe, coming in late or even playing far back. Lord taking a tier, base turret down, and it's the bottom turret to fall next.
Okay, it's all about where your bullets are hitting, because right now for GXP, it's all hitting onto the right marks here for Falcon's Mana. Attempted to play that again for Fa, targeting Naze and Nucci from the back. She has to back away. Nana chasing on there, but still, it's Winnie ensuring a double kill. They're taking too much time out to chasing Fa that they forgot they have to defend for their base.
Nana.
Winnie clearing out the last bits of the minion wave here for Falcon's Mana. Nana as well. They have to prolong this one, but GXP, they just want to finish this, get it over with, and it looks like game number 1 will be going onto their side.
A solid 31 kills in game number 1 of our last series of the day here in Stream A, and my goodness, did it live up to our expectations. Ling versus Fanny, at this point, it raised the bar for the competition. If you don't have 31 kills at 11 minutes for an assassin versus assassin, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, this might be one of my favorite matchups so far for MWI.
It's exciting, for sure.
And it's just day number 2.
And I think it raised a lot of the doubts that people had on Galaxy Phoenix yesterday, right? We saw it in Stream B, but a lot of people were tuning into Stream A thinking, okay, maybe it was a fluke win against one of the Titans in MWI, but I think with this performance, it's a statement victory to the world that the other teams are certainly catching up, and Cambodian MLBB looks like it's at the top with Galaxy Phoenix.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, based off the pick and bans, we knew it was going to be exciting, and it absolutely was. Galaxy Phoenix takes map number 1. Can they close it out in a 2-0 like everyone has done so far in the past 2 days on our stage? You guys were going crazy watching that matchup, much like the commentators were, for good reason. Tanks, they're out. Assassins are in. Gideon, what does that mean for our tournament?
It means that this tournament might be super exciting now, because the day when Assassins come back in and the tanks start washing out, you get games like that. High KDAs, high intensities. Every moment cannot be wasted, and every second counts in moments like these. That's why that game was just so exciting.
And becoming a color caster, so much easier.
Fair enough. Assassins 31 kills in 11 minutes. Let's see if any of the moments from those kills were actually in this big moment from that game number 1, because from what I was hearing, man, it was Ling versus Fanny the entire time. Fa was also getting a ton of attention, right? Plenty of just exciting, electric moments from the Assassins. But we knew coming into this, the new meta would bring potentially that conversation. Ladies have been a bit slow in order to develop that, and I understand that coming into this tournament, you want to go with your comfort picks. But getting deeper into the tournament, especially if you want to beat the high-level opponents you have to play against, you've got to risk it all and go for gold. And that's exactly what they're doing. You also shouted out names at the beginning, too. Let's see what, or let's hear from you, I guess, one of biggest supporter of names and how she did.
No matter what happens, you guys are still my GOATs. I want to make that very, very clear. But I have to say that when it came down to the in-game execution, it felt like they were kind of outclassed. You can see it from even these highlights. The beginning of the match, oh, the Ling was just so well done. And we were talking about the drafts on how they really set up so well for the Fanny. But on the other side, they were also unprepared if the enemy picked up an assassin. And this Ling was just everywhere around the map. There was no way to shut him down.
Yeah, just the mechanical prowess of this team is ridiculous. We saw the hand cam of Fa just now, and she's using the traditional, you know, forefinger and thumbs, not going for the spider 6-finger activations, and still was able to precisely pick up every single one of her swords. Most people can't even get all 4.
Yeah, honestly, mobile gamers are just insane to me with how many fingers you're able to put on there. I've seen one player use 8 fingers, which is crazy, to say the least. But 4, 6, however you get it done, either way, she was doing it well. We got even a little bit of dancing on stage, of course, as Galaxy Phoenix and Falcons will take over map number 2. But seriously, the Assassins making things exciting overall speeds things up a lot. So, I mean, again, we mentioned that from the new meta, things would be sped up. I mean, 31 kills in 11 minutes. I mean, how extraordinary is that?
It's huge. It's huge. We haven't seen it in a very, very long time. 11 to 20 maybe would warrant maybe a 30-minute game maybe, or like a late 20-minute game, but only a 15-minute game with that many kills on the board. It's already so special.
Yeah, and I mean, keep in mind, right, because as many kills as she was able to put on the board, it's a contribution of the entire team. The Assassin isn't there to just wipe out every single person. You're specifically wiping out the low targets on the team. You play as cleanup, and if you're lucky, you find a priority target that you could 100-0.
Which is what was so differing about the gameplay between Nana and Fa, right? We saw Fa coming in the later portions of the team fights, understanding that everyone else on the team could get them a bit low. But for Nana, it was a lot more trickier because it seems like in her gameplay, she went in for the initiations a lot of the time. And unfortunately, there were moments where she got caught by the Sora.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the truth of the matchup between the Fanny alongside with the Ling. Ling can clean up, Fanny can clean up, but the difference in scaling, Ling does much better in the later stages of the game with the items that he's able to purchase. Fanny, really, really good in the early stages. Like, under turret, you are not safe.
Fa getting a lot of love in the chat, by the way. The stage is on. We saw you out there, Rico. It's so refreshing to watch, okay? Ling and Fanny. And that echoes the sentiment of what you're saying. Right? It's nice to see the Assassins come out, see the high-octane play, see the fast action. This new meta, that's what it brought.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I think
much fun.
We've talked about it. The casters were also talking heavily about it, and hopefully coming to this next match, we'll see another Assassin v Assassin. But usually when we do see the first matchup be an Assassin v Assassin, game number 2, sometimes they resort back to safety. They resort back to, you know, the tank jungle.
Well, hey, I tell you what, even though the ladies on stage are vicious, they had a little bit of fun with Don't Touch the Hero.
Today, we're going to be playing Don't Touch the Hero. Are you girls ready?
Yeah. No.
Aurora, Sora, Lilia, Freya, Lilia, Aurora.
Oh, hell.
Freya, Aurora, Sora, Lilia, Lilia.
At this point, I'm just copying your moves. Oh my god. It's fine. Okay.
Well, that was entertaining, and it takes at least a little bit of the pressure off that main stage of the MWI. How do you think you two would do in it?
Amazing. I do amazing.
Okay, pure confidence, Gideon.
I think I would have simulated that handshake as well of like,
Hey, that's what I did in Wild Cards. We don't talk about it.
Look, it's tough. It's tough, and I have to admit that these girls are doing a very good job because I would have absolutely ruined myself. Sora, okay, Sora. Oh, no, I'm not supposed to do that.
I think you would have done well, though, posing for the Eiffel Tower on the green screen. Let's head back to the stage, though, because it's time to get things started once again between these two great teams. Now, going back into game number 2, do we stick with the fresh meta, right? Do we continue to try it? Obviously, for the side of Galaxy Phoenix, why not? I mean, they were dominant. They ended up winning. For Team Falcons meta, though, do we go back to the bread and butter? Would that even work against the Assassin comp?
Personally, I think yes, it does work very, very well. There was a reason why the meta always revolves around these 3 things. If tanks are in the jungle, assassins are out, then fighters need to come in to deal with the tanks. Then once the fighters become the main meta, the assassins come back because the fighters can't keep up with the assassins. It's this nasty little trifecta that always happens every single patch.
Every patch indeed. And for Falcons meta, how do they deal with Fa? I mean, Fa was on fire the entire time, repping Claude. What's the counter to that?
I think that's a really good question because come game number 1, we saw that they actually respected Fa by taking away the Guinevere. And they're going to do the exact same thing actually as we get into the drafts here for game number 2. But would it warrant another Ling ban in the second game?
No, I think let the Ling through. I really think that you have to tell your laners, you know what? You got to trust in the mid trio to make sure that Ling doesn't have as much impact. A lot of these assassin or purple buff assassins are dependent of, by the category of the name, the purple buff. When you have strong side on the correct side, if you are on blue, you want your EXP alongside, oh wait, sorry, if you're on blue, you want your gold alongside with your mid to be strong so you can instantly invade and steal away that purple buff. Once they have no purple buff, there's a lot more downtime where you can breathe and actually farm.
And it's funny that we were actually talking about this before the in this last game, this last matchup between these 2 amazing teams, I would say. Freya gets banned out, Baxia also gets banned out. It is looking like they might be setting up for yet another assassin jungle matchup.
Did they ban Baxia out in game 1? I don't think so, right? It's only like towards the latter half. So they only went onto that 3rd pick to ban it out. The fact that they're banning it out now, I feel like Galaxy Phoenix are already thinking about what Falcons are going to do to adapt.
That's possible. That's possible. The Beleric gets banned though. Is that in accordance to what you're saying right now?
Not 100% just yet. I want to see this 3rd one just to be sure. Whether or not it's just we're changing up the order. Really, we already know what we want to ban and we know what we want to pick.
Okay, but in terms of bans for Teams Falcons, it's the exact same.
Hasn't changed at all.
Gwen, Freya, Matilda banned out again. Last time they picked up the Marcel first. I'm wondering if they want to swap things around.
I think they can still do it because again, like we saw in the previous game, the mid duo, they were already going to war and they called in both their junglers at the exact same time. So it's moments like that where it's like, can you be a little bit more precise? Could you set up a better scenario? Can you win out that 2v2? And I think that's what GP is thinking about as they get rid of the Carmilla. Once again, just making sure that they cover their bases.
If I'm not mistaken, it was Galaxy that banned out the Carmilla in second phase. So the hero that they left open this time around is the Paquito. And I feel like the Paquito does really well against the Assassins, no?
It does. Magically, yes, it does. But Esmeralda is still available. So technically, counterplay is in play. It's just whether or not who's going to make that first move, right? If Marcel shows up here, then it's kind of whatever on the opposite side.
Okay. Let's see. It really depends on what this first pick coming in through from Team Falcons is going to be. And this time it's not as decisive. They're actually really thinking about it. Are they considering perhaps a different pick in game number 2?
I mean, could be.
There you go.
They give up on the Marcel very early on.
Do they want to give that up though?
That's the thing. The Marcel is a little dangerous here. As much as Esmeralda becomes this super tank, Marcel can peel people off of their main targets pretty well. And more importantly, he's just fast.
Absolutely. I think the next matchup here, are they going to once again prioritize the Claude? It was something that really worked out for them at the very end.
It could be the carry, it could be the Claude. But at the same time, now that I see Esmeralda, there's a smaller chance of actually going for the Hera. So that's kind of out of the way, which leaves us with 3 potential heroes. One of them, I think, might be a bit better than the others, which is the Moskov. Moskov is particularly good when when the junglers are playing assassins. You have a way not only to create distance, but actually push them away from you.
It makes sense if you want, more map control as well. But if they're going to be playing assassins, that could be of tremendous value, and you can utilize that to control the far lane.
You can split push and then eventually use your ult to join in on the fights.
But they don't bite.
It works both ways, but now with the Claude already locked in for the side of GP, because again, we know that GP are going to be the ones who are more likely to go for the assassins in comparison to Team Falcons.
So what's the setup now for Team Falcons?
Oh, I like this. I like the single target lockdowns. I like the high lows a lot here.
So they learned.
They learned a little bit. I would have also preferred the Hilda. That would have been also a pretty good option. Moskov, they are thinking ahead. You know what? I should stop. I should stop. I'm here doing checker moves. They're playing chess already.
Absolutely, yeah. The Moskov comes through here. It's something that we did discuss earlier on. Hylos as well. Considering now that Galaxy Phoenix are in a position where they might be unprepared when it comes down to an assassin pick. But for some reason, looking at this comp, can Paquito jungle work?
Paquito jungle, well, with the nerfs, I don't think so. I personally don't think so. He doesn't get any extra benefits going into the jungle. Yes, he'll have impact, but he also still is going to be a little slow to hit level 4 because of that clear speed. You're better off in the EXP where you're still going to be relevant, and better yet, I think that right now, it's not very clear what kind of composition either side want to actually play. The Alice, very good option here from GP. Dude, Ririth, his drafting has been crazy. He is calling the shots here. Can they go on the second phase? Do you think that they're actually looking for an option for mid lane that can scale? I'm thinking like Farsa Sicilian type nonsense.
Oh man, I mean Renmar did mention the Sicilian, but if we want to go like a lot simpler, we can go for something like the Kimmy.
Kimmy?
Like Kimmy does also scale, right?
All right. If we see here on Red 4 that GP decide to get an assassin, hey, that's not the only assassin, nothing to worry about. There's still the Hayabusas, there's still the Hellcurts, there's still the Hanzos still available. Oh man, you know what? The fun ones got banned out as well. Ling on the opposite side is the response.
That's why I saw the Fanny being banned out and then the Ling response. There is still space for, the Hirara, the Nolan as well. It's something that we're more, accustomed to when it came down to MWI. The Yve gets banned. Why Yve? I mean, they're up against the Claude anyway. I would have thought that they would be okay having the Yve on the other side.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought too. That's actually kind of interesting. Why get rid of the Yve at this point? Do they want to make sure that maybe they lean into a potential Valentina? And the Yve, is just a really tough lane matchup, and they don't want to lose the early game.
Or do you think it's Alice in the jungle?
Alice in the jungle? I mean, that's old stuff, but it might not be the worst here. At the same time, we see that Jushin is getting banned out on the opposite end. Yep, very, very intelligent bans here from either side as we now see GP on the most important pick.
So perhaps they were just setting up for the Jushin pick.
That's what I was thinking of, right? I was like, at some point, Jushin has to be entered in before we even start thinking about Sicilian and Farsa.
Yeah, that's why they banned out the Yve. They just wanted to signal that, hey, we might be picking up the Jushin, and of course the Jushin against the Yve in the lane doesn't do as well in terms of range, and of course as in terms of clear. So as we get into the second phase of the drafts, this is where things are really going to just span down.
Because they basically have a mirror splitting image of the exact roles on either side, right? It's not, hey, I'm going to give you a new question. It is, this is what I'm going to do. And the opposite side said, you know what? We're going to do the same. And Selena gets locked in as the dedicated mid laner. It could go into the jungle, to be fair, but it seems very unlikely.
It is. And this means that perhaps we're going to be seeing something less exciting in the jungle. Could we be... is it possible to have Assassin in the jungle and Assassin in mid?
Assassin in the jungle, sure. Assassin in mid, I think there's got to be a very clear setup, right? There has to be I need vision so I can do this. And if you have that vision, I think the only one that makes sense would technically be the Hanzo, because he's the only one who can just walk in single-handedly, steal a camp, and then get out. But I want to see what Falcons want to respond, because looking at the Selena, what could be going through their minds? And Yi Shin gets locked in here, alongside with the Gore to deal with a potential secondary tank.
Okay, so they have like the bases covered, right? They have a really strong mid laner, heavy burst as well, a lot of high damage. I'm really worried about the front lines coming in from Team Falcons and whether or not Galaxy have enough damage to deal with them right now. What is their choice? Suyo against the Gord and the Esme.
Interesting. This is a high-risk comp coming out of GP. They understand, I think we got better mechanics and we're going to out-mechanic them. And I think that Falcons, they got to prove them wrong here. If they play a solid, standardized game, they will inevitably win the longer this game goes.
And technically with the Marcel and the Selena, if they can go for heavy invades into the enemy jungle, it could just work out.
Well, the team comps matched up before, and it went to the way of Galaxy Phoenix. This time around, Team Falcons tries to play around Galaxy Phoenix. Will it pay off? Well, let's find out. It's game number 2. The two Titans face off once again. Miriko, Athena, take it away.
Here we go into the Land of Dawn for possibly the final game of the day. At least that's what Galaxy Phoenix wants. For Falcons Meta, they're going to prolong the series all the way to 3 games, 1 each. Now, it's all about speed when we look at the composition coming in from Galaxy Phoenix. The Suyo, clearing fast in the jungle, together with the Season Hunter Selena. We have to take a look at the emblems later on. If it is a Season Hunter Selena, that means it's all about getting tempo, getting to the individual objective first, and then blitzing it before Falcons Meta can even react.
Yep, it's all about snowballing here for GXP, and let's see if they will be able to do it. Because it turns out when it comes to our drafts earlier, it was quite surprising. Okay, now we confirm it with Galaxy Phoenix emblem builds here for the Selena.
Yep, the Season Hunter on the Selena. This is classic. Usually you would use a Uranus in XP or even a Paquito. Someone that can cut, someone that can clear really fast. Almost a take there from Lemma. Delays Nana by quite a bit, and this certainly will give Fa a bit more of an advantage to play with.
Definitely. So GXP is now playing right to their strengths, making the game faster. It's now all about Nucci being forced out of her revitalize, but it's okay because now for Falcons Meta, they just have to be really careful into giving those numbers rolling in for Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah. Falcons Meta really want to try to match that speed that Galaxy Phoenix are playing with. Thing is though, they just don't have the composition to do so.
They don't.
I think at this point they have to just give away some of that pressure. Nocturne's already rotated though. Get out the flicker, Mountain Shocker up.
Okay,
that's a big resource spent.
That is, imagine, just to try and prevent the inevitable here from happening from Lemma. Although the flicker was actually used here, so might as well for Falcons Meta. Small wins do matter, small steps ahead of them before they actually try and contest this neutral objective. Now, talking about the speed of the game for GXP, if they are not able to actually capitalize on their snowballing potential, I think that might be one of the cons of what they wanted to do here for game number 2.
So let's see it. Level 4 already. They go for the gank on Nocturne. Nucci.
Okay, Nucci trying to hold over onto Fa. Syrinx with a successful first blood and Mystic Gush right on her face. Ling tried to run away. Also, the flicker force out. That is numerous advantages for Falcons Meta. But Sophia and Lemma just goes on ahead of it, eliminating Jungler altogether. Ling falling in with Crimson Gleam. They're keeping it watch here. Neutral objective should be covered now. Fa right on cue will be secured. That one, and Sophia going wild onto the front line, getting just enough of the damage to take down Nucci in the process. Nocturne fighting onto 3 women here from GXP, and she's taking most of the damages, but still not enough to sustain numerous team fights. GXP actually turned the tides into their favor on that one.
All in, golden hour. Lemma gets away. Nana's caught in the bad spot.
Okay, she's trying to run away as fast as she could, and that might be the end for now of that very colorful fights.
It looks so good for Falcons Meta. Just for a second, you thought Galaxy Phoenix's composition, their main win condition got derailed so early on with Fa taken down up top. But then a monstrous arrow. Clinical, crazy accuracy by Sophia. Back to back, landing on these crucial targets. And she becomes the assassin. It almost seems like Fa on the Suyo becomes a bit more of a distraction, just to open up for the real carry, who's the assassin in mid, Sophia.
Yeah, Sophia, the first one that we saw a very spectacular Selena play today. Although we've seen that play out onto Sini as well earlier for Team Vitality. But so far, for her accuracy rate, it's all over on the roof here for GXP. Now for Falcons Mana. We've mentioned that they also have to kind of derail GXP, but also not just derail, but also have to choke them out and compromise their own jungling pattern, because it looks like they're the ones copying or ones just reacting to what Sophia and Lemma is trying to do. Now we see Nana slowly making her way, delaying some of those jungle camps to just try and delay things up here for Fa.
One thing that you have to notice as well is the fact that with the Soul Sever getting nerfed in this patch, it's going to be very difficult for Fa to actually look for that damage.
Okay.
Ling?
Okay, they may just be able to compensate that if ever they're all together right now. SOD will hit out, and Names goes in. That's too predictable here for Lemma, but at least for Nucci, they still got the kill. Sophia going in hot. Kinda heavy position here for GXP. They have to disengage, and that is exactly what they will do. Looks like it's going to be a free turtle here for Falcons Mana.
It comes through Names and also Syrinx being able to just shred through these frontliners. Link's not nearly tanky enough to deal with all of this damage.
Yep.
It's a very, very good mix of magic and physical. Winnie, though, was able to get a couple of hits down below and now is starting to go on Names. Wave not in the place for them to dive.
Okay.
But Fa might just want to go for it.
It's all about making it easier for Fa. If Fa isn't able to do it, there are other members that could compensate for the lack of damage so far because of the nerf from Fa.
There should be a turret takedown below. It should also be an invade. It does seem like for both junglers, they're just going to trade size of the map right now. Nana going up top to the Beetle. Ling is playing it safe though. Doesn't decide to blink. It will be turret for turret. Abyssal Arrow doesn't land. Fa.
Ooh. That's two ultimates onto the middle lane committed. Not any equal exchange at all from GXP. Although they've got a turtle onto the top lane, I think GXP still got the most out of it. Denial of the buff, turret onto the bottom side, plus they forced out multiple ultis here from Falcons Mana.
So now it's back to the slow game. And if you're thinking about the slow game, it really should be beneficial for Falcons Mana. They have a very good composition to scale into the late game. The Moskov, Gord, Yisun, Shin, heck, even the Esmeralda, all will find a lot of value. But then you look at GXP and the fact that they can split things up a lot as well, right? It comes down to delaying these skirmishes with the Marcel, making it awkward, and then landing the crucial arrows to possibly turn things around. It is a very, very difficult lineup to pull off. But if Galaxy Phoenix does it, that's insane momentum and morale boost to take into the knockout stage.
They are really used to high mechanical players here, high mechanical skills as well. And Fa will get that opening. What a wild play here for GXP. And Ling with a Torn of Roman hitting onto two members. Names trying to go for the free hits, but the damage just isn't there yet. Lemma on the other hand will be the sacrifice. Instead, that's two members for one, but GXP still have the chance to overturn that. And Winnie right on cue with a PMI, but there is Nocturne just right in the corner, taking advantage of the chaos as well, and Fa onto the front with the evil cooler, and the narrow will just hit or just miss at all here for GXP.
And it's the combo of the Marcel and the Selena as well. The Golden Hour locks them in place. The artillery gets locked from the Golden Hour too, and it just auto-connects on the members you see.
Ooh.
Again, very difficult composition to pull off, but so far they've done a fantastic job at executing it. Up top now, they send the Claude. Winnie trying to go for the siege, as Nocturne has to respect it. Galaxy Phoenix, they have enough damage to deal with the frontliners, and they have enough sustain to deal with Falcons Mana's damage dealers as well.
This is actually good for GXP. Although we mentioned that this is something they're really difficult to pull off, they're also were able to pull off the macro side of things as well, controlling the map, preventing Names with actually annihilating the rest of them, and giving Winnie all the winning lanes here. SOD would miss out here onto Winnie. Very close call there for Galaxy Phoenix. Now they rearrange, they regroup as well. Really taking their time here as Nucci gets falling into the mid lane. Cervix with the Mystic Gush of Winnie. Going in head-to-head on her with a blazing duet, all connecting. Onto the mid lane here for Falcon's Mena. Now onto the mid lane, it's Fao going wild. Ling as well,
Sophia
dodging and sustaining all those damages as well. Sophia still alive and kicking, hitting on those arrow marks. Fao with a double kill. Now that's how they play. That's how hard they go against Falcon's Mena.
The back and forth is beautiful by Galaxy Phoenix. Falcon's Mena, they always are in awe of what's happening, of what's hitting them right now. They're confused, left in confusion every single time. They think it's just going to be a clean front to back where they've already gotten the sustain, where they already have the CC locked down on some of these members. But then Galaxy Phoenix, they utilize this composition, not in a way where it's just arrows coming in, clean up attempts as well, but also them outmaneuvering Falcon's Mena. You see the all-in happen here with the Glorious Pathway and the Mystic Gush, but then you see just how many of these resources are used to perfection. The Golden Hour to delay, the rest of the team utilizing those mobility skills to get out of harm's way and then to re-engage when it's all safe, when it's okay, when there are layers of frontliners coming in, and you get to see that final Blade Surge. Now Nucci, again getting desperate. Pop into Glorious Pathway early. Up top, it's a good lane. Throw to Ruin!
Okay, that's 4-member caught again here. Balema and Ling Fao with a mega kill. Immediate takedown onto the jungler. Now for the double.
Wow.
Lemma onto Zerx, hot on her tail.
Lemma!
Even with the flicker as well. Needs for the free hit. Now they go for the trade. But I think that won't be enough of an answer against GXP as Fa secures a triple kill. Now it's Names all alone here on the bottom side. Fa and Ling targeting her. And that is going to be a last hit for Sophia. 4 members are actually a wipeout against Falcon's Mena by GXP.
Even when the arrows don't land, it plays such a crucial role in these team fights. Sophia with an arrow that didn't land but forced the step away from Names. She had to take that Blade Surge to the face and then the Purify desperately to try to get away. GXP are playing one hell of a game of MLBB. 5,700 gold lead. A Lord up top pushing in as well. And all this while, they've been able to get these turrets down before. It's a Holy Shield down below. Look at the items. They've been able to get so much, and Fa has a Sky Piercer. I believe it was 60 stacks earlier. This is massive for someone who died so early on before Turtle 1 to get 60 stacks. After a Sky Piercer, you usually start feeding.
Oh my gosh, it's all about the QSG as well from the arrows from Sophia that made it easier for Fa to actually come back from the first blood suddenly from Falcon's Mena. Plus, it creates a lot of space interruptions against Falcon's Mena, which is what they're exactly doing. And now its Name's being targeted. Holy Shields pop up. Another arrow right onto the face and a follow of the Tornado Row in here for Ling. There's going to be a golden R. Okay, frozen on the moment is Cervix. So with the Mystic Gush, they tried to find an answer and they find it on the body of Ling. But still GXP, they were able to pop up Holy Shields, able to destroy a base turret. And now they're eyeing out a possible or a potential kill. But still for Falcon's Mena, they're trying to force their way in against Winnie.
Oh
with
my
Blazing
God.
Duet, now he's going back up again. And Nocturne onto the front line is not enough to sustain at all as Fab gets an opening with a mega kill following up for a moment as well. What a chase down here. It's 2 members down here, but Nana gets a shutdown kill. And GXP, what a play here. Woo.
80 stacks on the board. She's fully stacked up. There was a shutdown over to Sophia, but GXP got the base turret in the far lane. They won't even have to send anybody over down below to set up that slow push anymore. So it's all about playing it calm now. I know they've thrived on playing it chaotic, on just going for these chaotic brawls, but it's time for them to slow things down as they wait for the Lord to spawn. 30 seconds on the clock. The wave in the bottom lane will be slow pushing. It's all about taking prio in mid and top and then forcing Falcon's Mena to react, either by sending someone bot or by completely giving the Lord over to GXP.
This is how they set their name high here on MWI. They may be tagged as newcomers, but with the way that they move...
Oh my God, that arrow landed. It was just the Traceless that saved her.
Okay, that is multiple dangers up ahead here for Falcon's Mena. I think if they want to contest this Lord, they have to cross over onto Sophia, which in fact will land another arrow in the trap. And Fa yet again, incoming attack, and Ling with a drone of Ruin Fa, and names. Okay, there's going to be a mini stun here for Falcons Men. That's her ranks with a Mystic Dodge, but she will be caught yet again here by Ling. Nocturne cannot sustain the 5 members attacking them continuously. From Galaxy Phoenix, another arrow in the face of Nana. Wow, with a finishing move, double kill as well. Sophia might fall down, but still for Galaxy Phoenix, that is a huge win advantage. That is a huge kill advantage, and now they're slowly making their way onto the base. Mid lane base turret being targeted. It's going to be a Glare Spratway to try to link things up here against GXP, but no. This might be the end as Fa closely survives. No, Syrinx and Names getting a name out of Ling and Winnie. Still defending for their life here against GXP.
And they get 3 base turrets already. Everything stripped down to the crystal. I know I said to play safe. I said to play safe. I said to play it slow. You know what? Screw that. Just do your thing, man. Galaxy Phoenix, they like it fast. They want to go in. They want to just look for those chaotic duels. And it's facilitated through Sophia landing these arrows. It's just ridiculous how disgustingly accurate Sophia's been on those arrows. Finding these angles that makes it so difficult for Falcons Meta to react to. Another arrow again just lands on Nocturne. I'm surprised she doesn't have Wishing Lantern at this point. It's a poking tool. It's like you're playing Navaria. It's like you have an Astral Echo place on all of them. The hitbox is doubled whenever Sophia's on the Selena.
That will be the cherry on top if ever she plans to build up the Wishing Lantern at this point. Because now for GXP, they got a Lord. They've got most of the turrets out of the way. Now they just have to find a very good setup, which so far they have been landing onto the body of Ling, and with the use of Lemma as well with the golden hour. Not to mention, if you manage to dodge those critical ultimates, the arrow will still hit you. Just on cue, I just mentioned this one, and it happened right before the Lord responds. Okay, Lemma might have been too early onto that fight.
Okay, that was an overheat for sure.
Yep.
Okay, maybe now they need to play it slow because they got the Lord, they got everything, but they still have to respect the fact that Falcons Meta have a good scaling composition. If they're able to prolong this game even further, they might be able to contest the Lord. You can already see that clear with the Gord, Easton, Shin, and Moskov. This Lord is gone straight up. You need all 5 of your members with the arrows landing. Remember, if these arrows just land inside of the base, they can just walk back to their fountain, get all their HP back, and then reset all over again. That certainly has delayed things for GXP, and it's given Falcons Meta a second win.
It's all about stretching out the game here for Falcons Meta. For GXP, yeah, you are dominating, but there is still the wave clear present, and heroes for Falcons Vega, or Falcons Meta rather, that is slowly catching up.
Speaking of stacks, 37 on that Thunderbell, 56 on the Sky Piercer, so we see how that has impacted GXP, how it's given Falcons Meta a bit more chance in this game. It's no longer at 80, so they won't start disappearing from the map whenever they get low.
It's all about maintaining a low profile for now for Falcons Meta. But still, you can't keep a low profile as there's someone always attacking and giving the vision here, which is Sophia from Galaxy Phoenix. Now, they might not force out a team fight just yet. More on the macro side of things is Galaxy Phoenix needs to focus on.
Look at Fa.
Okay, Fa and Lemma has other things in mind. No,
they don't want to wait for the Lord. They want to go in.
Okay, Golden Arc caught all the 3 members here. Syrinx being caught here by Ling, and a fall of Throne of Ruin as well. Fa with the last hit. It's going in with the Blazing Duet with Winnie, who roams in movement as well. Double kill. That's 2 members down. Now it's 3 members left to defend for their base, but no, they still get it. Fa with a triple kill. Galaxy Phoenix just fucking hit. This might be the winning goal, winning moment that they need. 5 members still up, and it's only Nocturne left, and this is it. Galaxy Phoenix ensures the 2-0.
A maniac for Fa, delayed Savage, or rather a denied Savage by Nocturne, but it don't matter. Galaxy Phoenix are able to get the job done with a clean sweep. A statement victory to send them into top 8, and perhaps a declaration of war with this composition. A statement for sure. A win with one of the craziest one of the toughest compositions to pull off, and they pulled it off all the way. It was crisp, clean, the arrow, the flanks, not waiting for the Lord and just subverting all of our expectations, especially Falcons Menas. They weren't ready for that play. They thought it was going to be slow. They've expected teams to just play around the Lord after losing, or after winning this hard, after getting defended over and over again.
Galaxy Phoenix may have come as a newcomer this season, but no, they should never be treated as such. What an amazing way to end the day for MWI. That is somehow one of the most dominating wins that we've seen today so far.
We've seen dominant wins in the form of calculated domination, macro control, no shutdowns given. But now we're going to talk to some of the players with Hollywood, Rob, and Cheryl.
Now, heartiest congratulations. You guys just punched your tickets to the knockout stages. Galaxy Phoenix has risen to the occasion. Now, I do have a question for you, Sophia, and that is, this is the first international appearance that you guys have been, and you have dominated the world stage. So how are you feeling? Are you guys like nervous at all? Because this is a spectacular performance.
For us, even though this is our first international stage, but we prepare for it for months, so it's okay. We can maybe go to grand final.
And even on its own, this is potentially the best showing even, for Cambodia. Are you guys super proud? I believe a lot of our fans back in Cambodia are super proud from where you guys are right now. How are you feeling about that?
I feel very proud of us that we we prepare for train for a long time, so it's time for us to show our skills.
That's true. It is time for them to shine.
And so far, of course, you have been showing your skills. You've already beaten 2 champions, actually have swept 2 champions from 2 different regions. Is there any specific team that you have your eyes on next?
I think Vitality, because she is the 2025 champion.
Okay, eyes on the champion. Of course, you absolutely love to see this level of play right here. Congratulations again on your victory and qualifying to the knockout stage. Let's go ahead and send things over to our studio.
Galaxy Phoenix pulls it off with a 2-0 victory. They did it very well, and they will officially be moving forward into the knockout stage. Congratulations to them. For Team Falcons Meta, however, I know you're a supporter. Yes, they take the 2-0 loss, but they're not down and out just yet. They move down to the lower bracket.
So it's okay. It's okay. And luckily for us on Stream A, we don't have to, watch too many elimination matches today. Wait, do we have more tomorrow?
Let's see.
It's only going to get worse.
I mean, yeah, it only gets worse, right? There can only be 1 champion, and there's still plenty of teams left. So at the end of the day, we are going to be crushing keys for the next 3 days after this. We take a look at our Group A competitors, and plenty of teams have now moved forward. We got Team Ray Young, we got Celtic Cyber Team as well. Now, for the decider matches, though, check those out. Gideon, we've got 2 banger matchups.
Yep, we got Twisted Minds and Team Falcons ID. We also got Seda Esports and Virtus Pro, all of which I'm excited to see here because I think they're actually at a pretty even level overall. But man, I'm looking at Group B and I get excited.
Yeah, Group B's looking great, right? And Team Vitality was just called out by Galaxy Phoenix. That could become a reality matchup in the knockout stages as Vitality and Galaxy Phoenix have now officially moved on. Still awaiting the results from Foot Esports. It might be our loss. However, Genji Esports, Navi face off against each other, but Team Falcons Mena, Foot Esports, it might be our loss. Either one of those opponents are tough.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only team that has brought Vitality to a 26-minute game so far here at MWI. So I'm anticipating that last matchup, and I think it should be, well, my prediction would be it might be our loss, but who knows, Footy Sports could definitely surprise us.
Either way, it's up to them to decide how it ends up going. Let's start taking a look at our great moments from that series. We take a look at moment number 1. We mentioned the team comps were going to be a little bit different this time around. We're getting up to the 9-minute mark. Gideon, what do you see?
Oh, well, honestly, at first when you look at this composition, it just doesn't make any sense. There's very little synergies because it requires so much personal microing from each of the individual players. But Mirko mentioned the combo exactly, right? Golden Hour, set up the projectiles, and when they connect, everybody is going to pounce on them.
It wasn't as quick this time around as it was in map number 1, but again, we still had plenty of chaotic moments. We take a look at our second one in Eterna. This moment was quite critical during the middle of the game. We're now down to the 9.5-minute mark. The Lord has been fought for. What do you witness?
Yeah, so it's not so long after the clip that we saw earlier on, but we do already see some gaps here and there, especially when it comes down to the objective takes. Ling, she tried her best with the setup, but like, look at the retaliation from everyone else. Like, Strings had the Mystic Gush opened up, but look at the way that Lemma also just flickered for that, by the way. Names also had some moments in this particular moment, but at the stage, Fa was already, what, 60 stacks on the Sky Piercer? It was really difficult for them to mount a comeback, and even Names in this moment also fell short. That was the wipeout, I think, that we witnessed from that game.
And Fa was a name that we were saying consistently and hearing from the casters as well. We take a look at our final moment from that great series, and again, we get towards the end, I do believe. We're now at the 13-minute mark, and things are starting to look a bit grim for the side of Team Falcons Minnow.
Yeah, I think this is the point where Winnie is having the time of her life, right? Because really, the team can kind of do whatever they want, and they seem to always be getting away with it. As Sophia connects another arrow upon another arrow upon another arrow, this is what we wanted to see from the Gen.G game previously. Those arrows, it feels like you're doing nothing if you don't hit them, but when you hit them, it's all me, baby.
That's it, Eterna. Let's start taking a look at some stats and dive in a bit deeper into how the series ended up unfolding.
I love stats.
I love stats.
That's my specialty. 18-minute game, like you mentioned, it was one of the longer games of the series, and you can see that Names did, you know, a surmount amount of damage. I mean, she was already getting to that power spike already. I believe the gourd was already online, but what was like the main reason why they couldn't get it down? Or were they just always in the area of effect of the combo from GXP?
Yes, actually they were, because again, the Golden Hour covers a really large area, and with the help of the Abyssal Traps, they're making better decisions consistently because, hey, we don't have to worry about these areas on the map because we've already technically warded them.
26-10 also whenever it comes to the overall kills. Still a high kill game, not as much as the Assassins, though, that we saw just a little bit earlier. Hey, check it out. 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your picks for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds. And you also have a chance to win the MSC 2021-2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports. Post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My champion pick now live. Get involved, get active, whether it's skins, my champions pick. MLBB loves to throw you some stuff your way. So again, you can just love everything MLBB, which I gotta say I have genuinely loved each and every day so far. 2 days down, 3 more to go, more keys to crush. But as we look through our highlights, so many great games today that we ended up unfolding and going through. And obviously at the start, we had 2 talented teams take the very stage. And well, for some, their keys got crushed. For others, they moved forward.
Absolutely, they do move forward. And I think that there were so many exciting things that we saw today as well. New heroes, new picks as well. Still going into the question of, you know, the meta in the jungle so far. Is it assassin? Is it still tank? But I'm really, really relieved that we did see that Fanny and the Ling pop up there in that final game.
I agree. Now, usually, you know, they don't usually get me for the women's tournaments, to be perfectly honest. And I thought maybe this time around it's like, this could be a mistake sending me of all people. I'm very critical. I come in here, the most I have to criticize is, oh, just a slight missed mechanic, and that's easy to fix. Their mechanics are good. Their compositions have solid ideas. I can see direction in more of their compositions than I do see in the men's divisions.
And hey, check it out for Vitality, though, who ended up going toe-to-toe with Gen G, that rematch from last year. That was also a great series that ended up unfolding. And that one goes to the way of Vitality, which was a big move coming out from them, looking unstoppable even now, which is truly phenomenal. A lot of great teams have moved up. And again, for Galaxy Phoenix, they called them out specifically. They want to play that very roster, and they have a chance to take them. That would be crazy to say the least. You mentioned that target on Vitality's back. Well, now it just got a little bit bigger with Galaxy Phoenix.
I think everyone, I like what Miracle likes to say, like, over and over. I think he mentioned it in the group draws as well. He's like, to be the best, you have to beat the best.
That's it.
So I love that mentality coming in from all these players and ladies. And I gotta say, when it came down to the earlier match number 3 that we saw, it felt a little anticlimactic for me, honestly. I thought that maybe there would be more fight. It's so anticlimactic that I dropped my papers, but that's fine. But I hope in the coming days we do see like that comeback coming in from Gen G, because once again, it's still one of the main storylines that we always keep building, especially after what they did last year.
Well, I got something to cheer you up, okay? It's Rhino Day! Check it out. Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. So even though you chopped your cue cards, it's Rhino Day. Let's be happy for it. Hey, we got a post-match interview. Rose, who do you got?
About the game, because just now Fa was amazing, a maniac on the Suyo, and a debut on the Lingdis MWI. Let's talk about it. What made Galaxy Phoenix bring out the assassins?
គេសួរថាមិនបានសម្រាប់ចិត្តយកលីងមកលេងព្រោះលីងហ្នឹងគេខានដកយូរហើយឥឡូវដោយសារតាជា favorite hero របស់ខ្ញុំហើយខ្ញុំក៏ខានលេងវាយូរដែរដែលខ្ញុំដកមកលេងហ្នឹងក៏វារៀង practice តិចតួចដែរមុននឹងលេងតែដោយសារតាវា favorite ស្រាប់អញ្ចឹងស្រួលវិញ so first of all she said Link is her favorite hero and it's been a long time, quite a long time that she didn't use it, but before the match she did practice for a few matches. That's why she chose choose to play this hero because she feels so confident today. Yeah.
Amazing. I love it. And the confidence definitely played off. And you know what? I know there's a lot of Khmer fans back at home that is supporting your journey here in MWI. Is there anything you want to say to them?
ខ្ញុំពេលប្រាប់ដាំទៅ fan នៅខ្មែរអរគុណសម្រាប់ការគាំទ្រហើយសូមបន្តគាំទ្រពួកយើង Galaxy Phoenix បន្តទៀត Okay, she said thank you for the supporting and I hope you guys keep supporting us. Galaxy Phoenix fans represent Cambodia. Yes.
Thank you very much, girls. Congratulations. And with that, that is it for this interview. Bye-bye.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind.